So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways.
Now, if they can fix the desync with FPS, I'll be very impressed. Because that's what's holding me back from doing FPS. Okay. It's so fucking laggy.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
Cheers. We also have new procedural animation over our ADS.
Yeah, but they disappear after time, Game Daddle, because it's an actual asset. If somebody is fucking belt-driven gun, right? Fucking firing out 1,000 rounds, they'd be like encased in fucking cases.
Really cool. LMG
you know what I mean? It would just get too crazy. So they do disappear after time.
But now we can like keep it longer down.
But so does the ship's guns do that as well. When you're firing the minigun, you actually see the casing flying out of them, and they hover around in space for a while.
Life to the overall weapon.
Oh.
There we go. And we also have.
Oh my god! So, look how fucking clean it is, chat.
They're full of detail. They look really cool, but
no sun glare.
Could potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen this is a change where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more.
Man.
So optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager.
He's not even telling you about the glare though.
And you can see this on the Custodian.
Nice. Really clean.
Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recoil
arc light is now a burst.
Weapons, they're gonna look and feel
oh
great.
My god!
But while we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily.
The top pistol in the game just became even more fucking nuts.
Gemini pistol. Now Gemini overall is really
and
cool.
The fucking 86 is fully automatic.
So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have
fucking Uzi
of the pistol. As you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire. The magazine count is also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets.
Now can we get a drum? A fucking drum mag onto it.
Cool.
And a silencer. Oof.
Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons.
Ooh.
So, it's the other video. That's the optic.
Oh my god, that's so good.
These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat.
Holy shit!
You'll be unable
Is this our first beam weapon?
And they will enact differently. So some weapons.
Oh my god! Now strap it to a ship. Give me my Gundam.
Goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat.
Strap it to a ship.
Because these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that like.
That's your new primary, dude. That's fucking sick. It's not even going steady. You know how when you get in games where the laser's like steady,
a little bit more with this
but this is like all over the shot.
So, to get our...
This is really clean. The magnification is really good.
Are just gorgeous now.
That's nice. That's so much cleaner.
And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center.
So blue laser gun.
And then we have
when's this going live? Most of the stuff that you're seeing here right now, Game Daddle, is already in the game.
And so, in general, all our sights
the weapons not though
overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pin-cushion distortion, and things you'd expect.
The
from
scopes and stuff are not though, but a lot of the weapon handling is.
Manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right. Thank you.
That's nice. That's really clean. I'd say 2 years for all the weapon changes? No, dude, it's not. If you think about it, there's not actually that many weapons in the game. Personal weapons.
I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general.
Like it's like 6 months work, but they're already showing you already it done, dude. This is not like a typical demo. What they're showing right now can be put into the verse in the next patch once if they're finished and happy with it. Because they don't have to remodel the guns, they're just changing the handling and the fucking iron sights and the scopes. That's fucking nothing. If you were redoing a whole gun, like rebuilding a whole gun, yeah, that's gonna take some time. But they're just changing handling values, sounds, which you just basically update. And this stuff with the handling, they can make it where the bullet can go in a, like, always in the same direction, or spray it out, right?
Fantastic.
That's just bouncing of weapons.
I think all of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. We want to simulate that in our game. So,
what are we doing?
To show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo
my god!
Citizen, you have to open a menu.
No!
It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So, if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation. You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory.
It's so simple, but so good.
So there's no surprises, no catching up. You have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it has been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now.
Nice.
So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor.
Which means an EMP can fuck it up.
It works with recoil, and overall, it just looks gorgeous.
Because it's projected. And we know that CIG eventually want it where EMP fucks with your HUD, so you have to take your helmet off.
And on to more data things. We're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42.
Oh.
Some people have been
no more
jank in the
jank
venue in here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive.
No more jank?
We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun.
With legendary loot?
They walk up to you.
With legendary loot?
And overall, it's been playing amazingly. And I'm really happy for you guys. Well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point.
Ooh, but not ready.
We want to increase the time to kill. This
really?
allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. At least the highest.
I didn't think it was that fucking short anyway.
It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes.
Right.
I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon.
Fuck off.
Now, over to the AI director, Fran.
Why even say that? Why even say that? You were doing so well. You could have just said we're still working on it, and that's it.
So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG.
Nice.
It's a great pleasure to be here with
Parachutes,
all of you guys.
night vision,
fantastic.
Ejection.
So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience.
Nice.
So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that.
Good. Can we get a preview?
So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have.
You better fucking sort the flight model then, because the NPCs are on a different IFCS.
That feels memorable. That
if you're gonna have
them
the fair and square on the fucking ground, then I want it in the air as well.
A challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS encounter, we want to build variety.
This has actually sobered me up quite a lot because I'm in full concentration.
To craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence their behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody
what is under friendly fire? Rocketeer.
An example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually
ground combat on whose skill level space dad, or at least PvP. If they can scale it, wiggles.
Happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space, or expose themselves longer when they are in cover.
Cool.
We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer compared, or also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players,
do they run out
of
bullets?
Now shoot at them while they reload, or where they scavenge the environment.
Because there's nothing worse than NPCs that have unlimited ammo.
We can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So
that would be funny.
I want to make that
especially with handcuffs.
So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right?
Because we'll handcuff them and take their boots and then let them go.
So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment, and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here, Zach created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload.
Reloading out in the open like that,
some will
really?
Cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when
we're gonna need chainswords
and at the right time, attempt to heal.
We're gonna need fucking jetpacks.
So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment. You take down a character. The guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there. He can check it.
Holy
check
shit!
the state.
Nice.
If he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him.
Don't know, man.
Your
right?
crew members can also do the same with you.
It'd be kind of cool if, like, NPC
NPC
security also revive you, right? Instead of asking for a player.
We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. You will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate.
That's sick. Cool.
And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it.
Nice.
So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons.
Nice,
so what we
finally.
have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore.
Thank fucking God.
So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carry in their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of them.
About fucking time.
So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, the Ines presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So
yeah, we already have that in 320, 321 Mo. If you knock an NPC out, you can give them a railgun to use.
They can provide you with items.
So we don't need to see that, it's already in the thing.
You can find ammos that are actually
it's just they had unlimited ammo.
And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around.
That's a different thing, right? We need to wait for the server guys to fix that shit then.
Example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to
That's fucking cool. I like
magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that.
That's cool.
But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react.
This is showing the pirate traits, right?
So grenades are a great
tool. So you said at the start, a bit more aggressive, not really military trained. So I'd imagine like a death squad or something like that, going to be fucking very tactical. conserving ammo, flushing you out, kind of thing.
And my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment.
This is just basically your janky pirate NPC traits, not militarized.
Not jump into the fire.
NPCs with grenades?
So how do we do that? We have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, a hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. And the navigation module modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a dangerous, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. Nice. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass.
Can we make a bat symbol and light it on fire? Can I pour the petrol?
So this is a subset of the things that we worked on, and we want to show you today.
Kind of fucking disappeared really fast, though.
Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Hopefully it doesn't disappear that fast.
Right, I want to thank Inesh, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more.
When?
Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in
Soon?
Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
I like the sound of the armor. They've got, unless less clunky, it feels like more StarClaw. Nice. Nice. Fuck, see how fast that was, chat? Holy shit, that was good. That was really nice. That definitely looks like it's been built for a fucking single player game. Yeah, because again, the easiest, like if you make a game that is very pleasing on the eye and very simple, it actually does wonders these days. Why are you not using your pinger scan to see through walls? There's also a guy flanking back left. The slides? The Medipen? Man, Medipen was fast, chat. Holy shit. This is actually looking good. The sound cues are a little off, though. Unless it's bullets, like, hitting the metal behind. This looks good. Lot better. This is cool. Nice and smooth, fast. Get in there, get out. You better watch, he's gonna overdose on drugs, like. Look how fast that weapon swap as well, though. Holy shit, that weapon swap speed is so much faster. Man, he's cooking 30%, like. Told you there was somebody back left. That's fucking sick.
Right. Thank you very much.
His aim is shit.
I urge you all
Guy,
to come
dude,
and join us
he's
in
somebody
the
that makes video
pit
games
and
for a
have go
living,
at
right?
Hacker 13
Not a
Czech-
fucking
Czech
Tarkov
State.
pro,
It's a
right?
really great encounter. Thank you.
I enjoyed that as well. Yep. Fucking good. Good panel.
All right, so that was live from the
Holy
first person
shit.
keeping this train running.
Holy
There's much
shit.
to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more.
Woo!
Let's get started. Boop.
Uh-oh. Nice, nice, nice. That's a lot of progress, yeah. Especially like, right, look at it this way. Even if it was not for Star Citizen, but for Squadron 42,
everyone.
I would enjoy
Okay.
I would enjoy the gameplay a lot
Fine.
more like that.
These are the wrong slides. Hang on.
Uh-oh. Yogi!
Hello everyone. My name is Yogi Platt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and the and space combat.
All right, give
I
it.
really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show
Bring
you
it,
the
Yogi.
progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance.
Shit!
There is a good chance for bugs.
Uh-oh.
Which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger.
Woo! Don't know who that is.
He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks. So
Nice.
Left and right HOSA setup from VKB. And he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So
Nice.
During the presentation between you and
Who tested it?
Yes. So, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff.
Bonus
going
the
on
stick.
pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
It's working? Yeah.
I like how he's in a
Hello,
flight suit as
everyone.
well.
It's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about.
Oh my God, is
what you
it
can
fucking-
expect about the player
Oh my
interaction experience.
God, yes!
If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience.
They had
all
to bring
across our game.
the
And we
MVP
wanted to
Chad
bring
woman
these
back.
Improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to.
No,
give
that's
you
not
a
Bone. This
greater
is the lady that
immersion.
got really excited about her FPS stuff.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the slides are not. Sorry about that. Yeah. So you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a
Woo,
closer
shit!
experience to what pilots. go
Look at the
through in real
fucking
life,
cockpit!
not
Look at
only
the
when you're flying
buttons!
around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit.
Holy
So
shit,
to
are they
achieve this,
reworking
we
all the
created
buttons? No
an
way!
Will be put in what do we call
Platinum
the new real-life
status?
pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled.
Platinum
so you can easily look around
status?
the cockpit and your dashboard.
Wonder if she's
The prompt will
single?
be showing over the buttons so you can easily find the ones you have to interact. And you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying. And the
Well, a
character
lot of
hand
ships are
will
not
be
even in
lowered
gold
away
standard
from the
madness,
control
so that's
stick.
fine if they skip to platinum
All
status.
of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach.
Fuck
this
yes!
Driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup.
Please, when you press a button on your joystick, it makes the actor do it as well. Oh my god, if they do that, that's it. I'm getting the wallet. I'm getting the wallet and I'm buying a Zeus.
And just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button.
A flap?
But, you know, enough of me
a
talking.
flap?
Let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action.
Oh god.
So, now. So Brand very
breathe!
Will get us
breathe, lads! Breathe!
You'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
Oh, nice. Nice. Holy shit at that fucking Gladius cockpit. Oh my god.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick.
How the fuck is the Starfare flying around?
On this relaxed pose with free look.
Oh my god, free look buttons!
Over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get
oh my god, Toby is gonna be so good if this works on your eyes.
So we don't go flying around with that open. Power.
Oh my god, the fucking canopy looks so good.
Oh, look at that.
A flip switch!
And finally turn on.
Ah!
Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me, so please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
More! Feed me input! Come on, come on, come on. Run! Run on stage!
Hi everyone, my name is Tony.
Faster, Tony!
Here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw.
I like the t-shirt with the fox coming out the pocket.
UI.
That's pretty clever.
So, are you ready to see the ship UI?
Yes! Get the fuck on with it! We've been waiting hours!
Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo.
Play the demo.
So, as you can see already, this ship has
shit, guys, quick.
UI,
delete the VOD, delete the VOD.
Enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat.
Oh.
This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation.
I still don't like the horizontal shit, mode. But whatever, that's
For
just
example,
me being picky. I'll deal with it.
The crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even
oh my god, the MFD changed?
Some of these
automatically.
Can be customized, but we'll see more about
no
that later.
fuck way.
For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available.
Aye.
On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems.
Yeah, it's looking clean, boys.
That we have prototyped this for the demo.
Oh my god, I actually might start sweating out in this game if this is like that.
On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs.
Oh my god, so sick.
We have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks.
Thank god. No more flash chat. No more flash MFDs.
Mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on
oh my god, it's just so simple with a little arrow, right? Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
The next one, continuing to the left, will be the
and it even shows you your ammo count and your heat.
But during combat, like right now, You can click and you can see basic information about that. Name,
oh my god, chat!
Group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate.
Dude, this is fucking sick.
Already works. So when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now,
look at this leaning forward to the radar, man. Holy shit.
And cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat.
Look where it tells you fucking gimbal mode and fixed. None of this bullshit on your fucking screen is there.
So you can
written.
fully customize how you want to navigate through them. And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even
easy.
Your game class setup.
I can do that, no problem.
But if you need more, just let us know.
Yes, I need everything. Give me everything.
Anyway, I think you're not gonna need even thus many shortcuts. For each operator mode,
you have
we
no
now
idea.
Consistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important
Yo,
to you
thanks for the follow, dude.
situation.
Take my money, dude. This is sick. Really fucking sick.
So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration
Oh my
screen,
god, it's got a fucking like on-off as well.
Screen.
Holy shit.
We're gonna have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game.
Wow. So no longer is it on your shitty fucking buttons down below.
But we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
Nice, nice.
Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top set?
Oh my god, please add it to the helmet. Add it to the helmet.
For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can attach of these MFDs to your helmet.
Oh, thank you! Thank you!
For this, you're gonna need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get.
Oh, like an F-35 helmet? Oh my god.
You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control. And
can I make them a little bit closer, though? So that would be the coolest shit.
That are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target,
oh my god, that is fucking dope.
These are gonna be always with you. With all these tools, you can customize your experience. And
I don't know why you need power management, but alright.
Encounter with your ship.
Dude, if they actually turn around and say that game daddle, that's it. Credit card's coming out.
During combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled.
If I can actually see through the ship like an F-35 helmet.
Information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast. So
this is really clean.
But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn.
This is so much better, boys. What do you mean I hope they delivered it? They're literally showing you in-game, and he's already said it's still got some bugs.
All about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
It's a build from 12 hours ago, dude, right? And it's you can already see the bugs.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off. Put the landing gear in.
I would say end of next year. End of next year, guys. No, not 2 more years. End of next year. Oh, dude.
This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems.
Holy shit, that actually felt so much better with the G movement.
Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments.
Chat, I'm not even going to perform for
as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could
headset's about to go out of power. We got to make sure we're prepped and ready before it does.
When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix. So if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit.
That's
Things
sick.
get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So we now boost forwards. We now added camera shake. We added FOV changes. And this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduce the
we'll look at it later, dude.
that the look-ahead code.
Let's just concentrate on the good jazz.
So,
who fucking cares about a ship coming out in a year's time?
Bit, so it mixes better with G-force reactions, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But
they already said that you can literally turn the buttons on by free look. Toby does free look all the time, Game Daddle. So you can touch MFDs with your eyes.
Twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum.
Yeah, the velocity is very janky.
The sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can.
That's fucking dope. It should be naturally like that to stop fucking jankiness.
Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so
holy shit!
Live model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration.
Fucking mental,
that huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless.
Yep.
So we're cutting back on those. So,
nice. Good.
The first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas.
Yep, and I love it.
I think, but we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing.
Fuck yes.
In future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes.
Backstrafe.
Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation.
Guys, this
so
looks... Look at this. Look at this shit above here.
Currently has.
Look at this.
Has active. So you see the... Brent, can you go into the indication, please? For the master
this
mode?
Is fucking
Just
dope.
With the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working.
But there's a gun mode now.
High alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the
Not really?
now,
no.
It's still pretty fast. However, you can
it's about the standard 220.
Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend.
Wow, look how that feels.
550 meters per second.
That feels fast now.
On this slide here, you can see the speed gauge, the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second.
Fucking
you can
chat.
reach up to 500 or 550. However,
you can only go 270 backwards.
It's not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, because, or for dogfighting in general.
Look how fucking shit!
It actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers.
You're not going to be able to slow down as much if you boost forward.
They basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting.
Fuck yeah. Okay. Let's give a lot of round of applause for that.
So in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches,
we need to see when they backstrafe and left and right, though. I'm hoping they show it, though.
So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM.
That is pretty fucking cool.
This does, it gives
the UI.
High speed, low performance.
Have you noticed that the nav has gone from the HUD, though?
Will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire.
And the helmet UI just shut down, chat.
Will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters.
You feel the fucking rattle, man. This is so cool.
Regenerative system, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you a higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute.
Which is the boost. Quantum boost! Quantum boost!
That is nav point that you see there on screen.
Quantum boost!
The point where I want to go to and quantum travel to.
Puppeteer, I need distress! I'm under attack, Puppeteer! Send in the boyfriend!
Not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means...
No, it won't get rid of backstrafe missile spam. It just means that I can close the gap faster now. That's it. You'll still get backstrafe missile spam. It just means I can catch you double the speed of you going backwards.
So, Brent will start the quantum travel in a second.
Actually, it's more than, it was what? It was 502.75 or something? Yeah, so it's just near double the speed. I can catch you.
And will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that.
Oh my god, will you actually have to fly? Holy shit! Quantum bursts! Look at the fucking rattle! Holy shit! Oh, you fucked up? You fucked up? Wow! Didn't even fucking get past the 5G mark.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore...
No, shut up, Mo. You need to fucking deal with that rattle.
Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS
no, Fresh. This is only quantum boost. When you're warping from Crusader to Microtech, it's still the same system that we have right now. This is only if you were doing from OM points, right?
Proper quantum drive. Doesn't matter in the future. Think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive. You want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent...
Fuck yes, boys! Quantum drive that just makes it a little bit more skillful. Or easier. Look at that! Look how steady it is, Mo! So if you actually do the mini game, there's no rattle. Man, that is fucking cool, boys.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
Bubble is locked, you can take your hands off? Fuck, yes! That is sick. That is fucking sick, boys. Also, giant rock.
Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere.
Oh my god, blind jump.
The next point of
blind jump?
Is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble...
Oh, they've reversed around fresh.
Itself, so
no, so the one we just saw was warping from like Crusader to Yella, right? Now we're going to see quantum boost. So they've changed it around. They've changed their ideas. You actually have to do the mini game now to fucking do the warp. And this one's the other one, the short warp.
Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention,
blind warping.
Boosting works in every direction.
Ah! Fuck yes! We have blind warping back, boys!
Brent is awesome, thank you. Okay, so now, please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to.
Nice. Fucking sick.
Welcome to Pyro 3.
Woo! Contact! Oh my god, look at the scan! Holy shit!
There's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
All right, Yogi, calm the fuck down, dude. The nicest legs in CIG.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes?
I want to see your legs!
Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI
nicest legs
on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey.
Show us those games!
The current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain.
Nice.
When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you. So
then be a gunner, Wiggles.
In the fight.
Or
Let's
engineer.
See how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in.
They hated it because they started bad ramming? Yeah.
The first one, interception. Then
oh my god, it's an Avenger 1 diagram! Avenger 1!
Chaser. And finally, disengage.
It's his fucking spreadsheet.
As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there.
Let's see this. If the AI is reactive,
okay,
I'll be
we will
impressed.
start with interception. After acquiring the target,
guys, look at the dust. Look at the level of detail.
If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase.
It looks like a totally different fucking game than we've got. What the fuck is this?
To swap into navigation mode and make use
it looks like the old school sharpness before we got 3.0.
mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco.
Now, is the green party markers?
So let's talk about...
Or just friendlies?
As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game.
So I really would like to know about party markers.
We have to relate to the same behavior to our AI.
Mark II fucking Hornet?
And other variations to include rolling. Strafers will break
and it's got size 4 fucking gats on it.
So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are Jousters. Jousters consist of performing straight-in attacks while outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating.
Not a fucking space dad that holds W.
For the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spider-like fly path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following
the Hornet Mark III. That comes out next year. Look at that detail. 10 kilometers, you can get the player's name, ship type.
We are really far.
Oh, man. Could you mini warp towards them? That would have been sick.
It will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser.
Man, why does the graphics look so much better, chat?
The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health.
Also looks a lot better, right?
Depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ACE traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge.
Nice.
While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same.
Yeah, I know. StarCloth has really come in and helped out, right?
In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Hydrus is a tough fight. That unless you bring the right combinations of tools,
the sparks
equipped to take down capital ships
with ballistics.
Get demolished.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Like,
now, after all of the feedback,
the game doesn't look this rich though, Puppeteer. Like, this is seriously fucking crazy, man.
And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the new
Have you
AI.
seen that the bullet trail also hangs fire, right? I can't spin it back, but when you're spraying the bullets, they're strafing away.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons.
Nice.
So, the weapon and aiming systems and squadrons.
Tell me that you've reduced the range. Tell me you've reduced the range, Yogi.
So I will go through them relatively quickly.
Tell me you reduce the range.
First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same.
Shit.
In Squadron, that's not the case. almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were they were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons.
Holy shit.
And avoid,
so if you overpower your ship, you won't be able to fire. That's where he's going with it.
I think a close and burner laser repeater. Can you fire it once?
If you put too many lasers on, chat, you'll shut it down.
He has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gats cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So, a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that...
Please give me it.
Well...
give me it. Give me it, Yogi.
Weapons, usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400
Please give it, bring it. Bring it close.
Often the fights occur at 1,399 meters.
Yeah.
This is not a good way for us to control the weapons.
Yeah.
We tried out things like damage fall off,
so
that bullets get more damaging.
What we're gonna do.
But the problem there is how do you communicate that to the player?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do a couple of different things with that in the future.
Which is?
Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay.
No! Fuck against me!
So, which of you has an Ares?
Yeah. Anyone?
Okay. As an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're gonna aim at it. And then you
I know, I got blue balls.
What the? Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff.
You're killing me!
What happens
Just get it to a chat.
Aim with your crosshair over the pip? Is that you actually not aiming at the pip? The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip.
Yeah.
The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting...
so what we're going to do about the ranges?
I said the completely wrong thing.
No, Yogi, you said it right. No!
I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay.
Calm down, Yogi, breathe.
Ranges. Sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges.
Yeah.
In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges.
What?
Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this...
Right.
Wait. How we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges.
Okay, that's kind of good for sniping.
Relationship there, so don't worry. You won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry.
So you're going to make it where like...
But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size,
right?
We know when the weapon is
oh my god, because it's actually going to aim on the ship.
When you actually...
So you can hit ships further away because of how the computer actually works on it, but for fighters you're going to have to be up their ass.
The aiming system now. So Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red...
900.
This does not mean that the ship is out of range.
Yeah?
You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets.
They need to reduce that. It's still too much.
Benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many
so people can spray and pray.
You're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam.
Cannon gameplay, guys. Cannons fucking back, boys. Ah! God damn it!
This one. Okay. A thing you might have seen is that Brent has...
So they can work on the repeaters. They can make the repeaters where they've got to be a lot closer to land the shots because the bullet spread is going to be well out, right? But a cannon, which will be, I would guess, firing at the same velocity as the repeater, you can be further back, but you've got to aim on the shot.
Just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with this.
So we actually might be able to snipe, boys.
And keep going. So, next point. Pip grouping. If you have different weapons...
Because again, they're firing repeaters and cannons, and it's not falling off.
Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore.
Yeah.
The weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So
oh my god, so you can turn the weapons off and not fuck up.
Again,
why? Why?
If you aim at your target, you get a pip.
Uh-huh.
Right? Your average owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pip turns green and when the crosshair turns green, just...
So they're taking away fixed assist? Okay, is that what it is? It sounds like taking away fixed assist.
We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us.
Right?
But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent?
Oh no. Are we going to get this?
Precision targeting mode? There we go. What this does, it does three things.
It highlights.
Full zoom on
it fucking highlights modules.
You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision, and you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim.
Sniping, chat! Mod sniping!
Your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
Oh my god!
Bam!
Holy shit! Obviously, this is massively sped up, right?
Okay, so...
Oh my god.
This hammerhead now understood that it's not good. It doesn't stand a chance right now. But this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And
atmosphere. Atmosphere. Okay, he's going to show atmosphere. He's going to shoot atmosphere.
Bring us down to that landing spot.
Oh, atmosphere. Are you going to show aerodynamics? Oh my god.
So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong.
This is Star Season 2? Dude, I literally said that.
Wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down.
We will have to leave everything we had to move into a new game. And we're getting a new game.
I said game
and we are releasing this today. No.
Okay. Gonna go there now? Okay. Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship.
Mm-hmm.
They do not like they do like the vacuum of space. They're, well, we're talking
oh my god,
here, right?
Puppeteer!
And
Puppeteer!
The efficiency curves on
here it comes!
So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off?
You can't.
Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view?
Oh no, it's gonna flaps.
Can you waggle your tail?
Oh! Oh my god, we're going to be able to glide, chat!
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is...
Say goodbye to nose down, low flight! It's gone!
Left stick is somewhat damaged or so. We can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually.
The arrow will be insane in atmosphere. Game data.
The airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So
oh my god, no instantly turning anymore, chat. No fucking turret mode in atmosphere.
He cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to your left and right. So what Brand can do here is he can roll and he can pull.
Yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes, boys!
Okay, so just for this demo, we
get fucking wrecked, back strafers.
Because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point, you will not have any authority anymore.
We're actually going to be able to fall in leave, chat.
And you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of
This is so good!
The airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
Fucking hell, man. So good.
That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aero braking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competition.
Dude, look how fucking fast it's stalling when you go under 100. Holy shit.
So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now?
Vito.
To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall.
Right.
Don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will
go into auto hover mode
and catch you.
Fucking sick, boys.
However, you are now in a state.
You literally can't backstrafe in this mode. So can't backstrafe in this mode unless you come to a complete halt.
For example, now from a hover, strafe is left. More left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again.
Yeah, you can pitch down, dude, but again, you've got to get her up to speed to change her from auto hover or hovering mode, right?
Hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point. Okay.
Now this makes more sense with the video with the Gladius yesterday. I was like, the flight looks really fucking weird.
Okay, so there's our landing point. Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here.
Dropship piloting is going to be a fucking art, guys.
Whoa, look at this.
Being a dropship pilot is literally a fucking art now.
Yeah, that water is great.
And the Gladius trails are back, it seems.
Okay, so now we're coming to a... So now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle. And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by...
And if you pitch the nose down, you're fucked.
Landing gear out, I think.
If you pitch the nose down, you're fucked.
It enables precision mode at the moment so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of course turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just very smooth.
Or just use throttle control in couple mode.
And
lower the acceleration. Does the same thing.
And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions.
Oh, that's so fucking sick.
Engines are first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off.
Fuck.
No,
yes, boys.
Don't put the canopy off.
That's so cool. Alright, fucking sick. Absolutely fucking sick.
Or something.
End of next year, whenever this is gonna be, this definitely makes it so worth it.
Buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking
fucking yes, boys.
time with us.
Fuck yes. That's the shit we want, boys. Atmosphere combat is gonna get rid of so many baddies.
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch.
FPS and combat just fucking looks sick as fuck, chat.
Give yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
Can they top that? That's so good. That's so fucking sick, dude. Puppeteer, if you want to join me on comms, you're welcome, dude. Hello.
Hello.
Dude, how good did that look?
I'm glad they went this years ago.
I know, man. I can't wait. Like, no joke. Getting that 2.9 fucking booked in right now for download when I'm off. Holy shit. I need to speak to Tumbarino. Where's Tumbarino? Get me Tumbarino!
Want me to try and fetch him?
Gliding in Star Citizen sounds wrong. Nah, he's probably with Cutlet watching that stuff. Holy shit, boys. Holy shit. That is the gameplay loop we want. Where you're gonna have combatants in space, and you're gonna have to need combatants who know atmosphere flight. Takes the fucking hell, dude. They just blew out the war with that shit right there. No more back strafing in atmosphere. No more nose down clapping. The moment you use your AS, that's it. You're going into auto. I did like that they make it where you go into like auto hover when you get your AS right down. But the stalling is going to be amazing to fucking kill people. Force them into a stall and watch them fall. It doesn't make any sense personally because there's actually no air intakes. But Yogi was going with it where you're not getting enough like surface control, which is good.
Yeah, surface control will get you to stall in place.
Yeah.
That's it. It's amazing. Everything we've been preaching for, I don't know.
Dude, and see what they've done with like getting around with the nonsense of like people just spraying and pray kind of jazz that you really are going to have to be on the pip because the gun is no longer fixing to the fucking center. It's firing off the gun. So you have to move yourself to the left to fire and hit with the fucking gun on the right. That, oh god,
it's no bullet dodge. I'm glad it's getting rid of. Like, it's
yeah.
boring, man.
Oh, this is so sick. But the problem is now we've got fucking to deal with the bullshit for God knows when.
Yeah, my only bullshit is probably just waiting for this, like, for years.
Yeah, I know.
Best case, like, a year.
I hope they're closer, but yeah, man.
It needs to go through all the ships and stuff, so...
This is going to be a huge wake-up for some organizations as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh. Man, I can't wait to watch the first fucking corkscrew in atmosphere and they fall out the sky. It's gonna be beautiful.
I mean, corkscrew will be fine, but the moment they want to stop and chase that pip, they're gonna fall
Yeah,
on
but
their ass.
I'm talking about when they do the slow corkscrew, right? When you hit that 150 ms, you're not gonna be able to pull it up. At that speed, you're gonna be struggling.
With the bullet velocities and stuff that I saw from the master modes in experimental, it won't matter what you do.
Yeah.
I think it's more gonna be, in Atmo at least, it's more gonna be like two-circle fighting and stuff like we...
Exactly, yeah. Literally, like, I know you don't like the one circle, two circle fighting, Gillian, but the thing is, like, being able to now snipe people, right? Allows you to do a different form of, like, for me, I will be doing 1-2 circle combat. But if you're good at sniping, right? You don't need to do that. You can literally lead them into a circle, like a wide circle, and snipe in front and blow off their fucking wing, basically. Which will be insane if you could pull that stuff off.
Yeah,
really fucking cool.
Saying on Meta channel of Shadow Moses, I don't know, maybe past month, it was that we need energy fights in Atmo. It needs to be energy directed and not just like turn around and shoot like a turret. And
I really want to see how they're gonna do with mouse users though for Atmosphere.
Switch to joystick like I did?
No, like no joke, dude. I'm hoping the dominant meta for space is mouse, right? And then I'm hoping the atmosphere dominance is joystick, which means, again, I want to see organizations have a fleet that stay in space and govern airspace, and then you have people that do atmosphere as well, instead of having everyone doing everything. This goes down to where I've always wanted it, to have dropship pilots being able to actually have a role, because now you have to. You literally have to have somebody to control their speed to land perfectly, or they're going to overshoot and shit like that.
And
which is fucking sick.
To bring VTOL back into production.
Well, VTOL is
on big ships is gonna be huge.
VTOL, from what I know, is VTOL will no longer be doing these high G bursts. It's only going to be when you bring it into the auto hovering system, which is going to be sick.
Yeah. Hey, Tumblr.
Thank you for the invite, Puppeteer.
Hello. What did you think of the atmosphere?
I liked it a lot, actually.
It's very simple, right? But it's good. It's a really nice way of doing it.
It is. It is. The more simple they need to keep it in line with the rest of the game, right?
Yeah.
They need to add some complexity with, but keep simple enough so the overall crew will understand how he will work. Right?
But
like if you go into very big depths like TCS, people will get overwhelmed.
Yeah. Exactly, man. What I liked about it was the stall was also a very simple way, even though they had like their throttle broken or whatever, is the fact that when he stalled out, it wasn't like, holy shit, I've got to angle this way to get my speed up. It was sort of just get the nose down, get the airspeed up, and there it was. So really fucking cool.
Exactly. Like you don't need to pull maneuvers to get out of a rotating stall.
Yeah.
It's simple. Dive down, gain velocity, go back up.
But it also puts you in a very vulnerable state in a fleet fight where you are just literally flopping in midair. Somebody can come in, cannon your ass, and that's it, you know? Very, very cool.
I keep saying this. The biggest deterrent we have right now for a balanced ground and air interaction is the lack of a stall mechanic.
Yeah.
Until the stall mechanic gets implemented, the air to ground are isolated pockets. Air to air, air to ground. Ground fears the air fears the ground. There needs to be interaction between both of them, and this is where the stall mechanic comes in. Valkyrie comes in, Redeemer comes in, dropships, all of them.
Yeah.
No more dropping out of your light fighter, get out in combat and transition. None of that shit.
Did you see that they're redoing like the Cutlass, the Valkyrie and stuff like that, where they're going to be completely changing the mods out on it and beefing it up and shit? So we actually might see proper dropships coming in at a certain speed, velocity, getting that drop in correctly, and then still being able to actually take off afterwards. So really cool.
Here's what most people don't know. To be a proper dropship pilot, you need to be on point with your fine control. You need to learn hot zones, fast touchdown, fast drop out. If you go in too hot, you'll crash and burn, you lose everyone. You go too slow, you're dead. Our dropship pilots are they need to be one of the most competent and one of the most proficient with fine control.
Yeah. What did you think of the way they're sort of going to go with the gun balancing? I wasn't expecting it to where they were going to increase the fucking ranges to that amount, but
5 kilometers.
Dude, sniping.
Now here's the deal. There needs to be something to counter that. I would bet the armor.
Yeah.
Would be the thing for it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can snipe shields from far away, but you can't do jack shit to armor.
Well, that's what they said in that they already said with they could only shoot off the turrets with the fighters. They couldn't do anything to the actual ship.
Exactly.
Well, maybe also the size of the guns will dictate the range of it. Like
possible, yeah.
The more range it has, like Ion can snipe. A size 2 cannot go that far. That would be my guess, but at the moment, as we have it in experimental master modes, it's too easy a bit to put rounds on target, even it's 1 click away or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at 2 clicks away, you're achieving the saturation. You're tapping them. You're not really doing copious amounts of damage. You're just tapping them, but you're preventing shields from recharging.
Yeah, but my main point with that, if you have a huge fleet fight and you have 5 guys saturating 1 calling primary, that's gonna be a big problem, you know?
It is, but it needs to be a problem because that's where the point where numbers start coming in.
Yeah, then it becomes the number game, right?
Exactly. The whole skill of the going forward of the aces versus the numbers is you avoiding to be overwhelmed and picking your situation, awareness, control, situation, and also communication.
So if you guys are not aware, right?
The best skills an ace can have.
We got Tumberino, who is
in my experience,
from RAM.
That's
also plays DCS. Puppeteer plays DCS.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And it brings in a whole different sort of level of engagement because obviously right now when you go into whatever, atmosphere is pretty much just like space, just toned down. But we're actually going to get it where low flying completely changes. Sorry, I'll mute myself. Low flying changes where you will not be able to do anything like what we have right now. So the method I'm going to say is the method that Tirada does. Gone. Absolutely gone. Because sadly, they're making it where the
nose down.
The nose down method, yeah. It's very cinematic, and I've had conversations with this about Tirada as well. You know, it brings in an element of skill with what we have in the current game, but within Atmosphere, now it's gone. If you are learning to low fly right like this now, chat, you're fucked in the future. If you are not flying at least 5 or 10% positive now, you will lose so much airspeed and you'll be just auto hovering to do low flying and shit like that. So
maybe a racing ship like a Fury can still pull it off with thrusters alone, but anything that's related to flight surfaces, probably no.
Not in hard atmosphere though, dude. No way. Like, again, you're talking about super slow speeds, right? So it goes for racing, it goes for low flying, it goes for anyone that flies low to the deck. You are no longer going to be able to pull off these high fucking... Even my flight style goes out the window. There's no way I'm pulling 600 meters a second off the ground. Not a fucking chance. I will have to raise my height up by like 10 times, or I'm dead.
And we cannot change directions unless we roll and bank.
Exactly, which means that you have to come massively down in speed to then do what people do right now, which is the drifting around corners. That's in every style. My style, Tirada's style, the other ones where people are doing like the weird acrobat stuff. You won't be able to do that because you will stall and crash into the ground, which is fucking amazing. Exactly. It's going to be absolutely insane.
No more 90-degree angles across canyons.
You
need to think about it. And if you
this is another thing.
That corner, you go up.
This also means going back to what you're talking about with ground troops and stuff. No more can a ship just hover above you and do this and look down and beam you. It will literally fall out the fucking sky if it does this shit. So you're gonna have ships hovering above, dropping troops, and it just means that we can actually get some proper ground gameplay again.
Exactly. So this gives us another mechanic into the game, which is the size 1 to size 3 bombs, which you can outfit into the wing of the Gladius, and this is where loadouts start to matter. So instead of missiles, you bring bombs. Why not?
Exactly. Well, didn't you hear that the Yogi was saying that the way they're balancing weapons is based off power, because obviously the whole power system. So say, you know how everyone cries about the F8 being so overpowered because you can have these amount of lasers? In this new system, it means that you won't be able to pull a fucking trigger if you've got like 8 lasers on the ship, because there will not be enough power to run that system. So you might have to go with like 4 lasers, 4 cannons, 4 ballistics or something to actually let the power system work, which just throws meta right into the fucking air, where it just, like, you won't have people free Panthers beaming in the Gladius because it might not be able to run the power to do that. Or you might be able to, but you burn out your systems really fast with it.
Mixed loadout, yeah.
Mixed loadouts.
I know.
Bring distortions. You need to have another set of like ballistic repeaters or something that does not give a lot of damage. Whatever. Mixed loadouts. We need that.
Yeah.
We need to think before we take off what we're going to do. What are your plans for today?
But also weights though, because we know that modules have weight, right? So if you're going to go into Gladius and you're going to go into Atmosphere, it actually might be more logical to go down to size 2 if it still allows you, because that would give you more weight in your, or lesser weight in your turns.
Yeah, in DCS, in IL2, if you carry bombs on a Spitfire or a Mustang, you usually want to drop those bombs first.
Exactly, yeah. Now, we don't know if we're going to be allowed to drop, but we can obviously launch our missiles to let weight off, so in certain fleet fights, it might be better to go in with, instead of like 16 missiles, you only go in with 4 on each wing, and that's it. Because that will allow you to actually stay in the fight and turn better than your opponent. This is fucking sick gameplay. And it's, again, very, very basic.
The only problem I have, I cannot go back to Star Citizen after seeing this.
I know. Guys,
ruined
I know. I think it's time to install 2.9 DCS World, and that's it, guys.
You will not regret it.
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing.
I think it's time, chat, because I am going to struggle being able to play Star Citizen now after that.
It's like they've presented us with a whole new world, and you're just looking behind, and all you see is a flaming dumpster behind you, and you do not want to go back.
Yeah,
for sure.
Bully says, what about weight change when you drop your bullets? It depends if they add weight to the actual ammunition, right? Right now, we only have weight in missiles and modules, being the shield and the quantum drive are some of the heaviest parts. However, fuel does not take into account in weight right now. And neither does ammunition from ballistic rounds. If that did, and we had the ability to drop tanks as well, it means that you could do some really fucking cool shit if needed. But it depends where Yogi goes with it. Yogi plays DCS World. He loves that shit. But again, from what we're discussing, you have to remember that CIG need to make it where it's fun and engaging for people, but not at the level of DCS World. Or you lose everyone the moment they hit Atmosphere. You know, even some of the sweatiest PvPers will give up the moment you bring in a DCS Atmosphere into their combat. They'll just sit in space and they'll never come into an atmosphere. So you have to make it where there's some sort of, you know, ability for them to play.
I think this is a good balance, because
I do as well, yeah.
You need to know the plane, know the systems, know the weapons, know which button does what, and here it's simplified, it's good enough.
Know thyself, know your enemy.
Yeah.
Simple. That's how you're going to win fights.
But again, like...
proper strategy, proper piloting, and that's it.
But it's just insane how with engineering as well, that you will not be able to...
Solo ships anymore.
Solo ships anymore. If you come into Atmosphere and you're not prepped in a big ship, you could be in a really bad situation, because if they get your shields down and they're hitting you with a disruptor, that's it. You can't even warp away. You can't even get up to high speed. You are literally waiting for their fleet to back up and stuff, which means interceptor roll is a huge, huge thing.
Which also means tactical strikes on the ship, rather than going for destruction. Neutralizing certain components. Pinpointing natural weaknesses. If you want to disable a craft, go for his quantum. There you go.
I think somebody, either or Shadow Moses or on your Discord, I think it was Hannah, in Pyro demo that they played.
Got hit by Solar Flare.
No. Yeah, he got hit by Solar Flare, but he got on somebody's
She as well.
And she shot the components out to disable it.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that right now. Fortunately, you can go into someone's ship. You can actually punch. Absurd, I know, but you can actually punch out components. For example,
Yeah,
if you
that
go
was
into C2, you can
in
do
way
it.
back when, but I noticed like some of the components don't even register hits now. So I don't know, like
It depends on the ship. For example,
it
I know
depends. Yeah.
The Redeemer has those components. You can see them, but you cannot interact with them in any way. But the
Yeah,
C2, for
you cannot
example,
tractor them and so on. Yeah.
exactly. But the C2, for example, with the size 3 components, you can punch them out. See the difference? It depends on the ship itself, not the components or the fact you can tractor beam or
buggy
not.
mess. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Now, here's the deal. We were talking also with our guys as well regarding the environmental hazards, let's just say, right? That are presented in Pyro. Now, we didn't get a lot of information out of it. Now, we do know that if you get caught by one of those, you're in trouble.
Are you talking about the solar flares?
Exactly. For example, that means that you cannot pick up your freaking Gladius and like spend 10 minutes in quantum travel. It's gonna hurt you. You're gonna get hit by one of those players, and you're gonna get screwed. Which means no more light fighters in that stupid little corridor of Pyro. Bring big ships. Bring a Liberator. More group gameplay.
I gotta quickly bring this up with Gillian. Gillian, why is this an issue, dude? Is it because it looks like an egg?
They did say that it was an egg-shaped flight style. They did say that before.
Because that was the first thing that popped in my head. He gives me this fucking image, and I'm like, this motherfucker is putting an egg out. An egg joke.
No, but that's the thing. That's the thing, TDL. They said it on the first presentation. It was an egg-shaped flight style.
Exactly, yeah.
They
so,
knew.
what's the issue then, Gilead?
Eggsy.
It's because boost capacity is favoring the back strafers now? Again, we'll need to see it, right? Because you got 270 going backwards in SEM, right? And you got 225 with that. But if you see here, dude, they didn't... This is boost forward, right? Boost forward. There is no boost, like SEM boost backward is at 270, right? There's no, like, difference.
I know people will dissect this image and the whole presentation to get like faults and stuff. I think it's all like demo. It's not finalized. It's
obviously, but I'm looking at this point. If your natural, the blue ring is your natural non-boosted SEM speed, boosting with Afterburner is nothing. Look at it, and then boosting to the sides is nothing. The moment that you go forward, it changes it where you're not going to be able to wiggle as much unless you bring it back down to more the blue ring, right?
It depends on the acceleration you have when you apply side strafing or pitch in your right.
Yeah.
But one of the things that people forget is, and let's deconstruct this. What is one of the hardest skill for you to learn as a PvPer when you're firing in squadrons? Is it one-on-one? No.
No.
Is it disengaging? No.
Yeah.
No.
It's merging.
It's merging, yeah.
Merging is this singlest most hardest technique to learn that even most of the PvPers until today have a bad understanding of what it is and how to perform it. Now, what this does is that makes merging simpler, but relying on your capacitor. You're out of boost, you're done. You can't run away no more.
Yeah.
And it allows the other guy that ride behind you to catch up. So it means that ships with that interceptors, the only thing they need to have is a bigger boost capacitor than you. Even though their performance in one-on-one is worse, they can catch up to you because they have bigger capacitor. And that's what they truly are in essence, interceptors. They intercept you and catch up to you.
Going with what you're saying though, Gillian, right? You're saying that the chaser will need to boost to catch a backstrafer because the blue circle is circular, right? That means that the chaser will have less boosts. Yeah, but they're going forward. If the person is only doing 270, right? Say that is the maximum you can do with this shit. And you can't go any faster backwards. You can't use like side strafe to make it increase its speed. Say 270 is that. You're not using as much boost to actually get up to that speed to catch the person doing 270.
With all due respect, there's something that image does not show you, to me, to any of the viewers, which are G's.
Yeah.
That image transfers to velocity, not acceleration. So probably the acceleration you get backwards, not only do you get lower top speed, but also you get lower acceleration.
Exactly. We just don't know these, right? We can only see that the moment you go forward, your side strafes start to massively affect yourself, where you are governed by them.
We get an intent looking at the master modes currently in experimental mode, where the acceleration backwards is 9 Gs and forward goes up to 18, 19 Gs or whatever it is forward, which is massively overwhelming to just going backwards.
But in current master modes, people still backstrafe effectively.
Yeah.
No, they do because they apply a conjunction of two strafes.
Yeah, and if what Yogi said that's gone, then that's gone.
Yeah, because you've got to remember that backstrafing right now in master modes, if you just backstrafe and that's all you've got and you go up and down, it's pretty fucking useless, right? It's very easy to get around when people do that. You can see when they're naturally not trying to engage like some form of trichord or pulling it round with the side strafe. So if Yogi gets rid of it or the team gets rid of it, backstrafing is just literally slowing your ship down. And this is where I would love for them to go with the idea of when you're going forward and you apply backwards, it's a very aggressive space break that doesn't let you strafe left and right, up and down. You know what I mean? It only allows you to do it if you're going forward momentum, right? And then when you hit 0, it then changes to backstrafe where you can go to 570, right? Or however much they have it. But again, when you apply forward, it space breaks it and you can't do these movements. This way, it allows you to keep a 60 OF, but obviously when you're going high speed forward or high speed backwards, you're governed by the fact that the moment you want to slow yourself down, you can only slow down. You can't suddenly go, whoa, fucking change direction forward, all that stuff. I would love to see this way as well. Plus, it would massively help for atmosphere because then we would get proper fucking air brakes.
So, one of the things most people don't realize is for techniques such as knife fighting, backstrafe does matter to some degree. You don't overuse it like the backstrafers, but you need to use all the thrusters. Right?
Yeah.
All of them. So the balance that they're actually striving to achieve is where the backstrafe is still usable in combat, especially dogfighting and any kind of knife fighting, but not enough that you can abuse it by just going backwards and as much distance as you want.
Yeah,
that's where the balance is.
Exactly. I think that's a lot of the time where people don't understand when we talk about backstrafers. We're not talking about somebody that quickly goes backstrafe to slow down, bring the nose round, backstrafe to fucking change the direction or something like that. It's somebody that literally backstrafes, corkscrew backstrafes, spams the missiles, just keeps going backwards in a fucking spiral, and there's nothing you can do about it. If they can get rid of that, that's fine. Again, it's the same in Atmosphere, where somebody can just keep going backwards, like especially with the F8s with no IFCS on these bastards, then it just breaks the game massively. Atmosphere is already corrected with the fact that you literally, the moment you go slow, you fall out the sky. Which means that if you're going backwards and they make it where you can't go as fast backwards, you then come to a point where you can't start turning around and doing stuff. In my opinion, the backstrafe speed should not be affected by boosts. That would make the issue a lot more problematic. Yeah, that's fine, right? You just have to get it to where there's a balance where it can be used in PvP at a high level, Gillian, but it can't be pull backwards, pull to the left, fucking afterburner, and I'm Gypsy Danger away, fucking spin around, nav mode on, I'm fucking out of there, and there's not a goddamn thing you can fucking do about it. That's all that CIG have done.
Fighting, but disallow the advantage that you get from just going backwards and shooting at people.
But that's because you can do, like, with the amount of afterburner you can do in master modes, you have insane fucking wiggly left, right. I still think that they need to make it where the capacitor drains a shit ton faster and recharges faster, and that's it. It should be where you are using your stuff. Like, say, for example, you have the ability to afterburner 3 times and then you have to regen it. Not fucking hold it down, left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down. And, like, again, with master modes, you can literally hold the afterburner for 45 seconds without ever letting it go. That's just ridiculously over the top. It needs to be a commodity.
That goes back to the story of a fleet fight. That if you use all your boost in a huge fight, you're gonna become pretty much like easy.
But that's the thing.
But that's what it needs to be.
To compensate, it involves you to think about what you're doing, the resources you have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you run out of one resource, you're screwed.
It would be okay. I see that guy isn't wiggly anymore. He's out to boost. Focus on him. He dies. Go to the next one.
But that's the thing. The most in the most squadron fights. Here's the deal. In most squadron fights, you're thinking still in very much in 1v1, right? In squadron fights, what happens is you have multiple people approaching from different angles. That wiggly stuff that you see in 1v1 ahead of you is not going to be the same that the guy above or the guy below is going to see. They're going to be able to hit the target.
Yeah.
There's multiple angles of attack involved. So that wiggly is not much of a problem in squadrons as it is in 1v1. Now, problem is, we need to make 1v1s as healthy as squadrons, right? So something needs to be made to address that. And I agree with you, Puppeteer, 100%. But in squadrons, it's a whole different dynamic. Very different dynamic.
Yeah.
And I agree. I agree that the bigger problem there is in squadron fights right now, it's the ability of staying alive indefinitely, only dying if you want to, being difficult to catch up, and there's no real consequence of over pushing your boost.
My biggest
you can just keep going.
My biggest worry is with what they're showing with like these longer ranges is that the moment you slow down to do the 1 versus 1 mentality, you're pretty fucked if somebody's sniping you and stuff like that, especially with this extra vision targeting your engine, stuff like that. If somebody's cracked, third partying is a lot easier with this method. So for me, I was always wanting it where fighter gun ranges were brought in closer to you actually had to be wary of your own like team crashing into you and stuff like that. Now it kind of feels like, well, you send somebody in that's really good at dodging and somebody else just sits back fucking bang 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 kind of thing. So we'll have to see actually where that one goes, because that's a worry of mine.
But the thing is right now, regarding that same point, the thing is right now you need to have the mentality of like everyone into a target to kill them, because you need an overwhelming amount of firepower to actually kill someone, and even then they're not guaranteed to die, right?
Yeah.
But if you have in the master modes a bigger chance to kill your target with less numbers, this means you can start dividing people by squadrons.
True, very true, yeah.
You can start engaging different targets at the same time, which starts involving different tactics in squadron and a bigger dynamic.
Yep. Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Plus, they also said internally they were testing turret gameplay and how that will perform.
Yeah, because we didn't get any information on... One of the biggest things for me was will missiles be governed by atmosphere effect as well? So in space, they might be able to turn easier, right? Burning more fuel or something like that. But will it be where in atmosphere, if you manage to dodge, flare off, chaff, basically... Will they have to stray and turn around? None of this fucking Insta 118 bullshit on your ass. Will it actually have to sweep out and you may be able to even go cold or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah,
if they're going to add them.
One can finally notch missiles, right?
You make a very good point. Energy conservation on a missile should be a thing. And missiles need to be employed in very strategic situations. Therefore, that's why I keep saying, when you're engaging nav mode, disable boost, so it creates a vulnerability.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't really see them using boost that much there, or I didn't see it regenning, but I definitely think boost should be gone in nav mode. It doesn't need to be there.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, and this is what you're gonna like, TDL. When currently in the experimental mode, if you go nav mode with your boost is completely depleted, it recharges at about 1 point for about 2 seconds, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Which is very low. Now I would say push that to 0 and just be done with it. So it
That's
means
right.
that if you enter with your research depleted and you by some miracle get into nav mode, it means that even if a missile is right after you, you will not have boost enough to actually try and escape that missile, and it's not gonna hit you. Simple as that.
Attila says, do you think it would be good if with master modes using boost would allow bicording, tricording diagonally forward for positioning? Well, CIG want rid of it, tricording completely. They want rid of 45s, they want rid of anything that, and again, Yogi literally said it, fucks up the calculations. It's not that tricording is bad for player versus player, or bicording or anything like that. It's the fact that the game just doesn't understand it. So they're basically simplifying the game down to make it fun and engaging, but where the calculations work. They've already, like you said, he's rewritten how targeting works. Instead of the target and the guns focusing on the center fuselage of where the pip is now going to be an actual lead pip where it's showing where the gun will actually be able to hit. Instead of the gun doing this, like it is, the gun will have to be stationary and fire. But this, instead of that, you're pulling yourself to the left to hit with the right. Right now, you can literally go straight whilst they're going to the left and the fucking guns will auto-move and stuff like that, you know? All of this, sadly, is because over the years, they've not really put any work into the calculations and it's just got out of control now. So they've just had to fucking redo everything.
Yeah, for Gillian, nobody minds tricording, it's just what it brings with the game, that you're unable to hit targets if they backstrafe into one corner.
It's the same with the corkscrews. Like, nobody like goes, oh, you know what I mean? It's the, like, oh, here we go, using corkscrew. It's moving through the cylinder. It's the fact that the pip doesn't understand what the fuck is going on, which makes you pretty much invincible in certain situations. And it can't be that way. It has to be where you, when the guns are firing, at a certain point, you pull away so that the guns miss you. Not the fact that you're just sitting around somebody and the calculations going, where the fuck do I shoot, right? No, I've not found the Vandal Mask yet, no.
And it's not servo affected, it's not ESP affected, it's not bullet nudge affected. I think it's the right direction.
Yeah. Again, it's either, what do you do? Make it where we've got tricording and 45s that everyone enjoys, but the calculations are shit, and we're going to just go into a video game where it's going to always be shit, or do CIG finally go, sorry guys, it just doesn't fucking work. This is the easiest way for us to finish off the fucking product. You either accept it, or you fuck off. And that's where I think Yogi's going with it. He's trying to make it as fun and engaging, and it looks visually engaging with certain mechanics. Now the fact that we're actually able to snipe again, which means that they could bring in beam weapons for like the Idris K, but also for our ships where you're sitting 5 kilometers in beaming and you're doing support stuff like that. It opens up way more. Which would you rather have, right? In the ideal world, you would want it where the calculations actually work, but it doesn't seem like you're ever going to get to that situation. That's why I think we will see Xenometa. Well, the thing is, the Car-to-All will be powerful in space, but the Xeon Car-to-All isn't aerodynamic at all, Gillian. And if they actually are adding in elements of force on air, those little things might even snap off if you go at high speed. We don't know what CIG plans are for atmosphere. If you force the Gs, it might just fucking break. We have no idea if they plan for that.
And also, may I remind you that the Car-to-All supposedly in zero-G uses all the thrusters from maneuvering, but in gravity, it has to dedicate 2 of those engines directly downwards for
yeah, that's very true, yeah. Because it doesn't have any maneuvering thrusters.
Maybe it's gonna be like ships that you take to Atmo and ships that you take to space.
Yeah.
And they excel in certain decisions.
That's what I'm actually thinking is going to be a really good thing. For example, like where your Gladius is your all-round fighter, for good for space, good for atmosphere. Then you're going to have an arrow that might be shit for space, but dominant in atmosphere, and that's what you use it for. The Hornet then stays in atmosphere, in space for more of a brawler, and then you're like, well, take the F8 into atmosphere because it has more ability to air surface or something like that. It's very, very interesting to see where they will actually go with it. That your small thrusters will overheat, that's why, but the Xeon depends on main thrusters. Again, we have no idea if main thrusters will actually allow you to turn. They never said that. It might just be where the main thrusters on the Xeon allows you to go forward, and as it's going forward, they pivot to allow you to basically bank and roll. Which then again, if it's banking and rolling, it's a very big profile for something that can slipstream behind it. Again, there's so many things that we just don't know, right? We're only going off the thing.
You have Car-to-All that's gonna be space bound, and you have the Talon that's gonna be excelling at Atmo flight.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would argue, Puppeteer, actually, that the Gladius and the Arrow might actually be Atmo-worthy, given how much they have of aerodynamics.
No, of course, but from the alien ships, like something like Talon will be for, and Shrike for Atmo, and Patrol will be more space-oriented.
It all depends on, because remember, CIG are going to be adding in profiles, where it's like the Interceptor profile is going to be rapidly fast at catching things down. That's where you're going to be putting your disruptors on it, where they sit in the back of the fleet or at the side, and the moment it's like, right, we've got the shields down in this Gladius, it's trying to fucking run, the Interceptor comes in right behind and goes, right, well, I've got it locked down. I've only got distortion guns, I've stayed out of damage for so long, I'm right behind it, they're trying to run, they're going nowhere, allows the fleet to catch up, they bugger off and do other things, right? This opens up huge possibilities for fleet formation instead of just Gladius or all Hornets with distortions and stuff. You might want to be like, right, well, I actually want to have somebody that is in a Gladius that is ballistics and lasers, and then a Gladius is the wingman with ballistics and distortion, so it's more of a support role after you get the shields down kind of thing. There's too many possibilities that can open up. It all depends on where they actually want it to go. Like, the Cartel might be a monster. Maybe the Santo Kai, because it's more aerodynamic looking, might be a monster and stuff. You want a giveaway? Yeah. Alright, exclamation mark Yogi in chat, guys. Exclamation mark Yogi. Ugh.
Yogi did a very good job on his presentation.
Very good. Very fucking good.
I loved how composed he was, how he explained, how we actually took care to try and explain to those that actually understood combat a little bit of what they intend to do moving forward.
Exactly, yeah. I love the lady beforehand in the FPS. She got so excited over her work. It was fucking amazing. Like, she was like struggling to breathe at one point because she would like do her percentage and she's like, and it's like, holy shit, she's gonna fucking pass out. Yeah, it was funny. But that's the shit you want to see. Like, Yogi, that lady, and everyone with the passion and stuff, because no joke, dude, that hair... Yo, thanks for the follow, dude. That hair shit was painful as fuck. Like, star hair, star fucking cloth, all that jazz. Ugh. However, in that presentation with Yogi and stuff, the game was looking not like Star Citizen at all. It felt like it was on a completely different engine or textures or something like that. It looked very, very clean.
It almost looked like a little bit of DLSS mixed up to it.
Exactly in it, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, but you'll get the Pyro preview, so you'll get to test it.
No, but from what I've seen from people, it's the Pyro preview does not look like this at all, dude. This is the next stage. You could just literally say, the moment we get 4.0, it's Star Citizen 2 at that point.
Cloud and dust that we saw isn't in right now?
Well, the cloud maybe, right? But the HUD, the elements, like, there was a lot more space dust, and it was looking like pre 3.0, where everything was a lot more sharper, and oh, it was just like more movie-like, right? Actually, one point I was like, fuck, am I watching Star Citizen or this is a fucking movie? It was very cinematic.
Something concerned me when we were watching the new Gladius HUD, right? With all the clean UI, they said they want you to declutter the front front panel with you. That's a good approach. I agree with that. Declutter is good. The only problem is, I think the during a combat, those the HUD attached to the panels needs to be a little bit bigger to increase a little bit of more visibility during combat, because during combat it's so frantic and you need to have higher fonts and more readability to quickly.
But that's what they were saying, is that you can put that information you need on your helmet, and you would have to wear a particular helmet to do it, right?
Exactly, but for example, speed, for example, or if you're coupled or decoupled, which is on the top right or top bottom left or bottom right, I don't really remember which. That itself looks a tiny. It's just a point of minutia, let's just say, but it's something that I think it requires to be a little bit bigger. That's all.
Yeah.
That's my only.
I actually, like, when I first saw the HUD yesterday, I was like, the stuff that goes along horizontal, I would actually like the ability to flip it vertical, for example, where it goes up in that area and the information just then rotates or stuff. I don't know if CIG would be into that kind of stuff, but those little bars, and the ones we're talking about, guys, if I bring up an image we've had earlier on today, where's it here? I think it's this one, right? No, that's not it.
Also in Atmo, if we get to turn fights are based on speed. So
Yeah.
you want to find that sweet spot of speed, and you need that speed on the HUD always, but we'll see how.
I think they had the best images on Shadow Moses, I think.
Get back to that. You know, when you have JMX, right, Puppeteer, that the information is all focused within your eyesight, especially when you're dogfighting, be it an F-16 or an F-18, whatever. You know, that information is also presented onto you in real time, even when you're looking sideways. So that information is critical. Nowadays, we don't have that. You look sideways to keep track of the enemy fighter. You don't know your speed. You don't know your ammo. You don't know anything.
That's one of the points I brought up, but hopefully we'll get to that.
Yeah.
I think
they said the information is going to get focused on the panel, and from what I see on the panel, Puppeteer, sorry to interrupt you, I'll bring it back to you. The information was there, like the ammo, the chip status, and it's all there. Great, but we're still lacking some few minutiae that we need in there, like speed and a little bit more.
Yeah.
Speed, G, angle of attack, that would be good.
Again, they've got so much real estate to do it, because if you actually, like, I've got it on the screen right now. There, you could have, like, where the helmet stuff appears in these little corners, right? They could have had also, like, little side bits that maybe would bring it in where I'm sort of putting my mouse just now, right? So you have, like, your typical stuff that they were showing up here, but instead of, like, this, you could have had it maybe around here, and it's not going to block that much, but it also allows you to bring in maybe a next stage of information. So you can have it minimalistic if you want it, but also I would like to be able to fucking clutter the motherfucker up with every detail possible in situations.
And there's another point that concerns me as well, the radar. To me, I'm sorry to say this, I know everyone's going to hate me on this, but I think the Elite Dangerous radar is one of the best out there, which is very clean, gives you a lot of good information. That radar still does not look anything quite like it, and I don't see it being a very good source of information.
Yes, somebody said that this is an actual implementation of the map that they showed, actually being represented there in a small area.
Yeah.
So that those systems are kind of connected. I don't know if that's true or not, but
we'll see. We'll see. But for now, for really the dogfighters, what really concerns us is how the information is presented and how clean it is and how accessible that is. Because we need to make split-second decisions based on the information we have. Takes it too long to interpret, you're dead.
Yeah, look, triangle, cube.
Exactly, it's just, when you look at the two, basic is a lot better. Underneath, right, you can see that they're down under, you can see which, I can't remember what it was, if it had a hole in it, it was an NPC, right? Yeah. Or was it the other way around, where it was solid was NPC, was holes player? Yeah. But you can see that you've literally got yellow, green, red. It's very easy. You've then got your speeds on the side of it, right? So CIG could even here have velocities around the area when you're hyper-focused on the radar and in that bit there. They didn't really need to have a lot of this stuff here. It could have just been there, right?
I think a lot of that stuff is just like work in progress, placeholders. It will evolve to something. It's also missing the, what it's called, relative speed. So you don't know the calculation of how fast both of you are going, so the merge is a bit, if you rely on that number, if you're not, most of us are doing it.
You might find that it's actually in an MFD that they put this on, so this is like your basic speed, afterburner, you know, stuff like that, because you can see here emissions are in the power triangle now on what you're doing. Here, there was one...
This is the little number that sits beneath the nameplate.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because again, when you look at the Elite Dangerous one, it's literally just to the side of the radar, right? On this point. They could have easily put it in here as well.
To be completely honest, I think one of the biggest situations, and feel free to disagree, is that the current, even that new iteration of the radar does not have enough real estate to present you with the information you need.
Exactly, yeah.
Especially if it gets too cluttered with contacts.
You know how in this, yes, it's like the helmet-mounted system. The JMX, once you go into the HUD, it disappears. You have options to click it, to blink it, to be visible the whole time, or just when you go to HUD, it disappears, so it's no clutter. But that would be huge. If they can put it on a pilot helmet and present all that information in a minimalistic way, that would be huge.
Alright, we got 5 minutes, guys. I'm gonna call it there for the chat. I do appreciate it, and I'm very hyped to see. Apparently, we're gonna see some Squadron 42. That's what the leak is right now. But yeah, thanks for the banter, and might have it where like people come in afterwards, the whole show and stuff like that. But again, that's Tumberino, guys, on comms, part of RAM, plays DCS, absolute fucking stellar dude, helped us out a few times on the stream, massively into dropships as well, so it's gonna be really cool to see how all these organizations start planning this out for the future when we actually get this and stuff. But I appreciate that, dude, for you popping in.
I appreciate for having me.
Thank you. And also Puppeteer, the boyfriend of the game, who's going to share the shower with me. Thank you for jumping in as well, dude. Alright, I'm popping out. Alright, guys. Exclamation mark Yogi, Y-O-G-I. You've got a few more seconds. We're gonna fucking do this. And then we're going to get back into, hopefully, something which is meant to be living on the edge, destination adventure, and then closing ceremony, which could be Squadron 42. So yeah, make sure you're following the channel, get involved, all that good stuff. We'll get this done. All you have to do is follow the channel, guys. Simple thing if you want to, and if you don't get the prize, you can just unfollow and fuck off. You know the girls. The rules, the girls, all that good stuff. And as always, we've got it where subscribers do not get any bonus, all that good stuff. Alright, take care, Vinny. Appreciate it, dude. You're way too sober? Yeah, because I actually have been enjoying the show. It's been really, really good. Really good. Well, for the past, like, 2 segments anyway, and stuff like that. Right, we're locking it down. Let's roll it now. We're at 69, perfect number. Make sure you type in chat as fast as fucking possible when your name pops up. And it's going to be Metal Skin. Metal Skin, type. You have 30 seconds. There might be a delay in the stream. It might be 10 seconds or something like that. You see your name here, you fucking type. If it runs out, it'll be re-rolled. I can't do anything about it. That's the rules, guys. You know what it is? It's there, just... Yay! GG. Thank you very much, dude. Uh-oh. Santa Lies come in. Thank you, Santa Lies, for the 1337 and the Flower of Scotland with 20 or 02. That's 02! Our waifu, Micah, our AI bot on the channel. You can also do like ASMR if you wanted as well, which would have been probably actually creepy if you had done that way. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Senelair. W's in chat, please. Right, Metal Skin, can you send me a DM on Twitch? DM me, Metal, there, to TheDarkLaw. Send me just your RSI email address, and I'm going to be sending you an Aurora MR Foundation Festival Starter Pack. This gives you an Aurora MR, which you can upgrade to. It also gives you an Aurora Foundation Festival paint, which is quite rare, and it gives you LTI plus Star Season. So you just need to send me in DM, only me, your email address for your RSI account. No passport, no mother's address, no security number, no password to your car, credit card, all that things. And I will get you to that right away before we actually get back into the show, guys. Do you think Transformers have won? Have what? Have won? Have what? You want my password to my phone? A Zeus MR? No, a fucking Aurora MR. Yeah, I'm made of money, guys. Super amount of money where I can do this shit. Nah, this is courtesy of CIG who send us the game packs. We do have another one at the end of the show. We got a little Mustang with LTI, start pack, all that good stuff. And then we'll be saving the stuff for the end of the year and stuff. Where is the Idris giveaway? Well, I would love to do an Idris giveaway, Gillian. But first of all, we would have to raise the money for an Idris giveaway. I have them on buyback that I can get an Idris. The second thing is I would then have to contact CIG after buying the Idris with the money to say, yo, I'm doing a giveaway for an Idris. I can't gift it to anyone because it's over $1,000. Can you send it to this person's account? They would have to agree to that, and then we can do an Idris giveaway. So, sure, possible. Again, we would have to raise up the money first, because I am not rich enough to go, yo, guys, $1,600 or how much it is nowadays, right? Make sure you send me that DM, please, Metal. You're not a gold egg? I'm not, no. I'm not a gold egg. LTI on a Mustang? I've never seen an LTI Mustang. Yeah, you can only get it from creators now. Boom, boom, bada boom. Go on, Metal! You can do it! All you have to do is DM me. We surprisingly kept the K upgrade on the add-on selection after Invictus. Well, they did say that in the panel yesterday or something, that the moment Squadron 42 is out, they're going to have it where the Idris MKP is available for people, so kind of cool that it's still been in the cards, right? Will CIG tell us the release date on Squadron 42? No idea, dude. No idea. No idea if they will or not. I would imagine not right now. Sorry, tech issue? No problem, dude. No problem. I just want to get it sent to you before there's any issues. I think the best solo ship in game will be the Bengal. Maybe. Maybe it is. Who knows? Oh my god, they're back. Right, let me quickly do this.
For everyone else, I hope you had a good lunch and welcome back.
Send this to Melscan.
CitizenCon show floor here to do our last little bit of the community booths. It has been a phenomenal 2 days, and we cannot thank enough everyone who has been here to give us the love and support as you guys have been watching the show. Whether you guys have been here on the community booth floor, whether you guys have been in the theater, it's been.
All right, that's been sent to you, Melscan.
And that's what we love.
Enjoy. Congratulations again on that.
That makes everybody smile. Soul Citizen. Now, this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know, gamers, maybe not the most polite people sometimes. So we want to have an org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement. And
I'm not going to mince my words.
Soul Citizen. These guys
are
upset
you,
we got my man Griff here.
Nothing I can do about that.
How is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your experience having Soul Citizen be this huge org that is a safe space for gamers of all colors, genders?
Did you just say gamers are not the most polite people?
What's been your guys' experience being that safe space for them?
Well, first off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org.
Really?
What we are is a group of gamers who back and support the game.
That's sick, dude.
But particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ, straight, age. I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our group, male, female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. It's, you guys are going for like the elder statesman, so that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
This is so American.
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we
signed as well. Nice.
For all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one,
that's a pretty dope poster. Like
posters specifically from Star Jump Station, because we love them. They're a great group and they've contributed so much.
Nice,
to the
nice.
community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out.
Nah. Ooh, look at that. Holy shit.
Race, creed, nationality, you guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much.
What about Scottish?
Move on now to Quantum.
Will they take us Scots?
Gameplay loop.
I doubt it.
Oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay.
Thanks, Danny. Thanks.
You guys
appreciate that.
Interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or ABES for short.
And say that
Jesus,
one more time,
Diffs.
just so everyone's clear. What is the name
Diffs
of that
is
bot?
literally fucking tapping me
Alliance
into the
Initiative
matrix of
Beacon
Intel
System.
right now. Holy crap.
Apes bot. I love that. Where you can go ape for the ape spot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
Nice. Nice. That's a lot.
So every time we get any
I'll
type
wait
of
till there's like an
information, we
official
always
post though,
try to
but thanks,
think
Diffs.
about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue.
They all got abs. Who's got all abs?
In space
What have I missed?
is the coolest thing
These
I think I can
guys?
think of.
These guys have
Thank you
got
guys,
abs?
Quantum, you guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with
Possible.
Now, when I say these,
I'm
guys
not
have
gonna say
amazing
yes or
segments
no.
That has wowed everyone at CIG.
Hidden
I
abs?
mean it.
Well, I mean,
Let's take a
technically
look
everyone
at
has
this
abs, right?
Amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that.
Are
Sure,
you
we get a
getting
great
sneak
shot of
peeks?
how detailed
I'm
that Bengal
getting
carrier is.
penis
It is
penis
sleek,
shots,
it
guys.
is
That's what
sexy.
Divs is sending me penis
I
pics.
just want it for myself. So, man, that is just so cool.
They were
So
premium
let's get our
dad
superior
bods.
guys. What's up,
Some
guys?
people have
So,
six packs.
you
Some
know,
people
let's
have
say
kegs, right?
a young,
It's
charismatic
whatever they want to
host
do in
named
life. They want to lose the weight, they lose the weight. You want to be fat as fuck, you be fat as fuck. It's your choice.
Well,
If you got a
we're
medical
gonna be
condition,
staying right in here.
sucks,
It's gonna be
right?
Down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check.
Some
it out,
people like this guy have curly hair, and
there.
people like myself have no hair.
Yes.
Life
suck
is...
it, Austin. LA wins.
Dude, if he
finally.
had said suck it TDL, I would have maybe raged a little bit there.
How have you guys been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very well is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been fantastic, man, having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present, so it's been a fantastic showing from organization. It's been a labor of love.
No hair is sexy? I know. I wake up every day, I look at myself in the mirror and I go, I'm good.
It's been fantastic, so thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days.
Getting overweight in this day and age.
For those of you
Cost. Those guys are flashing coin. Exactly. Henken! How you liking the show?
You guys at Imperium. I know that.
Yeah, I've heard about that, Henken. Yeah, it's looking good, dude. We're gonna share on more people in atmosphere in the future.
Thank you guys again
Looking
so
forward
much for
to it.
checking out the community booths. We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Fuck off, Bree. What? Who the fuck even is that, Bree?
There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the
Jesus.
Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and, come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here?
What do you mean, where?
I am, of course, an expert.
We saw it on the
Star
floor
Citizen
from
player.
Yogi and
Come on
stuff
over
like
here.
that.
You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door?
Are you still wearing the bear outfit, Henken? We saw that. We saw you live.
What station is this, Adam?
Yeah, Henken, what the fuck were you doing? Were you just running around in your green bear
So this is
suit?
where the demo starts, and what do we
They
do
showed
when
it
we're
before
here?
lunch. Where were you? What were you doing? Henken, what were you doing that you didn't see the greatest panel ever?
You want to follow the exit signs, so left.
You just
those are your
you can't
elevators.
you just can't do anything with this bear, guys.
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
You play Mario?
No guarantees on that.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm gonna say no guarantees that the elevators on Pyro won't kill you.
All right,
Henken is too
take the
busy
elevator, what do we do
spreading
next?
love.
You're gonna go
What
to
are
the
you up
entrance.
to, Henken? You spreading all the love?
Push the button. Look at this guy.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
There you go. So, no, show the screen. Show them Pyro. Let them see Pyro. People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to make a left?
This way?
No, you went too far. You gotta follow the exit signs.
I don't see anything.
Yeah.
All this environmental storytelling.
This is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
And another elevator. All right. So what does this say here? Do you know?
I can't read. I know that's rough and ready for the top part.
All right, yeah. So Rough and Ready are the gang that runs the checkmate station. All right. Well, everybody, I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge. So take it away, everybody, and I don't know, watch it. It's good.
Dun dun dun.
Hi, everyone. My name is Colin Chuckett. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to our location.
All right, take care, Henken. Enjoy your food, sir.
Level overview.
Thank you for popping in.
Of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes,
More
of our
boost time.
workflow,
Exactly.
and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, and we test this out with a lot of iteration and, yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation.
I'm hungry. It works. Ship in.
So it's important to communicate context. And here in this draw over, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns and blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we established, so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary,
fucking
secondary,
sneaky.
and tertiary pathing.
Sneaky's just hanging off the edge, like.
Pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and
loot.
It's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed.
You know that the maggots that you're talking about, Mojo, they have actually at the event, and it's 2 sausages wrapped in bacon, and then they've got like little bits on it and stuff, and you can buy them. It does look pretty good.
Have a bit more,
but it's like totally designed to look like these little sausage maggot things.
Orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location, and leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes, and these are options that are offered to you as you traverse
it is
the area.
pigs in blankets, Attila, but it's meant to look like the little weevil bugs, right? So it's 2 sausages wrapped in bacon, and they've got the bacon like edged where it looks like it. You survived the adventure? What adventure? Are you talking about yesterday? Of course. I never even got a hangover.
Combat setting,
and we're still drinking today.
Approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch.
Oh, I've not been, dude. I've not been. Yeah. We've literally had amber warnings, then we had a red warning, which was a month's worth of rain in 24 hours. So it's looking like November, dude, for going out on adventures, which sucks. So I literally have the bag ready to go. The moment it's safe enough for myself and Nova to go, we're going out. Hogs in shrouds.
And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye.
Well, you risk death next month, then. No stress. Exactly. Yeah. We'll wait until we're not drowning. I'd rather freeze or get eaten by like a boar or something like that. I'm not really into that fucking drowning kind of stuff.
Important to ground the player to their environment,
if that's the way I'm going, right?
Them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms, to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk
polar bear attack, yes, because in Scotland there's a lot of polar bears and bears and anything that would actually eat us, right? Maybe I'll be unlucky. Alligators, of course, there's alligators in Scotland. We do sometimes get great whites, but it's mainly basking sharks, right?
And also alter life support systems.
The chipmunks, yeah.
And also this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems, in turn, will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals.
Exactly, Bub. That's why, like, we get hyped up at the stuff that we know is going to be coming, but it's going to be taking years to get done, right? But with these sort of presentations here, I can't really get excited about artwork and stuff like that. I need to actually see a demo before I can sort of care, right?
And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in.
You leprechauns can still get you? Oh, the leprechauns can still get you, yeah. Same with the haggises. I had to fight a polar bears on my way to school, nightmare.
We talked about reputation gates as well, especially in the later representations.
Oh my god, plebs! Look at the plebs on the rafters, chat!
In the rundown station, we have
the space dads.
So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better
and DD, dead dads,
owner of this
on the gang floor,
which then
whilst holding a cigarette. That's interesting.
Unique mission givers that you can
toxic word, ban him. Plebs is a bad word.
After the faction or the owner of this location.
I can't even remember what plebs actually means. I know it means like bad gamer or something.
Collectibles,
designated drivers, designated dads, yeah.
In the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have
peon peasant
with the factions or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah,
raids?
That's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie.
Raids? Ooh.
Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
All right, all right, all right. That piqued my interest.
So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at SitCon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today. So, okay. In order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost,
that's a lot more than I was expecting, chat.
Of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. And I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox
They see it at
as you can see, it's not about building
CitizenCon just now, Mo. This is the pyro stuff.
Quite straightforward.
Plus, you can see
it's about giving our
behind my camera here, this one. That's at Brio just now.
That all feel somewhat different.
This one here.
Share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes.
Just wait till the 31st of October.
Harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay.
Wide and deep, a few of my favorite words. All right.
All of those design flaws.
I can't really see. I've ever gone, yes, that's very wide and
but
deep.
We also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that, but that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual
You would, Brie.
size.
I'm not saying those words. Fruit salad, exactly. That looks dope. That looks really good. That actually looks like a proper fucking settlement. Holy shit.
Community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual.
I actually might enjoy walking around with that stuff.
Personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Ooh. Now that is interesting. Ew, that's a bit dull. That's nice. That looks dope. That's the one at the ocean, right? Ew, a farm. I like that. That's nice. Nice and bright. It's a little bit too bright, actually. Ooh, a pyre. Look at that buccaneer shooting the other buccaneer. Wow. Barbed wire. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the farm stuff. But that is a big outpost. Look at that cutter ready for being shot at.
Thank you.
Well, that's the thing. They want you to sort of piss off into pyro for a while whilst they redo them, Brie.
In two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic.
Same, Brie. I can't wait to shoot everyone with no crime stat, no repercussion, no jail time, just constantly shooting. Murder hobo. And there's not a goddamn thing these absolute space dads can do about it. They'll just have to dominate me in the field.
Offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay, and farms can offer crops.
You're a dangerous space dad, boss? I believe it.
So
what's your background?
With archetypes as our primary category,
nunchucks,
we mix in a secondary category,
or frying pans.
Overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes.
You have to look at the by the size of pyro anyway.
Not just visually, Which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on.
Seeing players at Pyro would be, until they put like a full server mission in, it's going to be very difficult, I think.
Drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the game.
Yes, certain set of skills, yeah.
And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme. Cool. Thank you. So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the Outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
Ooh. No, that. I like the other one. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, sneaking in. Oh my god, it was Virgil. Virgil's the only one that wears those arm pads I've ever seen in the game. Nobody else wear those. If you ever see somebody with those giant fucking things, it has to be Virgil from Shadow Moses. He has a thing about giant fucking shoulder pads. Holy shit. Dun, 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 dun. Woo! Holy fuck, that's pretty dope. Look at that. Oh shit, did the grenade go off? Nice, nice, nice. These environments do look stunning, yeah. I think I've been bitten by a fucking insect, yeah.
These once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces
I need another hit of copium. I'm kind of mellow just now, Mo. That atmosphere stuff was juicy. We're definitely going to be looking that over once this show's finished.
You'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to.
But I'm kind of hoping we're going to maybe see like a little roll on
at the independent themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts.
Also, I got watch. It's like coming up for 11 hours.
2 days in the Pyro demo.
How long do we have left? This is Living on an Edge. Midnight, 45 minutes. Ooh.
I hope it should be obvious.
Okay, I should be okay.
We still have some final optimization.
I might have to miss out the ending part of the video.
Expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond. And our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well.
It's just, it's not getting bad. It's cool stuff. It's just, this is the kind of stuff that I don't like paying attention to, Mojo, because I would rather just play it, right?
We want to encourage...
It looks awesome. It looks like proper fucking complex sites. Maybe raids, who knows. But I would rather be the person that plays it than look at that. Yo, coffee time. Thank you for that, dude. When we can make outposts, yeah, I think I'd be more excited about something like that, you know?
Finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all.
Awesome.
I'll pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Oh my god. Suited and booted.
Yoo-hoo! We are French Canadian on the... Here? Cool. All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work.
Oh, derelict's nice.
I'm proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's cut to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
This should be the new stuff for Microtech, right? Today has been really good, yeah. It's calming down nicely, so I think it's going to be a good end. I was a little bit worried at the beginning of the show, but now it's good, right? That's pretty sick, actually. That's giving, like, Rust vibes there. It is a pretty cool rig, yeah. It looks like you can actually land as well. It does look like it's got landing pads. Like down here to the right, looks big enough. There. That looks like a landing pad area. Oh. It just ends. Well, the new atmosphere of fights, I wonder if there'll be Atmo limited fighter craft. Well, the thing is, if they start going that way, Bully, then they can easily do it, right?
Shops, food, loots, and drinks. And Hostile 1, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
No, that would have been like... This is Microtech. Stuff like that. And I think the other one with the rig could have been Hurston. I don't know the locations, but this is Microtech. Yeah, this is Microtech, 100%. That's kind of cool. Like a self-surface bar kind of thing. Jinx. Dolan. Sounds like more like aftershave, to be fair. Why can't there be peace? There's no peace. Not until every space dad is wiped out. No peace. Peace was definitely never an option, chat. Never an option. Alright, that... Oh! Oh! C788's useful again? That might have been cool.
I like the end. The end's awesome.
Yeah, I like the end as well.
Alright, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets. Links
Gonna make everyone in that hall wish they never released Pyro. Long as the lumberjack doesn't arrive. He's the most deadliest one. The most deadliest space dad. Low flying. In the fucking Vanguard.
Thank you very much. I will let now Adam show you more good stuff.
Was that a bomber variant of the Warden? No, that was just the Size 4 C788. C788. It's basically a ballistic round that does high explosives.
All right. So, welcome to Rust Up Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1.
Nice.
We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xeno Threat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
Quite dense, right? That's really fucking movie cinematic. Like, holy shit. Like that, it's like VHS. Really cool. Aliens free? Ah, that's a good, actually, that's a good point, yeah. A space version of Aliens free, like prison, right? It's just so fucked. Like, they got mattresses on the walls, guys. Definitely gonna be living there off the crack, and that's for sure. Love it, yeah. Puppeteer, yeah.
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
PvP on stations will be funny to watch. Yeah, so many people are gonna fucking cry about this, dude. It's so good. Again, Pyro is not for your average player to go to. Stanton is where you go to stay as safe as possible. Most likely Bosand, yeah, in certain areas. And it will be where... So in Pyro, it's not like if you're blue or red. Crime stat, basically. It'll be if I'm sided with Clan A, Gang A, and you're with Gang B, I would be able to shoot you, basically. Right? So a bit like faction wars or something like that, right? Sneaking around, doing shit. It's gonna be sick, man. Saints Row? Yeah, something like that, right? Pick a side. We're gonna do a dance-off in the street. Ooh. Well, the thing is, do you remember, like, or if you saw at the beginning of today, they were showing off that they're planning to do like grade armors from like white, green, blue, rare, purple to legendary orange. And the legendary stuff was more difficult to get. It might be where you have to get reputation grind in, and then when you see somebody in that armor, you're like, shit, they're a high level gang boss level or whatever, and it might be good to take them down. Who knows, right?
However, you got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point.
Here we go.
If you neutral reputation, so you might be waved through. Maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you're gonna have to find an alternate pathing, or you're gonna have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation,
we don't know, bump, right? It might be like, see, with these choices, right? Good allows you to get the armor,
you're gonna have a tough time,
but you've got to work for it. Neutral, you're not getting the armor. Red could be, you're definitely not getting the armor, but you could kill me and steal the armor, and then you have it, right? There's so many possibilities if you open up this way.
Up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define.
And it's the same thing as like if you were with a different gang, I could kill you to get the armor instead of grinding reputation.
Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to enter this, access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loot completely. Useful for when
always for the loot
would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These server spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
Ooh. Yummy. Oh, I can't wait to fucking... Oh my god, chat. Oh god. Yummy. Some Bear Grylls shit there. Yeah. I think I'll make sure I come with a backpack full of food from Stanton, guys. What about you? I might be a food salesman from Stanton.
The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready.
Yeah. Alright, guys, we're filling up an Idris full of food and taking it to Pyro. Because I ain't eating slugs and shit like that.
Premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to have...
What a luxury food item, I know, yeah.
Give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
Man, that is some aliens level of shit. Xenomorphs, predator kind of environment we should be getting, right? Ooh. Man, we need a fucking beep. Oh, wait, I've got it. We need We need a mixed scanny. A mixed scanny will help us, chat. That's how we find all the space stats, using a mixed scanny. Boop. 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 They're all over us, chat. All over us. If they add creepy aliens, it's gonna be dope.
We have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro Rest Stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities.
Wow, chat, that is freaking monstrous.
Hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer.
This is cool, man.
On the demo the past couple of days.
We're gonna have to pick a side. Pick a side. The ghost of Terry Wogan. That would be scary.
Hey, everybody.
Jared.
We are almost to the end of CitizenCon 2953. Can you believe it?
I can.
2 days?
Yeah, of course, Greg. Of course. Of course.
Star cloth?
Greasy Khaleesi?
Star hair? Star citizen? All right, we still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements.
Star poop, star sweat.
This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
Oh dear.
You know, that joke is so old, we would never ever pay him. All right. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man.
Woo! I'm gonna get a big guy there if they've had to cancel their event.
You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Who are the competitors? What are you doing?
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew, we have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say,
where's
thank you to the
Detox
community.
hiding?
Keep supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast.
That was funny, Greg.
And he rose up.
She was badass.
So I would like
Badass and went against the fucking the cane and got disintegrated. Yeah.
Get on up here, man. Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things.
No, Lando's in the UK now. He moved to Manchester, like, I think a couple of years ago.
We'll let Chris Roberts come.
So I think that's Lando's replacement for that area,
Thank
right?
you so much for being here at CitizenCon.
Because you've got Xylo in Austin.
Leah, if I may, thank
Then
you
you've
for
got
making this event
Ulf
possible.
in Germany with Christian.
And you're gonna love what you're
Then
about
you've
to see,
got,
everybody.
I think it's Freya is in the UK as well.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it,
Hello there.
Everything that you're going to see is currently in gray box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships. So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. Depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area. And missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities.
AKA the bad guys.
Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing,
Mm.
searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. And missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But that's enough of me talking about
Let's see it.
How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
Nice. Woo! That's a big ass building. Lots of landing pads, eh? This almost feels like an airport kind of thing. This is crazy. Roads, chat. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Thank you.
Nice.
So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, and I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier.
Crazy.
In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So Also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could
So this is work by, so Montreal do an insane amount of stuff now in the game. They do the planets. They've got a whole team that's working on making planets for us now. This stuff is shared between offices, right? So the lead guy works in Manchester, stuff like that, right?
So just keep that in mind. But let's take
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Montreal have, like, massively... Yeah, I would actually say have, like, carried a lot of CIG in the past, like, year and a bit now. It used to be an external team, but CIG took it underneath. So they're partnered with Cloud Imperium now. Instead of being hired by Cloud Imperium, they're owned by Cloud Imperium. Bought and all that jazz. Which I think is really cool. But obviously they might be doing other games as well, we don't know. But it kind of feels like they're just highly focused on Star Citizen now and Squadron 42. Oops. Yes, inspecting the bomb division.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue.
He missed, I know. Imagine missing
guys.
that whole entire outpost.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
So this is still in the old system. So old AI, all that jazz, chat. Fucking buggy, and you've got to walk it, not drive it. That's funny. You gotta push the cart. Push the cart. That's funny. Get the weevil eggs. Get the weevil eggs, puppeteer. We have to get the weevils. That shit would have been totally blown up by now. This is part of the raid system. So instead of you going in and getting faction, you go in and you take, right? That's what the raid system is. Be aggressive, be stealthy, overcome, right?
As you saw
Really
in the
cool.
video, the team took a more aggressive approach to
They stealing food for pyro? Yeah. They're stealing weevil
this
eggs.
isn't the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Holy fuck at this storage room, like. Very cool. Very, very fucking cool. This is pretty dope. I actually like this. It'd be cooler if you had a jetpack, right? But baby steps. That's cool. I like that. Simple gameplay.
So, yes, thank you.
Get the sausage rolls. I'm going to be eating sausage rolls soon, dude. I'm hungry.
Several people at CIG, so thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack.
We are going to be getting that, Bosand. They're changing out components where you'll be able to get civilian, which will degrade a lot faster and stuff like that.
Their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Nice.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of art and design.
Steven Seagal off-brand.
I'm an assistant environmental
dude.
So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost
That's so
every
fucking
aspect
cool,
of the
man.
game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through
Man,
some
if
of
he
them
had
now.
done some kung fu fucking shit, I would have burst into laughter.
Let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing
life as a hauler.
Some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with.
Don't insult this guy
As
with
you
a
do more
cigar.
hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special.
I think there's going to be my chill crew.
Different attributes.
I think it'll be like that for a lot of people.
Or quantum-sensitive cargo, but those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example.
Ooh, I can't wait for that.
Has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly? Otherwise,
hey, Raj, good morning to you, dude. How's things?
Security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment? Ooh. Is it radioactive? You might need the right.
I missed a lot of stuff. It'll be probably better to watch it when they bring out the YouTube videos in the next coming days.
Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship.
Ooh.
And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might.
They showed off quite a bit of pyro today, yeah.
Accidentally blowing up your
but nothing like
so look
you need to rush out and see, dude. Just wait until the YouTube videos are out. That's the best way to see
we'll
it.
Be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific
exclusive,
items.
Yeah.
And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them. Next, let's have a look at freight elevators.
But you could steal them, right? New ship running? What do you mean, dude?
I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Damn. Get loading that ship, chap. Get loading. I know, dude. There's gonna be so many people crying very shortly. It's gonna be great. With all the new stuff that's coming for like 4.0 Star Citizen, all this stuff that you're seeing there, it's gonna be glorious watching the little babies cry. Boo-hoo! We'll all be having a blast, playing the game, dealing with it. They'll be on a spectrum, rolling their face over a newspaper. It's fine. Yeah, but you're not meant to be doing Hercules solo in the future, Bosan, right? That's what you gotta remember. Plus, you've got this little fucker to use. Which I think is really fucking goofy, to be fair.
No.
Ooh, shit! Fuck yeah! Fuck yes! Dan dan, hauling tanks! Guns! Get the guns! Dan dan! Organization fucking roams. Oh shit! Gun cases? Medical boxes? Oh my god. Fucking sick, boys. That's an invasion load, I know.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as you can see, hangars, they will become.
You had a baby, yeah? As much as you have come today?
Whatever you leave there.
No, I'm still got my pants on, Smokey.
To use as you see fit. Your hangar.
I don't know what you do to, you know, some of us have actual penis control, right?
Inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal.
For now, very true. For now. Humans are an invasive species. I know.
This means that the freight elevators.
The pants may come off. Exactly. They may come off.
Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want.
That's cool. Really dope.
This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system.
The long-awaited return of baby legs? We got baby legs all the time. We just never drive around in a Nox to show off the baby legs.
Travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse.
Thank goodness, because I hate loading up vehicles. This is really dope. This means we might see somebody was asking when are we going to see persistent or personal hangars. Maybe end of year at this rate. Who knows?
And outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around.
Smokey, I don't know, dude. I've been here over 11 years.
So in short,
I've given up caring. I'll just keep playing the game. I enjoy it. If I don't enjoy it, I'll play another game. When I get this stuff, I'll play with it. I'll abuse the amount of crap that they give me to just go absolutely nuts. It is what it is, right?
And I will pass you over to Todd Pappy.
Todd Pappy.
Sit, Con. Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago.
Oh my God, chap.
It's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together.
Star Citizen 2.
So why don't
you hear it
play
first,
video?
right? Star Citizen 2. In the beginning.
Daddy, do you remember when we used to go out on a spaceship ride?
Is it going to be children? God, I hope it's not children. Do you remember the first time you were a space dad? Out in Stanton 4? Technically Microtech? Oh shit! Building outposts! Damn, son! Wow. Holy shit. Houses to bomb, exactly. Look at all these prime real estate targets. Mining? Somebody's been watching Starfield. Crazy, man. I'd imagine you get defenses, right? I like how it's very nested into the place, right? I like that. I like how it's very hidden away. Hangar? Is this gonna be a hangar pad? Oh, medical? Oh, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to be pinging, right? Coming to a planet near you, 2050. Are we gonna get a hangar? To save our ships then, chat? No. No. No hangars. Only build your home.
All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually gonna build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So
but my home is my cutter.
The recipes.
That's fine.
Everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs.
Maybe you can't craft
blueprint, you can actually do
at
research
stations.
on it
Maybe you
and
have to
create
build
different
something.
variations.
Laws Drug
With
Lab
materials
off the grid.
ranging from the
Hey,
common
glad you
to
didn't.
ultra-rare.
No
You
idea.
might find them at the local shop.
I don't
or
really have
to
any
travel
interest
around
in
the
this, to be
universe
fair.
collect them. Unrefined, refined.
Is this way better than
simple
yesterday? Yeah,
materials,
definitely.
or
The
even
start was
complex
slow, but
components
nah.
will all go into the fabrication.
Workbench
With
level
this,
1.
Then you've got location, location, location.
See, here's where it goes.
First
Taxes
area
and fees,
is
right?
High security, so you must purchase
Just more
the
things
land.
for me to loot, yeah,
The base is actually
exactly.
invulnerable
My
because
plan
the
is to
planetary
live off the
geotech-
back of a Kraken. The
security
moment that
will
you
show
can
up to
warp away
protect
from your
it as
ship and
well.
warp back to
You
it,
pay for the privilege. You're taxed.
that's
So
where I'll just live
at
off
this
the back
point,
of a ship.
you won't
I
have
don't
the
really
best
want to
resources
have
available. You won't
loads
have
of
access to the
ships,
best
loads of
resources
assets.
available
I
on the
just want to
planet.
keep roaming,
If you don't
basically.
pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse.
Nice. That's actually cool.
But this is low risk, low reward.
All right.
Then you've got low security.
Nice.
So again, you must purchase the land.
Mhm.
It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable.
Oh man, Pyro's gonna
AI
be
NPCs
risk
will show up and
versus
protect the
reward
base if
chat.
it's attacked. The
This is
protection
gonna
will
be so
escalate,
sick.
over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward.
We're gonna find NA and fucking Australian outposts, and we're gonna kill
So this is
them
no
when they're
protection
asleep,
other than
chat.
what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and
Nice.
destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high
Nice.
return on the resources that you
Nice,
collect.
nice.
Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large.
Cover them and leave them sleeping, exactly.
Or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
Galaxy's not coming out anytime
obviously
soon.
With the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded
But that
features
ship won't
that
be
we're
out for
adding to
2
it
years, guys.
and
Because did you
later
see
on.
with the ship show, they never even said it's
and
out.
then it's also, we're exploring what
Like,
can be
they
done
showed us what we're
in
getting in the
space,
next 12
not
months.
just on the planet. So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim. And it also
Interesting.
shows you the cost and taxes associated with it.
So you can
If it's
start
in the
making it bigger,
taxable
right?
zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it.
Well, yeah, that'd be generous
So
versions.
if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly
So
where
bigger,
you
more
want.
money it'll cost, yeah.
You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it
Galaxy
will all
wasn't on the
come
list,
together.
Cooper. It was
You'll see the
the
resources that are needed for it.
Polaris
And then
did.
You can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you
So
link
Galaxy would
basically
be
power
in the next
generators to
12 months, at
consumers.
the end of the next
And then
12
the player
months.
can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication.
This is not even built
So
yet,
when you-
Mo.
when you
This is a
basically build these
counter.
buildings,
This is a
they
counter
don't come with any
to
furnishings. And if you didn't
what's it
bring any
called?
with you, then you
Starfield's
want to
base
build a
building.
fabricator.
This will
So
not be out
depending
for the
on,
next 2 years.
What you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decoration.
All that stuff that we saw
armor,
with that
weapons,
slice is very
components,
easy to do
and even
with
ships.
grayscaling. Like an artist can cook that up in 2 months. Easy.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used.
Yeah, that was not an
Once
engine.
you've done that and you built your
The slice.
decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it.
So yeah, next
furnishings
couple
can be
years,
purchased
it's
at
another
different
little
locations
dream,
where
right?
They can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person.
They got to give
or
you
dedicated
another
mode
carrot
in
to be like,
surveyor's
yo,
tool.
guys, this is what you're getting in 5 years'
With
time,
that,
right?
You've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors.
Which literally look
with
like
with
Starfield extractors.
We want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is
Just
pulling
like
out
farming
full
in the
containers.
sandworms, yeah.
Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1. So.
Starts development
me.
Q1, so end of
Thank you all.
end of
Thank you for
2024, sorry.
It's wonderful to see you.
So again, they haven't even started development on it. So all that video you saw is smoke and mirrors.
Hey everybody.
He's come back! 2025, yeah, I would say so. If it's starting development at the start of next year, yeah, good couple of years.
Enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it.
I like it with grey hair as well.
I've seen some online comments.
He's been off doing a game of golf. Yeah, easy.
But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention.
Are you ready, guys? I might be pulling my pants down right now. You won't be able to see.
To get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42.
That means Squadron 42 is way out then.
So we're planning over the next, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4.
Squadron 42 is 2 years away then.
Everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen. So.
Yeah. Chat, all right? Hear me on this. I think they're going to abandon Squadron 42.
It's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show
that would be my bet. I think they'll just
iterate on these features in
leave it.
Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure
they're just going to get a game out and that's it.
So we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI.
I genuinely think they'll make Squadron 42 just your basic, typical campaign game and not this 10-chapter bullshit. I think they'll just make one game, Squadron 42, and not have Act 2, Part 3, whatever the fuck they were planning. I think they're just going to get it out and that's it. Tutorial for Star Citizen, yeah. And that will be in 2 years. And I guarantee you, the moment they put Squadron 42 out, beta for Star Citizen. If that's all.
On Squadron 42.
There we go. Which means end of next year for that.
I am not, you will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates.
Yes.
It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small.
All right, boys.
To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and
let's see, is this going to be next gen?
Let's roll that.
Watch as it crashes.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on
F7 Mark IIs.
Picking that up.
Yeah, got it. Scanning now.
Holy shit, that's looking really good, guys.
We're clear. Commercial
Oh, I can't wait to watch this in 4K.
Civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Man, that Mark II is looking hot, chat.
Archangel.
Now this is what we call pod racing.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo.
Yeah, Mark II Hornet is fucking just beautiful. Din 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 din. Oh my god. Damn. Dun-dun-dun. Bit of fucking bagpipes thrown in there, chat. Because we all know that Scottish are the best. They've actually got the Crucible, chat. Is this the Gillian Anderson part? Mother!
I know I just wrote you.
I just wrote you,
A couple
brother.
of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side
of the jump got twigged.
And then suddenly I'm gonna fucking
It
die.
might be that clan we've been battling with.
I hope you understand, mother, that I never mean anything fucking wrong to you.
Didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped.
Oh, yes, we're bald.
Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore.
Suddenly I've shat my pants.
I just wanted to let you know.
Mother! Mother! I'm chicken and mother!
Stay safe. Your loving son.
I'm having constantly sex changes and I can't help it, mother. It's this UE sex change model. Oh, God.
Oh, it's Gillian Anderson. I was fucking right.
Never gets old, does it?
It never gets old. Nice to see you again, sir.
Why
I
does...
used to do the same thing when
I used to do the same thing in my day, walking on the
Pushed up to
bridge.
flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches.
Time when I was a young whippersnapper. Diarrhea was my middle game.
F8's up close.
You ever seen the F8?
Yeah, I just bought one, gold standard.
That thing's a beast.
That thing's a beast. It's over. Doesn't even have an
Clusters and three
IFCS.
mains, it sure sounds like it.
Yeah,
Sir.
ma'am.
What's her colored tips? I don't know. Mummy?
I saw you apply to the flight academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up.
Dicks out
Took me
for
a couple
Ambry.
times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
That's when I had to bend the knee. Wait for the dragon. The greasy Khaleesi riding on the wind. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Oh my God, Earth? Manchester? No way. Dear me. Oh wait, is this gonna announce?
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
I love how the lip sync is completely out.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42.
Wow,
which
this
means
game is
extra
so
emphasis on
realistic.
ensuring things feel fun.
Woo!
This
Now
means
this is
focusing on
pod
the small and large
racing!
elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at how you control your character or vehicle, and
Oh
making
my
sure it's
God.
immersive as possible.
Imagine if you actually fucking aimed on
Extra
Pip,
attention
right?
to how your character reacts
Ah,
when
yeah,
you're
so
shit,
this is where I
so that
snap
you
him
feel
down.
it in
Oh my
action.
God, he just crashed.
Whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits,
That's just a Starfire defend.
AI has also seen huge improvements.
Nice.
With closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors.
Oh my God, a
And with our
Gladius
new
versus
precision
a Hurricane?
mode,
That-
the action has never been as close.
Alright. The AI looks shit, but I'm not one to judge.
With the aim now on polish, we've
Oh my
organised the
God,
project with
dinosaurs!
self-sufficient
We've
structure.
gone back in time on a
So we can
boat,
focus
chat.
on individual
We're on a
areas
boat.
to deliver the best experience.
We're driving a boat. Holy shit, boat meta and paragliding birds. Alright, old man, I'm on a boat.
This allows us to bring all
T-Pain!
disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing
Boats,
gameplay
chat!
by
We're
seamlessly
fucking getting
blending polished
boats!
visuals,
Oh no!
final
The
cinematic
Cutlass
performances,
totally didn't
and
see
our
my
ever-improving
boat!
technology.
It couldn't possibly see my boat technology! Dun dun! Dun dun dun! Keep going! Get on the boat! Dun dun dun! Oh, we're low flying! Dun dun dun! Missiles
We're
inbound!
also
Missiles
dialing
inbound!
engagement features such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere
Holy
and space,
shit!
which covers massive
We got 4 missiles on
control
us!
surfaces,
Even
and
though
a
it's like
gold standard
massively pinging and going crazy. Dun, 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 dun.
Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements.
Oh my god, that's a military
allowing us to
fucking
hone
Omni
and
tool.
craft
I totally
environmental
know
puzzles
this.
unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you.
Oh dude, it's gonna be a lot of fun to play this. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe once, maybe twice, 3 times a lady. Fill it. Fill that barrel. Ooh, fill that barrel. Dun, dun. Yeah, we learned this yesterday with a military multi-tool.
It's an essential piece of equipment for every pilot.
Yeah.
It integrates all attachments into a single handheld device.
Wow. Do you think they had to download the map, chat?
Including.
Do you think they had to download?
Using our updated rope tech.
Updated rope tech? That sounds kinky. That sounds really kinky.
Unidentified vessels. This is the UEE Navy. Calm down your ships and stand by for processing.
There you go. F off. The coil's eyes.
The coil's eyes, mate. Get the fuck out of
Our
here.
scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives,
Nice.
mission targets, and
Look at that
high-level
strafing
strategy,
cutlass.
while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Skank!
No, that's Mark Hamill, is old man. No!
FPS combat and stealth.
Technical.
Which has seen a suite
Oh
of
yeah.
improvements
There
from
we go,
improved
chat.
looting, weapon
Look
feel
at that.
balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion.
Let's go, let's go.
Alongside our new and improved
Parkour.
FPS radar and scanner that provide you an overview.
He shot into the fucking concrete wall. Oh my god, the wall's breaking.
We've also seen the
Evolution.
Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism alongside our improved AI that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
There's a cutlass up there. This is too much copium, I know. Don't believe it, chat. Don't believe it. Somebody needs to learn to aim. I know. Also, it looks like they've brought a new bearing AR out. Grenade! Where's the explosion? Why didn't the grenade go off, chat? That's not feature complete. Medi up, medi up. Oh, wow.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish and where we need to improve the gameplay.
That's actually a pretty cool fucking multi-tool. I want a fucking military multi-tool.
This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development.
Oh
for me
shit.
and the team,
I can't quite work out how to get through this complex
allowing
trap.
us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of.
Oh shit, he's got
one specific area that
wow.
I'm excited to dive in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
Patching you in, AI.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit.
This is pretty dope,
We've
actually.
made sure that any interaction in the environment is
Look at
physically
that,
represented
chat.
by
Woo.
character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase. Of
I'm happy they're going with puzzle stuff as well.
Optimization and stability on the
Wow, holy fuck, what the hell is that? It's a drill.
Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Web tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. Hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood.
Why is this part so out of sync?
Story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply.
Court would have been fun, yeah.
I figured I'd get
it would have been fun. This looks so dope, though, chat.
That's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams.
Nice.
Which means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Centurions! Huh! That armor is badass, like. That is sick looking gear.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you
I'm
hold
immersed.
dear, and
Same.
they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push your button.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
They're dead.
Let's get into position.
All right. Was a bit kinky. Dun, 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 dun. Bengal, attack!
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking
Thanks
every
for the follow,
opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team is focused
This
on
is fucking
finalizing
cool,
edit
man.
lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Oh dear, wow. Sweat force.
Not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is
He brought the onions. This is crazy, man. Look at the upgrades.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Hey,
This
trees.
is one that you don't have to do alone.
Romance. I don't think there'll be romance.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as
That's
possible.
pretty cool. That is really cool.
Okay. All right.
That thing just came through the shields. That was sick.
For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew.
That's sick.
Part of the UEE
That is
Navy
fucking
in
sick.
An enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Oh man, I can't wait to fucking do this shit. Like this is VR set up by the way as well, by the way. All that shit you're seeing there literally allows them to bring VR in and it works.
Take off approved Baron 2. You have the ball.
That's fucking cool. Punch it. Punch it, Gary.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck.
Oh my god, it actually has the afterburner launch? That's fucking sick.
Have a safe flight, Baron.
That is so dope. Woo! Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yes.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could
Whew,
be
got a
so
little bit
good.
of shivers there.
Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell.
Oh my god, let me put it under my bed.
Weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
Oh yeah, that's sexy. Hot rod. Blow his brains out. That's what I would do.
We're working to support a feel of
Oh shit.
authenticity through world traversals.
That's fucking dude, whoa.
jumping and climbing.
Holy shit, chat.
Interactions with objects and the environment.
Oh, nice, a little shooting range.
Gameplay and enemy reactions. As well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
That's cool. I like the weapon malfunctions.
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind.
Fucking yeah! Oh! It went to the back of the neck as well.
As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working
Little bit of
closely
buggy
with
there,
our
like
teams, and it's been exciting to see their
aliens
environments come to life alongside us.
Dun, dun, dun.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed down. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We've shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover.
That's dope, like, what a fucking
One of the
scene.
main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we've got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern
Holy
twist.
shit!
We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality.
What
and tells
the
of a
utter
history long
fuck?
before you arrived. Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing
Epic
our
treadmill,
VDD
yeah,
tech
no.
to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us.
Holy
Our
shit!
environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Installing Star Citizen? You may be disappointed.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime.
All this
from our
stuff won't be
refined
out
flight
till
and
like
FPS
summer
missions,
next year, Smokey.
or even missions of the more eerie kind.
Ooh, that's cool.
We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic
That's a
style
fucking...
with
No,
each
it's not.
station as you
I was gonna say
progress
that's a
through the
Pioneer,
game.
but it's not.
As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Holy shit.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
No.
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a
Polishing
lot more
phase.
things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe.
Nice.
The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to
I'm
life.
so excited, I'm
I
gonna
would like to
pee
thank everyone in
myself.
the community for your patience and your
6
support.
months?
Paraphrase Admiral Bishop,
I'm
when
saying
people
Citizen
ask,
Con next
"What did
year,
you do in the
Smokey.
run in Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and
Citizen
say,
Con next year.
I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Very cool. Dun 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 Vandul! Dun 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 Vandul! Fucking hell, like, boys. I think it's time to get fucking serious, right? Holy shit. I held the line. I held the P. I like how Bree goes Starfield 2 looks pretty good. Fucking pretty sick, chat. Pretty sick.
You're making me very emotional now.
Go on, Glenn.
Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the. I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support. Just like we couldn't be.
We're almost there. Hopefully, end of next year, I think.
I am on my side incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building.
No, we don't need a number, dude,
a
or a
universe
date.
of dreams and stories of dreams.
We've been doing this for 11 years. What's another year, right?
Wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative.
If it launches and sucks, I find that very hard to believe.
And everyone that
Right.
supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much. And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitkin headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers.
I'm just
that have been
expecting
helping
SC
to
with
do
no
this.
lag, and I'm sure they'd enjoy that. That would be amazing, yeah.
Companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what
I would
they do.
definitely say
and they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands.
FPS chick was really passionate.
So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
Pretty sick. Dun 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 dun. That's sick, guys. Absolutely sick. Woo. 2 days of suffering, I can finally sleep. Dun, dun. We got IEE. We have IEE for that, guys. Yeah, definitely day 2 made up for day 1. 100%. Oh my god, did they just cut it? Jeez. Alright, we're off, chat. They turned it off. Oh, man. That is some crazy ass shit, right? This is all I could think of. when Chris didn't do a high five to the guy, right? And the guy comes on stage and he's like, Chris, I want to give you a high five. And Chris goes, that's been in my head for the last like 40 minutes, by the way, chat. I've been waiting for this to end so I could actually do the meme of what's going on. Shirtless CR having a high five. Yeah, guys, Squadron 42. Fucking amazing. Like, thanks for covering this. No problem. Like, I'm not gonna just dump off right now because we're actually over the 12 hours anyway, so we'll see how it goes. Plus, I actually want to see the VOD back on that flight stuff. We'll definitely be going over it in the coming week when it comes out in like 4K and stuff, you know? Looking forward to it though, man. This is gonna be sick, like. Let me find the video. Thank you, Sideways. Appreciate it. Yeah, today was a lot more, like, less crazy. Less crazy, chat. Woo! Alright, let's find it. Yo, dude, thanks for the follow. Oh, you're very welcome, guys. You're very, very welcome. It's been a long couple of days. Like, that's 24 hours worth of stream in the past 2 days. It's long ass fucking work, but it's very rewarding, like. Very rewarding, guys. Especially when you see the end stuff like that, right? Woo! Yo, Husker, thank you very much for paying it forward from Miss Cell with 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that, boys. Thank you. Greatest hitcon ever? I think next year. Next year is going to be that one to watch, right? That's my bet just now, chat. Right, let me mute this here. There he goes, right? Listen to the yogi. Woo! Oh my god, chat. I can't wait for this shit, man.
To-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically
All right, let's keep going on in chat.
That's not the case. Almost all
We're gonna
weapons
try
have
and
different
digest
properties.
this as much as possible whilst I'm awake.
Projectile velocities, different DPS numbers, but they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were.
Yo, dude, thank you very much. Thank
They
you.
were extremely easy
Thank
to
you,
use
thank you on
to make them
YouTube.
meta
Appreciate
weapons.
that.
So we're gonna bring the cinch
Brand
cannon
new
back,
member.
but we
Or
make
it's a
sure
remember,
that
I
the
don't
amount
know.
of work you put into
It's
these
hard to
cannons
tell
in
with
order
that
to deploy
system.
them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're gonna do.
Thank you again for the
to
5
make sure
gifted subs.
that
If you did get a
we,
gifted
like,
sub
weapons have a lot of
from
pros and
Husker,
cons,
please say thank you.
and avoid meta.
Means a lot,
Specifically for
guys.
build, Brent is equipped with a
Wonder if the
nose,
Zeus will fly well in
I think
atmosphere?
closer to a
Yeah,
laser
dude, that
repeater
will fly
than
really
fired
well.
ones. Yeah.
However, it won't
And
turn
the
very
other
well.
weapon
It'll
he has
fly
is
well in a straight line, but
he
it
has,
won't turn.
2 weapons on the wings, which are
Buccaneer's going to
ballistics,
struggle in
so
atmosphere and stuff.
Gets cannons, size 3.
It's 4 a.m., so I'm heading out. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much for being here, Bossland. Take care. We are on tomorrow, guys, but to be fair, we'll see if it's going to be on early or not and stuff. I love the repositioning of the ship and Pip. Yeah, there's a lot of cool features with this. There's a lot of things that hopefully we'll see, but I love how if you look at stuff like this with the emissions here, I'm interested to see what these extra zeros will be and stuff. It definitely feels like there's a lot to be had, right?
With one push, they're actually firing 2. So
there are digital. There's if you go to the CitizenCon part of the website, Smokey, there's a $35 pack that comes with an undersuit, armor thing, a unique shotgun, a skin for your dragonfly, access to playing Pyro on October the 31st, stuff like that. Yeah.
we're also gonna have burst weapons and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges because
the new shotgun is really good. Yeah.
But the problem is that, well,
a chance to access Pyro not guaranteed. Wow. True. Very true. In the ammo that we're seeing in game, that shotgun, no, that is cannon. Cannon. So I'm not sure. The 746 is, I think, cannons. I can't remember what they actually had on the loadout, right?
How do I put this?
But I'll see the rounds and I can tell you.
Weapons, usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the Pew, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means...
Yeah, that's cannon ammo, yeah. Because again, if you notice that only took like 3 or 4 shots with cannons to kill somebody.
This is not a good.
Yeah, they are cannons. Yeah. They're using cannons on this.
We tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is how do you communicate that to the player?
Tarantulas. So yeah, seeing the radar here, I agree with Tamburino. This radar is not good.
Different things with that in the future.
It's really not good, chat. It's only good on the target you're chasing. See, look how... Imagine you're in your HUD, right? Look how small this indicator on the ship is, which is... possibly here? Wait, if that's level there, it's here, right? Give or take, it's like here, there, something like that, right?
When the graph comes on?
It's very...
Okay, so... Show of hands or show? Which of you
So
has
why wasn't you flown out to this law? Why would I be flown out to it, Smokey?
Ares. Okay. As an Ares
like
pilot,
when it comes to content creators, if they're not going to ship out Salty Mike, what fucking hope have I ever got going out, right?
You might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you...
You fire?
This is... What the... Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there
I
anymore.
fucking love that. I love how it's like, it's not even the stuff, right?
I think offset or something like
Hope you fire, yeah.
by the aiming system.
This was some really cool
Brent,
stuff,
let's go
right?
back to the demo.
So if you see here, the new aiming, right? Where when you get closer onto target, it's going to give you a much easier... A high chance. Remember, he says a high chance, not a guaranteed chance, which is really, really cool.
Hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back.
So having yourself positioned. So you know how a lot of the times where people will position behind a person or maybe to the side, that actually won't be as effective as getting on the tail. Because you'll have a much better chance of landing if they're going forward and you're behind them, right? If you're firing off in front or the bullet drop falls behind, you could be missing your shots completely.
The pips and the crosshair turn red. This does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it. But
yeah, he did. That was a good shot as well.
You might waste bullets.
And then he got clapped. You see the shields taking hit.
That, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam.
That's fucking sick. Now, this won't be like this for players, just an FYI. NPCs are always designed where CIG make them easier to kill. Especially for Squadron 42. Like, you don't want to be fucking shooting at somebody for a million rounds. In Squadron 42 and NPCs, you want to be like, bang, 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 and that's it, right? Gives you that cinematic vibe, good kill, you know, stuff like that. Against a player, it's going to take a lot longer.
Okay, so... that was this one. Okay, A thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system.
That's cool. Which means that they might not let you actually load size 2 to reduce weight. Now, we had this conversation in the break with Puppeteer and Tamburino from RAM, and the biggest thing I look at with Atmosphere is that if you're wanting to pull certain turns and all that jazz, you want to reduce as much weight as possible to go into certain aspects of turns. If they don't allow us to drop weapon size, I'm pretty sure that CIG won't be preparing the game around that kind of stuff then. So it won't be like a major worry. Because it might be a bit too technical for people.
And the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So, next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right?
And what happens here in the game is that for the calculations to happen, this is what throws the game off massively, and we complain this about a lot, is that the gun on the right means that it just auto turns, so you're always able to hit somebody. So even though you're flying around, you're not able to actually pull off dodge maneuvers because the pip system keeps tracking it anyway, regardless of what you do. So what PvPers do is basically use methods of flight that throw the aiming off, which, in my opinion, not to actually say they are cheating, but it's cheating the system. Instead of actually learning to outmaneuver people, right, they're making it where when somebody shoots on target, it's very difficult to land the shots and stuff like that.
Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss.
But now, obviously, this gets changed.
And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair.
Yeah.
Like that. And when you then hit,
this is really good for the future of the game.
The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way are we going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent?
This is so cool. Man, next year is going to be disgustingly good. I was actually planning on taking a holiday next year or going to like TwitchCon. I'm going to abandon all that garbage for this.
On that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
That's so cool.
Future will fight.
The fights just look way more cinematic. Anyway,
destroys your aiming processes.
This is the part we want to see,
so
chat.
The fight's now over.
Aerodynamics. Here we go. This is the biggest hype for me this whole year. Is this part coming up right now?
Okay, Brent, switch to night.
Anyone knows the channel, what I do, how I fly, other games that I fly in and stuff like that. This is a huge, huge thing.
So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom.
This is gonna make or break people.
Big planet with a nice atmosphere. And oh, something wrong with the throttle. Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible.
It's amazing how all the VKBs seem to be breaking in this event, right?
I said gameplay demo might have bugs.
I was actually very impressed for a 12-hour build when they did this, for it to not have major bugs. Pretty impressive.
The thrusters on your ship, they do not like the vacuum of space. We're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on the thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working.
I love this.
They don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail?
I love this.
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. Nah, it doesn't.
It's interesting that they actually did reverse the triangle as well.
Affecting us. Okay, anyways, we're going to go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have. And you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around.
This is going to be so amazing, guys.
Airflow over your lift surfaces.
Hey, Q, how you doing, Chief?
The slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder.
What we call it is flight lag.
Left and right. So what Brent
or
can
yaw,
do here is
the yaw
he
effect.
Can roll and he can pull to actually change.
Definitely, I would say it's the best one. Yeah, the start of today was a bit dodgy with the hair and the cosmetics, you know.
Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button.
Just because I don't think anyone spends more than 10 minutes making their character in Star Citizen, but for those people that want to spend like 2-3 hours making a character, they now have that ability, which is really cool.
Disconnect the thrusters, please.
Especially with like all the red hair and stuff like that. More dynamic for people. Plus RGB eyes, which was interesting.
And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will.
Expat will love it. Yeah.
That is naturally a state that every.
She takes off helmets. I don't in this game.
Right, and this is happening right here.
Take care, Gren.
Not able to
Thanks for being here, Chief.
Surfaces right now because the ship is in a.
Look how good this looks, chat.
However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind.
And the cool thing is, you still got plenty of AS speed as well.
Well, he gets authority back over this control surfaces.
You looking forward to it, Sal? Nice.
That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system.
That's cool.
So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now?
I hope they do an export character thing,
come
yeah.
To a stop with the new system,
just for alts
you need to
and stuff like that.
Put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will kick in and
see the verticality of this place to fly is going to be amazing next year or at the end of this year.
Don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So
I genuinely feel the moment they deploy this cell,
more left,
I think we're going to be just going
again, pulls the ship over,
and mastering the flight.
And you go forward again.
In atmosphere. We're going to definitely have to burn the Top Gun music into everyone's ears, I think.
How to come to a hover, and do we have some water?
Especially when now, if you look at that, they're only moving at 300 meters a second, chat, and it feels like you're moving so much faster. So they've actually visually...
Okay, so there's our landing point.
But they are in nav mode, which is interesting.
Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here.
And the cool thing is I can make a bookmark for everyone to meet up as well in the new system.
Look at this.
The new wave stuff is really cool.
Yeah, that was great, like, awesome.
And the best part is VR, chat. The whole dash is literally physicalized buttons, which means that once we get Vulcan in, once they do that, the guy who is desperate to put VR into Star Citizen can start working on it. And it'll be like Elite Dangerous because it's already a VR optimized cockpit.
So yes, landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that.
And then we're definitely going to make people puke.
Off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like.
Again, you get to see the turn-off system.
And clunk.
I'm going to pan it back a bit, check, because obviously we're going back with this. Well, look at this, right?
Using the new interactions.
See, look, there's the interaction system, right? So it's all got... But it's the fact that the character can push the button, which means that they can make the mesh of the arm push the button with VR.
And the canopy off.
Which is really cool. I'm going to go back to this part, because it shows you the boot up, right?
May have different...
It'll be so good. Yeah, watch this, right? This is so dope.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put onto this relaxed pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons.
It's so cool.
So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brent, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open.
I love this. I love how the hand now literally pushes on all the buttons. Flip switch, turn it on, boot up screen, engines on. So sick, man.
Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please walk.
This part here.
The classic key bindings that you all know already work. Situations like during combat.
I can't wait till the 4K video is out on YouTube to watch this over again, guys. We will be digesting this.
Save which views are shown on each MFV. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to talk about this action with setup.
I just want to see the flying.
You're gonna
Man, they talked about that quite a bit, didn't they?
Experience all the.
Sorry, guys, we're just gonna spin.
Please.
Here we go. Oh no, I missed it. Here we go.
Landing gear in and bring us out.
Watch this. The speed difference.
Have you seen the interaction?
Is so good.
Okay, so. One of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big.
Is it out? Really?
The sense of speed is always produced by, small things.
We're watching it.
So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space.
Let me just pause this. You ready for 4K hype? Oh my god, it is 4K as well. Oh, good stuff. Battlestar vibes, yeah. Strap in for 4K. I know you guys can't see the 4K, but... Oh my god, this looks so much better than watching it on Twitch.
Yeah, got it. Scanning now.
Fuck, this game's gonna be sick, chat. It's gonna be so good. Starfield, get absolutely fucked, Starfield. What a fucking junker of a game in comparison.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Hey, Antonio, how you doing, dude?
On our way.
Did you watch the whole of CitizenCon? Chris was crying? I know, man. I think everyone's emotions are pretty high right now. I'm just so tired. Like, I've done 24 hours in the 2 days. So I'm burning on fumes. We're coming up for 13 hours today. We did like 12 hours yesterday. I'm absolutely exhausted, but fuck me. It's been one hell of a ride, like. Yeah, but that's part of the game, though, right? With Starfield. Starfield's a good game, but it's got nothing on this fidelity, right? Plus, we got Gillian Anderson, who's gonna talk like this. Dude, I'm watching on 4K. I know you guys can't see it because obviously Twitch doesn't allow 4K. You can actually go and see it now on YouTube. But how good this is. And then look at the character options, right?
Hours ago, proximity sensors on the
other side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with.
Different voices as well.
I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off
off
quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore.
Man.
I just...
Mother!
I just wanted to let you know.
Mother, I'm checking in.
I'll ride as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Dun, 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 dun. So much for loading screens? Well, yeah, imagine playing the whole game with no loading screens. Here she is. Gillian Anderson.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast.
I know, I've flown one. It's a beast.
Thrusters and 3 mains, it sure sounds like it.
It's gonna get nerfed though. Not for this though.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the flight academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
I hope they let us fly a capital ship.
Sir.
No, because that's not how the Navy works, right? You don't go from being a fighter pilot to somebody that moves a fucking carrier around, right? Alright, okay, yeah, fair enough if you're gonna do that. Oh my god, the fidelity of Earth, Manchester. Next year, I think CitizenCon's gonna be in Manchester for the launch of this.
Welcome to
and I'm gonna have to get tickets. I'm gonna have to go.
And I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase.
Nice.
To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
Are you gonna go, Sel, if it's in Manchester? I think I'll go if it's in Germany or Manchester. I'm going for this. I was gonna go to TwitchCon, but
which means extra
no.
emphasis on
No. I want to be on the floor when this goes out.
This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters.
EU mostly, yeah.
The feel of how you control your character or vehicle, and making sure it's immersive as possible.
We'll see you there then, DarkLaw, if alive by that time.
So that you feel like
hopefully, yeah. I mean, it should be next year, right, Bubba?
Weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburner.
If they're in polishing stage now, 6 months to a year.
Huge improvements.
So I think they'll do CitizenCon next year, in either Manchester or Frankfurt.
Mode, the action has never been
and I think it's going to be huge, because we already know that they're not doing the sponsorship nonsense with certain content creators.
So focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
I think next year, yeah. If they're in polished pass right now and mechanics are future set, I would say.
Seamlessly blending it with polished.
Yeah, I think CitizenCon next year will be the release of Squadron 42. That would be my bet. That gives them, like 12 months. Look how good this looks though, chat. Oh my god.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model, for both atmosphere
because again, they've still got to do this stuff with the flight model.
Control surfaces,
and that's what we're testing.
MFDs.
Oh, you know we're blasting the Top Gun theme whilst playing
Our
this.
interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements.
I love the puzzles as well that they've actually done.
Unique to each location.
Nice and basic as well.
To tell the story of the world around you.
Exactly, dude. So now we don't need to wait for Squadron 42. The moment that the mechanic is finalized and polished, they can put in Star Citizen for us, which is something they've never done. So the next 6 months in this game is going to be massive. Absolutely massive.
Every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges.
I actually generally don't think I'm going to be playing anything else from now on.
Using our updated rope tech.
Unidentified vessels. This is the UEE Navy.
Because for sci-fi, like, obviously, it's not quite on the level of, like, Cyberpunk, because that's more of an RPG kind of game, but I would say this is probably the best sci-fi game you're going to play with spaceships and stuff.
The essential information that you need.
The Mike Tyson MMO is coming out? Yeah.
And high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank!
Yeah, but not too heavy on the RPG, right? You just want to have a good storyline. None of this side quest nonsense, right?
FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a
just straight to the point. Have your 8 hours, 9 hours of gameplay, maybe more,
and smoother locomotion,
and not be distracted by side quests and unlocks and all that stuff. It's just not fun in games anymore.
But at the cost of ramping up
it's too much, right? They hyper-focus too much on side quests to blind you that they've not done anything with a storyline.
To the experience, alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters.
Yeah, for me, like, this is just my personal take. I would rather have a 6-hour campaign instead of 24 hours of side quests and a main campaign. I'd rather just have that hot gameplay, hot storyline, and done, right? Maybe repeat it on a different thing. The way they do, like, Assassin's Creed now, where it's like 80% side quests. I think Cyberpunk did it really well, where it's not that heavy, right? But Starfield was, alright, here's our storyline. Now you can't see it because there's side quests. That's just not good. I want to play a game, not be blinded by bad story. This looks so dope, man. I can't wait. Like, when you look at it like this, just remember, this is the single-player campaign, but this is what the multiplayer will look like as well.
We play and review the builds
everything that you see now can be put into the multiplayer.
Start to finish, and where we need to improve the gameplay.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is an
it does look really good, yeah.
For me and the team.
And if this is on polishing phase, it just means the next 6 months is going to be even better than what we're seeing right now.
Really proud of.
Oh my god, it's so sexy.
Excited to dive in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component.
That's not what it is, Devil Dog. It's just a campaign game, dude. It's not a it's not like Starfield, dude. If that's what you're looking for, it's play the campaign and that's it.
Keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the
not do stuff afterwards, right? It's just it's just a thrill ride. That's a great way of advertising it.
This is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we
you go to Star Citizen to have the persistence and stuff like that.
To release.
Again, you've got to remember they're basing this is a modern day Wing Commander. Wing Commander had nothing after you finish the storyline. It's fucking cutscene. You're playing a movie, dude. You're not playing a Starfield type game. It's a movie you're playing.
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate.
Oh, right.
To play through these areas and find places.
Oh, yeah. You'll probably get like a fade to black, right? And then that'll put you in the next mission. But everything will be walk around like you see just here, right? Sorry, I thought you meant like where, when you finish the storyline, it would be where, oh, I can fly around single player, right? No, it won't be like that. It's Wing Commander, it's a movie. If anybody played it in the 90s and stuff, it's a movie video game.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wild lines for our
Anna's in this as well, by the way. Anna actually is part of Squadron 42. So even though she's Miss Babbage in Star Citizen, she also is a character in Squadron 42 alongside Henry Cavill and stuff.
This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Dun, 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 dun. Man, this is so sick, like... Man, the new EVA looks so good, chat. I love the whole, like, you're Supermaning around. Ah. This in VR will
you'll find
fucking rock,
cinematic
man.
Storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today.
Community check?
So in
Yeah,
40
right.
years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear.
Yeah,
and
Chris Roberts cried at the
they
end,
ask,
Diffs.
"What
Yeah, I
did
saw
you
that,
do
yeah.
In the Battle of Vega,
I think that's fucking cool, chat.
you can look them in the eye and
When a
say,
developer cries on stage over passion, that's when you know you're getting a good game. Even with the memes, right?
men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you
Yeah,
today.
I generally feel like he's now at that point where he's like, finally, you know?
Push about.
Still got my Oculus hyped for VR? Well, VR won't be anytime soon, guys. Maybe in the next couple of years.
Any word from the recon team?
You would go get Vulcan in first. Vulcan is super important for VR. He deserves a few kisses. There he is. There you go. He gets a few kisses then. I don't know why we got these fucking memes on this channel, chat.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team
Hey,
is focused
Scorpion.
on finalizing edit
With
lock
tongue?
on
No,
all of
no,
our
no.
big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off at the Galactic.
Watch this. Look how much this has changed.
probably,
Watch
but I
this.
think
This is
there's someone
amazing.
else's calculations
Just
are wrong.
fucking blows my mind.
This is ridiculous.
The new sweat,
We are now
tears,
able to adjust
animation
our shot
shit is
composition to
insane.
Final cameras, thanks to recently crafted
Look at that,
space
man.
misters and
That
level art
is
being content complete.
amazing.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
Shitstorm.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days.
It is, Marcel. It is.
Let alone Jean.
We're nearly
So you can
there,
imagine my
chat.
surprise.
We're nearly there.
Detailed
It's
writing
a
process
hard
can be done on
11
video sequences
years.
so we can show our
I
cast
genuinely
and convey
think
their emotions
I'm gonna
in the
get
best
there
light
by the
possible.
time we hit the 12.
And we're making sure
I've just got
our
to stay
cinematics are
alive long
triggering as
enough now,
fluid as we
chat.
can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wakefield, this is
Yeah, but for
Lieutenant
Star
Commander
Citizen, right? You don't really need the sweat stuff. However, we now can have showers in Star Citizen in the future. So if anybody wants to join me in for a shower in Star Citizen so we get our hygiene levels down and our charisma
As
up,
others will share,
I'm down
this
for
is the
scrubbing
most rewarding
anybody's
chapter of
back,
development,
right?
Which allows us to truly experience
We can have
the
our
visceral
Starship
and
Troopers
oftentimes emotional moments
fucking
that our
co-sex. What's it
narrative
called?
provides.
It's not cross-sex, co-sex.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Joint sex. What's happening when you can have like you share the shower or something like
I
that?
handled anything.
I'm doing my part. Yeah.
It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to.
We'll be dropping the soap. Yeah, damn right.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Then we have to have a shower.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
It's good to know.
Hold the line in the shower. Yeah.
For the animation teams, polish
I
phase
didn't
means
barf and-
refining the social aspects of Squadron 42.
I love the
that
standing
occur
desk,
between
man.
the various
It's
missions
freaking sick.
and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters.
Look at this. No joke, right? The launch on the carrier. If anybody's ever played DCS or VTOL VR, right? Launching off a carrier, afterburner, this scene coming up is gasm. Absolutely gasm for anyone's an aviator enthusiast. An actual sci-fi, it's like Battlestar Galactica launching. That's so well done.
For example, we're launching off a space carrier.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, if they're in polishing phase, that's a really good sign. But they weren't going to give us a date on gold deployment, right? However, I think it's CitizenCon next year, chap. That's my bet.
Hiccups or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage.
Man, all the throne gifts that you guys have sent over the weekend are being sent already. That's insane, man.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew.
No, I don't think it's 2025, dude. If it's in polishing phase right now, 12 months.
We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy.
Look at that. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. This is my favorite scene. This is gonna be, the first time I get to do this is gonna be so sick.
Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff. Copy that. Hangar, ready for launch.
They're on max for this. Get that burner going before you launch. And then you drop the fucking hammer. Oh, it's so good, man.
And hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch.
It's so Battlestar Galactica. Oh man, that is going to be fantastic to play.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but
I just game.
you interact with
StarClaw, ropes holding the gladiators in place.
I would have
Yeah.
never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell.
Ooh.
Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal.
Oh my
it has a higher rate
god.
of fire than most guns of its type.
Oh yeah, I care about the PU as well, Varfin. Like I'm 11 years Star Citizen backer. Like right from the very beginning, and I didn't back for Squadron 42, but I will do a full playthrough of this. However, next year on the channel, oh my god, we are going to get up to some serious mischief, chat. From putting out fires, flying aviation, atmosphere effects, maybe even fucking doing other stuff, right?
As well as combat realities.
Just got a little bit more weight to go. Go get the sniper rifle out.
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind.
The knife work needs to be done here because the knife came out the back of the neck there.
As we continue to focus on the quality.
Dude, I'm gonna get a flight suit. I'm gonna get a flight suit. I'm gonna move out of the black t-shirt.
Exciting to see
I'm gonna get a flight suit. I'm gonna get a helmet. I'm gonna get a helmet that can fit my VR helmet inside it as well.
While animation and design have been popular,
And that would be the goggles, right?
Polish phase for my teams means making huge.
You bring the VR headset down on the helmet. Get a neck brace. Neck brace for the helmet. Whilst you put the VR headset on, and it just drops in, right? That would be so sick. And have it where the cable just goes down the back. Because the great thing is Heidi. So I'm gonna pause it just here, chat. Heidi, who does the cosplay props for a lot of people, has a full license to do the helmet. And there was a lot of talk beforehand, which I'm not going to tell you everything, chat, but there is possibly possibly a few branded helmets for the channel getting made. Possibly. It all depends on budget. It all depends on time. But we might be doing a giveaway for a branded helmet. If it all works out. Again, I'm not going to like keep this completely hush-hush. I would rather just be open with you guys. It's a 50-50 right now because it's very expensive to do it. But I would be getting myself one and be doing a giveaway of a branded TDL helmet. Signed, all that stuff, right? And it would be a full functioning helmet where you could put like headsets and stuff. There's a lot of plans on it. The problem is it costs a shit ton of money on my end. And obviously with how the world is right now, subs going up and down, donations going up and down, it's very hard to budget for something like that. I mean, we've got the merchandise website coming out at the end of the year. You can go to my own website right now to bookmark it, www.TheDarkLaw.com. We've got a lot of cool stuff like that, but I really want to get... Oh, another thing as well. Squadron 42, Cell will like this. The game is called Squadron 42, chat. I have, in immaculate condition, the Verpal, the first Verpal Alpha, serial number 42. And we will be doing this as a giveaway on the channel as well. Nobody else has this in the world. I am the only person who has the Squadron 42 Verpal Alpha in a box, secured, fireproof, everything, with certificate and a serial plaque. Fucking mental shit, right? So I've said to people I'm never doing the giveaway until Squadron 42 actually releases. If it releases next year, obviously we'll be doing that. Nobody else in the world, none of your huge content creators have this. It's one of a kind. And it will be worth a lot of fucking money for a joystick enthusiast. And hopefully somebody will just use it, right? Or somebody will actually make a model out of it. But it's the right hand Squadron 42 joystick.
A variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main
and that's gonna be big. And you know the funny thing is, chat, I'm not even gonna advertise it. I'm just gonna keep it to my community to win it. I could probably make like a stupid amount of money from subs or make like high sub blah 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 blah, you know what I mean? But I think I'm generally just gonna keep it for my community, you know? Not make a big deal about it and then somebody can go crazy on Reddit or Spectrum or something like that. Because CIG know about it as well, and I've said to them I don't want to make a big deal out of it.
The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known
That keeps
for.
the numbers down as well.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve.
But it'd be cool to do Squadron 42 branded helmet for the channel and the joystick for one giveaway. That, I mean, that's going to be insane, right?
Okay, we'll
just gotta try and figure out how to get the extra dough in. And it's not like we can do a GoFundMe or something like that. It's a lot more expensive than people think.
But with a modern twist.
Yeah, I'm on Verpals, dude.
To feel like a
I'm on Verpals, so there. We're still on the Verpal Primes, so it's basically the original Verpal like this. And whenever you buy them, they've got a serial number on the side. This one is 295 on the Prime versions. So on the side here, it says 42. And then obviously we've got the Squadron 42 pack and all that jazz to go with it. So it'll be pretty insane when it actually goes down.
Has a soul.
And again, I've never used it. Never used it. Never unboxed it. Verpal just basically were like, DarkLaw, we've got this. We're going to give it to you. And all that jazz. And I was like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to give it to me? I'll probably break it. And then when I got it into the house, because I was originally going to use it for myself, and then I was like, wait. Let it cook. Let it cook. This actually might be good. So I've had it in my possession for like 5 years now. and it's never been used, never been opened, all that jazz. So I can't wait to actually give that to somebody else. It'll be an insane giveaway for anyone who's passionate about the game, right? And uses joysticks. Either to be used or not to be used, right? It'll be a collector's item.
Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend
Berks is on side stream?
between
Nice,
tighter
dude.
traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult. But
Or give
rewarding,
it to my friend for
ensuring
his
the
50th
Squadron
birthday.
flows
Yeah.
seamlessly from one chapter to the next.
If I was to win something like that, I don't think I would use it because, well,
Creating a diverse array of locations is essential.
I'd end
to
up
us.
breaking it, to be
Our
honest.
environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need
Man,
to pay
diving
close
down to
attention
that
detail,
would be so
whether we're
sick,
working in a
chap.
dirty engineering vent, or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there. How would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in?
Have they released the video on the Star Engine?
We've worked closely
They
with
didn't
our
do
social
that, did
teams
they,
in delivering
chat?
a cohesive
We didn't
social
get
experience
a video on the
while
Star
taking some
Engine.
downtime from our
I
refined
would
flights and
actually like to
FPS
see that in
missions,
4K as well.
or even missions of the more eerie kind.
Oh, sorry guys. Oh my god, guys. I checked out your channel. You have a really good Twitch channel. I think you should add animation and design to attract more people on your channel. Or I could just give solid good gameplay and not blind people with fucking pop-up animations, right?
As you progress through
Just
the game.
saying. Works for some, doesn't work for others. I fucking hate those type of adverts, like copy and paste bullshit.
As you can see today, the teams
Yeah,
are working
at the beginning
incredibly
of
hard,
yesterday.
ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Man, I really want to know what the hell that ship is
Now,
there.
I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When, Chris?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42.
Really, Chris?
You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe.
Dude, I started
Polish
off Star
phase can take
Citizen
some
at
time.
29. I'm
We've come this
41
far,
in
and we want to
December.
make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this
I will be
generation's
42.
Now, even though
Sell.
there's only a few of us in
If
this
you're
video,
still
I'd
there,
like to extend a big
42
thank you to all
by
our
the
staff
time this
around the
game is
globe
out.
who've been putting their
Isn't
heart
that
and
a
soul into bringing
coincidence?
Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience
Hey, Moose, how you doing,
and your
dude?
support.
You're 42?
Paraphrase Admiral Bishop,
If this
when people
comes
ask,
out,
what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in
next
the eye and
year,
say,
I will be
held the line.
42
I'm proud
when
to
it
stand
comes
with you.
out, which
Thank
would be
you
a
for making
fucking
this game.
coincidence, right? You know that far, Cell? Man. You're just a kid? Dude, I'm like 900 years plus. I'm just this turn round 41 or 40. Satara. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Man, next year is gonna be so good, chat. Next year is gonna be so good. Please, did you put out the video? I don't think they did, right? No, they've not got the video. Can we get the... They need to put the vertical slice out that we got. Who wants to see the vertical slice again from yesterday? We've already watched it once today, but I fucking love it. We're gonna have to watch it. Sorry, chat. We're watching it. It's my show. I make the choices. Right, let's go. Was it this one? Yeah, 2 days ago? Shit. Oh, it has been 2 days, right? God damn it. Damn it, chat. I'm so tired.
Have a great
It's Chris Travis. I love how he cried at the end of today. That's good. Here we go. It's not in 4K. Not that you guys can see 4K, but yeah, I'm flaking hard here, chat. We're like 13 hours, plus the 12 yesterday, and the hours before that on Friday. We got tomorrow as well. We need triple, dude. Let's get straight to the system, right? Are you ready, chat? Ready to be immersed? Yeah, we're doing it all over again, Snack. That's it. We're starting all over. 2 days. See you in 2 days' time, chat. Nah, we just watched the Squadron 42 video in 4K. Well, I watched it in 4K. Everyone watched it again in wonderful 1080p. But yeah. Let's turn up, chat. There you go. Hey, Mystery One, how you doing? The 42 video is in 4K on YouTube, yeah. Not the vertical slice here. Are you feeling immersed, chat? I am. Have you watched the CitizenCon? Mystery. Yeah, hopefully the performance, right? Are you ready to be immersed in that wonderful Pedro music? You watched it on Vertigo's channel? Nice. Maybe it's a little bit loud for you. Believe, chat! Believe! Have you noticed that the space cows have booba? Did anybody see that, by the way? The space whales have booba. Awesome, right? Pedro music is amazing. Look at everyone having a party, chat. Starfield, Elite Dangerous, never hyped the game up for me like this does. Yeah, but they can do that when server meshing kicks in, Bree. They don't have cluster of NPCs because they will just melt people's rigs. Or the servers. The moment you have server meshing, you can literally have a server for the tram, basically. Oh, of course, Snack. Of course. Why do you think I play this like 5 days? I stream it 4 or 5 days a week. And every day I'm playing it with the guys at night. I sleep and dream of Star Citizen. No more video games after this, chat. No more unathletic little releases that you only play for a couple of weeks and you give up on it. The dream of just playing one game, FPS, flying, driving, living, building land, all in an MMO. I will quite happily wait for that one. Because I'm bored with other games now, chat. All in one, yeah. That's why I've always been part of the Star Citizen stuff. It's just, I'm so bored of constantly looking at other games, right? Need fishing? Yeah. Well, that's the thing as well, like, for me, I played EVE Online for 9 years straight. And when you play a game for 9 years straight, it's very difficult to find a game that offers you that sort of immersion or immerse into the game, and that's why I hope Star Citizen does, right? Shut up, Aatrox. Snorting that much copium is perfectly safe when you are copium filled. $1,300 Man of Mars in the total company now. 1,300 plus. Nah. 1,300. But if Squadron 42 is in polishing stage, that means like half the company is about to move over to Star Citizen, which means we're about to snowball. If they're not bullshitting with that, we're about to snowball Star Citizen in the next 2 years. We're gonna need some brown pants. Are you ready for Space Cows? The Zeus does look cool, yeah. The more I look at it, the more I sort of like, yeah, you know, I could actually see myself flying it. Hold! Hold! Space Cows! Look at the udders on these Space Cows when you see them. What color of milk? Fuck, it might as well be red, right? I want to have red milk, strawberry milk. Blue milk just doesn't appeal to me, to be fair. There we go, chat. Next scene. You're trading the Freelancer in for the Zeus? Just remember that CIG have confirmed that they're going to be upgrading all the older ships like the Freelancer, Cutlass, and stuff like that to go in line with it. So you'd only be getting a Zeus for the look of it, not for the loadout. Space Cows! A1 is a loaner for Zeus? That's actually not bad. Like, hopefully it changes to like a C1 when that comes out. How you doing, Sio? The Zeus, right, so if I was to have like the Crusader Spirit, the Cutlass, Freelancer, or the Zeus, Zeus would be my go-to. Even though I think the Spirit is really cool looking. The Zeus just feels like it's gonna like, right, so I can't pause this, right? Or I can actually pause it. Yeah, fuck it. I can pause it, right? Doesn't the Zeus... Everyone's like, oh, the Zeus doesn't look good. Doesn't the Zeus look like the lander in Interstellar? Anybody else see that? The Zeus looks like the lander from Interstellar. And it looks sick when you see it that way. Look at the lander from Interstellar. The one where they go to the water world, and then look at the Zeus. It literally is matching. Even chat, when they open up the gull wing on the left-hand side, is an EVA entrance on the left-hand side. Only if I like the look of the Zeus. Again, they're going to be upgrading the Cutlass, the Freelancer, and the Spirit to be in line with the Zeus. You would only buy the Zeus for the look of it, like the other ships. The CIG have already posted that they're going to be massively upgrading ships. good, eh, Man of Mars? Yeah. Remember, no loading screens, right? That's what CIG have said, Bump. They said they're going to be overhauling like components and stuff. The thing is though, you gotta remember, the Cutlass is not gold standard, so they can change the modules on it. Same with the Freelancer. No more gimbal downside, I think it's a good move actually. Also, we get Pyro to play on the 31st of October. Or a select few will get to play it. I wonder if I have access. I'm also on a day off on the 31st, which sucks. I might have to stream. Just for you guys. Should I sacrifice a day off for you? Especially after the day of doing the chili onesie. Yeah, I completely forgot about that now until I just mentioned it. Chat, next Saturday I'm wearing a pink onesie and fluffy fox ears whilst doing a spicy challenge. For your pleasure. Fun. That's next Saturday, by the way. I got the onesie over there and the fox ears. Our dreams will come true. I might even ooh-woo for you. I will be that e-girl that you always wanted. Bearded and bald. Already are? Oh, I appreciate that. It's so good to know that I'm your e-girl choice. Break out the moisture in the tissues. Sounds a little kinky. They look booba! The space whale has booba! Look, chat, you can't unsee it. It has booba! Space booba! I like a bit of bearded and bald. A lot of people like bald and bearded. I'm also really good at cutting lumber, chat. Man's man. The final merchantman model? The Booba whale? Yeah. Warping time. Off to Pyro we go, chat. Man, it's like 2 a.m. I'm gonna have to make some food, chat. Are we doing a 24-hour stream? Should we do a 24-hour stream? Do you think I could watch these videos for the next 24 hours? Maybe. Shall we do it? And just not bother? Then I could just finish early, right? That might be the play. I need to sleep? I didn't say you had to stay. I'll sit here by myself and talk to myself. Perfectly normal, right? Boopa. Oh my god, this is what it's like to go through a colon. The space butthole! Man, how good does this look, though? And this is where you go to get killed by players like me. Because there's no crime stat. Only gang warfare. I can't be called a griefer here because I'm allowed to kill you for no reason. Even though I'm allowed to do that in Stanton anyway, but there we go. Nullsec, I know. Criminal space. A giveaway? Sideways, I'm not just gonna give you something for the sake of giving it. You gotta earn it. Why do you feel I should give you a giveaway? Even though I've got a giveaway to give away. What have you done today to deserve a giveaway? You've been here? You've been here all day? Did he bend over? I don't know. I don't know. Yes? Sideways bent over? My God. Should we run a giveaway, chat? You can give us 1 strand of hair from your beard? No, this is sacred beard. This is pure Scottish, untainted. Pure, chat. Layered beard. I keep saying this to people. A lot of people don't realize I am actually a laird. A true knight of Scotland. I don't see any soap. One day you'll see the soap. Superman beard? Does Superman have a beard? Soap gone, I dropped it. Oh well. I guess we'll all have to have that communical... Is it communical or communal? Communal shower? Who wants to have a communal shower when we have to have hygiene checks in Star Citizen? I can't wait to have the first online shower with everyone. Alright? I want everyone to bring their best high quality tier soap. And I watch as much fondling as possible. You're leaving your flights on sale, that's fine. I will stand, you will document it. I will stand in the middle. It will be the cult of soap. Well, that's what it's meant to be, Joe. How you doing, Joe? Again, Pyro is literally the asshole of space in the game. Nullsec. Going to get killed by criminals, all that jazz. Cuddling shower party with Darklaw, dream come true? I think it will be. Nexie, why are you jumping around like a kangaroo at this time of night? Or time of morning? Scary how close communal showers is to... Alright, Nova! Alright! Holy shit! Alright, I know it's 2 AM. Little Nixie just turned up with his little virgin one-year-old ears. Alright? Nixie's here. Hey Nixie, did you hear what Nova said? Not you, Nova. You're a good boy. Not this Nova in chat. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Hi, Novi.
Novi's come to say hello.
Hi, Novi.
Yeah, I know. Of course you would, Bree. Of course you would. God, jeez. You can always set the tone when Bree and Nova are here. Not you, Nova. You're a good boy. All right, we're pausing this. Shh. There they are. Right. There's Nova. Nova, what do you think of Bree? Bree has been dirty again. Nova, you know I'm talking to you. What do you think of Bree? Yeah? Bree's always dirty in the channel. And poor... I know. Bree's so naughty. Poor Nixie with his virgin ears. Are you gonna come up and say hello to Bree? You want to say hello to Bree? You come up? No? No? Nixie's like dancing around. You wanna come up? Do you wanna come up? There he is, chat. There is the big white wolf. Such beauties. You gonna howl both together? Look at him. Look at the little baby. The little baby wolf. The little ow. Right, that's it. I gotta do this video for everyone. We're immersed. Her spider sense were tingling, yeah. Immersed in fire. Chat. Chat. Does anybody want to see my amazing editing skills that I did earlier on today, right? Do you want to see this? This is only for you, right? Let me hook this up for you. I did this for everyone earlier on today, whilst I was like surprised I wasn't hungover from last night. Alright. Let's see if I can pull this off again with the timestamps, right? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Are you ready for this? This might not be 100% accurate. But watch how this works together, right? Are you ready, chat? It works, right? How crazy does Linkin Park work with that scene? It's fucking crazy, man. That's all I can see. Whenever I saw that scene yesterday, I was like, this needs to be a little bit more beefed up, right? Really liked it, Korean. Like some things were a lot of like up and down, right? We can all agree that the hair cosmetics part with the beards maybe went on a little bit longer than it needed to be. But yeah, like seriously, whew. Yesterday was a bit of a difficult one. The server meshing was really cool, but what we saw today with the FPS combat, the takedowns, the puzzles, the flying, the atmosphere, the engineering, it's been insane, man. Absolutely insane. But definitely a good event, I would say. I'm absolutely exhausted, but definitely worth it. Yeah. Plus, we got a lot more sort of like what's happening, right? Yeah, it's not being gated by Squadron 42. I think Squadron 42 will be out next year for CitizenCon. So in 12 months, that's my bet. Again, I've got no information on that shit. But man, what? The end of 2024? I would be literally turning 42, Squadron 42 releases. Is it fate? We'll see, chat. We'll see. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think we all want a lot of the stuff, right? Squadron 43, yeah, exactly, Nick, exactly, dude. Chris Roberts, pause it, Chris. All right, I've turned 43. Make it Squadron 43. Keep going. And then I have to get Verpal to make a 43 version, right? However, are you guys ready to have a little bit of a nerdgasm at what you're about to see next? As much as, like, we will need to see it for ourselves, I really fucking like this next part. How many people like this one, right? Just watch it. This is going to be the coolest shit for me. Somebody that low flies. So fucking sick, chat. It's so sick, man. I'm gonna need somebody to surfboard behind me. I definitely need, like, the destruction needs a little bit of work, though. Did you see that they had Booba, Korean gamer? Look back on the video, because I'm not going to replay it again. Look at the space whales. They have Booba. They have, like, a bra on, which is really weird. Tentacles in Booba. Right. Chat. I will say this part is a little weird. I don't know if I really need to see bleeding noses. However, it will be quite funny if somebody goes flying with me, low flying, and has like a bleeding nose, right? Little bit weird. Little bit weird. Herpes, yeah. Unnecessary fluff, yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Waiting for the pooping, yeah. I can't, I'm like, no joke, we're gonna be watching this a lot. Once they get the 4K version out, we're gonna be watching that. Wait, as we just finished it, it's gonna show you, right? Star Engine. It's in the game. Alright, okay, right, that's it. Now we're gonna go and watch day 2 again, chat, because I want to see more of Yogi. And this. We're watching this and then...
You can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments.
It's amazing how I've got already set up.
What we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second.
Oh, it's so good.
When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions.
Yeah, I think that would have probably been bare nuts. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I'm not... I know it's a vertical slice of showing off the technology. But if nose was dripping down my face, I'd be a little bit more panicking then.
Things get a little bit more
looking at the camera guy, right? The camera guy gets such a hard job and everything.
We now added camera shake, we added FOV changes.
Oh man, this looks so good. The amount of like speed that it feels like you're going, even though you're doing only 400, is amazing. They've definitely made it feel you move faster and stuff.
At the same time, we reduce.
Hey, Joe, take care. I might still be on. I'm trying to weigh up, do I go to bed or do I just do like another 10 hours and then go just end for the week? Because I'm off until Friday. So it's like 2 o'clock on Monday already, so... We might get drunk and hysterical. Maybe have a little dance. We do some VR.
What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving.
Yeah, Sel, you're already like at silly o'clock here. Take care. Thank you again, Sel. Can we get some W's in the chat for Sel? Massive support of the channel.
This also.
Oh, you're very welcome, Sel. Appreciate you being here as well.
We had pre 3.5.
There we go. Get the W's, guys. Get the W's for Sel. That's it. Good job. If we don't get to see you tomorrow, Sel, have a good week.
The ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want. Okay, Brent, give me some.
I could actually.
Like blackout and all that. Okay, so
did I tell you, chat, that I've been fucking half cut the whole night, and I've been trying to hold it off as long as possible? But I think because of how tired I'm getting, it's starting to get where I can't hold it back anymore.
You get actually up to 50% more acceleration.
You noticed? Did you? Do you know that I drank this whole bottle pretty much in the 2 days?
So the first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving.
Polish off? I think we should polish off, right? I need a mixer though, chat. Or should I just drink it straight?
It's actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room.
The piggy in the room?
Master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest
dealer's
change
choice
we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into or will get a master mode setup. And the master
I
mode
know,
is
chat. I know.
Everything surrounding everything on the ship.
Oops.
The ship itself, the flight model, a little.
I say we leave it to fate, right? 0 fucks, coin, 1 fuck, coin. 0 fucks, we go hard. 1 fuck, we go soft. What's that? Oh, it's 0 fucks. Okay. The coin has chosen, chat. We're going straight.
Specifically the items and what they do. And there are 2 master modes we're
Salute.
going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into
Chug an entire ball?
SCM. SCM is the mode that
Have I ever told you my origin story of when I drank a whole bottle of Jägermeister in 45 minutes?
Master mode. Just point with the mouse there. If you can.
That wasn't fun. That was very
So this is
dangerous.
your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM,
A neat freak? What? Me? A neat freak? No. Of course not. Moi?
Your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However,
I guess it's time to put on the mocha for the coffee. More coffee? Mocha? What? Chocolate? Oh, hot chocolate. Guys, did I tell you that Scotland nearly got wiped off the face of the planet this weekend? Yeah, true story. We got a month's worth of rain in 24 hours, and whilst everyone else in Scotland is getting obliterated with foam, rivers overflooding, trains collapsing, planes crashing, all that nonsense, I'm sitting in the Highlands up here in my forest, getting absolutely sloshed and watching Citizen Con like nothing's fucking happening. The world is literally ending outside, and I'm watching Citizen Con. Instead of like doing other things that normal humans do, like, I don't know, maybe saying goodbye to family or something. It's not that bad. I'm exaggerating. But it could have been. I'm watching Citizen Con with you guys. I'm devoted. Very devoted. As you should. I agree. Yeah. Hey, Square Pack, how you doing?
Slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So
Get on and not think about, dude. You know the hardest thing for me.
You can reach the 225 meters.
Phrasing a little bit. Is going to be after watching this is playing Star Citizen whilst thinking about like all the stuff that we're going to get. I don't think our current state of game is going to be able to hold back. I think we're going to have to start throwing in some Vito VR streams as well, guys. We're going to have to get that high danger zone gameplay, because I don't think our Star Citizen until we get the upgrades is going to be coping well. Oh, this is their best sitcom, definitely did.
That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because
I would expect nothing less from an 11-year vet and backer. Dude, that actually sounds sick. When you say it like that, that sounds sick. I'm 11 years vet and backer.
Encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on.
Mm-hmm.
It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So
Nixie.
We think it's much more exciting. Okay. So, in short, you pick SCM.
With scares on the inside and out.
When you want to fight or when you need to fight.
With scares or scars?
The thing with the
scares or scars?
Ooh,
scares on the inside.
So we're now going to put our ship into the second.
Super excited for Squadron 42. I'm not like overly excited because obviously I never backed for Squadron 42, but we will play on the hardest difficulty if there is a hard difficulty, and we're going to absolutely dominate it. And all I'm going to do is play the 7-inch version of playing with the boys from the Top Gun soundtrack. It's going to be very long and painful for you guys.
But all your regenerative systems,
but it'll be great.
The weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape.
I'm imagining Yogi.
Do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you're being left with no shields. And
Iron Eagle for me, sideways. Iron Eagle I felt was a better movie than Top Gun. Even though F-14 is my favorite fighter, something about Iron Eagle soundtrack just kicks ass. Man, I want to go low flying now, chat. Should we go low flying?
Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed.
Fuck. Should I even? Can I even do that? I could probably. Do you think I could low fly, chat?
That is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point we want to go to and quantum travel to.
Does anybody know what the servers are like? Yeah, low flying to the Iron Eagle soundtrack. You guys down for that?
Currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not.
Fuck. Should I do that?
On the spline, and
it's like half two.
So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add.
Give me some lovin'. Servers are pretty good. EU would be empty, chat.
Which means when you quantum travel from A to B,
fuck. Alright, boys. Alright. We're just gonna pause this, right? Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. You're on EU? Don't worry, I'm not gonna kill anyone. I'm gonna strip off all my guns. No, that's not right. Yeah, guns. I do, yeah. I do have Iron Eagle on speed dial. I don't even know if I can fly, chat. I'm in the sort of stage where I'm still DarkLaw, but getting to DrunkLaw. DrunkLaw hasn't taken over, chat. If anybody's new to the channel, I have split personality when I get absolutely intoxicated. And that guy can fly better than I can fly. I'm not joking, by the way. Only a few people have actually seen it. But I don't think I'm at that stage yet. I don't think we're there. You like dark stuff, so that's fine with me. Nice. Din 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 din. We got Linkin Park warming up, right? Ooh! Hey, Nixie. Alright, we need to take this armor off. Oh man, chat, I have not flown all weekend. This is gonna be an interesting one. Have some more booze? It's more I don't have any more booze. And I don't really feel like going into the reserve, which is Jägermeister. I kind of feel like it's gonna get pretty roughy, right? Do you have any of the orange med pens that you want me to drug up and fly? In game? Did you hear that, chat? Sideways literally wants me to dope up my character in game to do even more stupid shit. Should we do that as well? God damn it. I'm getting a little bit naked, chat. Don't worry, we're just getting the training suit on. You fucking want me to dope up? This is fucked up, chat. Wants me to fucking dopamine myself. How many do you want me to do? 2? 1? 3? You want me to do 3? Fucking hell, chat. See the type of people I play with? Imagine, what other video game do you know where we're gonna start fucking shooting up drugs? What other game shoots up drugs before a pilot goes flying? I like fucking crazy amount. Ah, fuck yeah. That's it, chat. Woo! This wasn't in the keynote, I know, man. God. You do realize I'm probably gonna crash instantly, like. Alright. Ooh. Is the game blurry for you, or is it just blurry for me? Alright. Who's ready to get 80s with me? God damn it, Chad. This is such a silly thing to do. Ugh. I also haven't flown in like 3 days, guys. This is gonna go so wrong. So bad. Jeez. This is what you guys do, like. Alright, chap. This is where disaster happens, right? That's at night, right? Oh, chat. Jeez. Use the force? This is gonna be... Fuck's sake. This is bad, chat. This is bad. What do you think? How long do you think we're gonna be able to go for, right? This is gonna be impressive, like. I think 30 seconds, right? How much can I do on the drugs, right? Oh god, no! No! No, what do you mean tactical nuke? Virgil, no! You can't watch drunk lowfly. Not allowed. Not allowed, Virgil. Mike raid? What? Did I get raided? Get ready for 3.2k? What? No! He better not be raiding me, chat. He better not be. Chat, I am absolutely hammered. And my chat is wanting me to low fly and make a fool of myself. Oh, no. No. Guys, I've consumed a bottle of fucking Jack. Alright? Citizen Con was really good. It was really good. No, please, no. No, Mike. Return fire, no. Also, we go actually play a different song, right? Where was it? Fuck's sake, like... Alright, I gotta do what they wanted, right? If you're not into cringe low flying, look away. It's probably not gonna last long, but I had to take 3 shots of orange drugs in game, right? And I've not flown in like 3 days, and I'm absolutely fucking smashed. But we'll see, right? Cause Citizen Con, right? Citizen Con. How many people watch that shit with the atmosphere? Oh my god. That atmosphere stuff from Yogi is so simple, but it's going to be amazing. Jeez. Is it me or is it like... Thank you for the follows, guys. Again, I gotta do this, and then we probably go back to the watching presentation, because I'm way too cut for this, chat. Like... Oh god, this is like a lot of noise as well. Give me a sec, chat. Ah, jeez. Oh god, there's so many follows as well. The what? Oh, it's Bramster. Bramster, thank you, dude. Guys, how am I doing for absolutely rat-arsed? Ah, jeez. The pressure, man, the pressure. I might have to actually cheat and use reshade because I'm struggling to actually see right now. I bypassed your raid blocker. I didn't have a raid blocker. Did I have a raid blocker? A raid blocker. I don't think I set up anything weird. Jeez, chat. Oh, God. This is quite painful, actually. I thought this was going to be a pleasant flight. Also, the texture is, like, super weird. I thought, dude, you said that these drugs were meant to stop blackouts. I don't think it actually does it at all. Fury LX? We're in a bad zone right now, but... yeah, look at that. Holy shit. You need 3 pens also? 3 red pens, what? No, bad hog. I was saying earlier on, right? Let me try and stabilize myself. I am absolutely rat arse, by the way. Everyone coming in from Salty Mike stream, even though I don't think there was a raid at all. Brave pest is a good word for it. No, I'm in the special part of Scotland that is up in the tippity top of the fucking mountain, but only halfway up. And whilst everyone's flooding and perishing, and foam is going everywhere, I'm sitting Jack Daniels up in my trees. So I'm good right now. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, I should be good. Unless, like, Mother Nature wants to destroy everything, right? Fantastic. Dude, I'm barely flying right now. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Appreciate that. How did you guys find the CitizenCon, right? I'm testing out this for the first time. This one. Or... this one. Oh, yeah. You see that, chat? That's a Chris Roberts pillow. You know it's a fun channel when you see a Chris Roberts pillow. The honey one is actually really good. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. Like, for me, obviously, like, I do like Jack Daniels. This is the first time with the Tennessee honey version. And, yeah, I was actually blown away that this is really good. I was not expecting to, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know when sometime with alcohol, they can mix things and it's like, you know, like some gins, they mix it with like flowers, like, you know what I mean? But this actually has been really good. Single barrel. People have said that today, Bad Hog, to try out single barrel. I didn't even know Jack Daniels made a single barrel. We're gonna have to try it out. Obviously, we'll wait until like maybe Christmas time, because as much as we have been drunk for the past 2 days, I want to make sure that everyone understands that I'm not a resident alcoholic. Alright? We only had fun for CitizenCon, and because this is like fruit juice, it went down a lot easier, right? Also, has anybody tried out Dr. Disrespect's bourbon in America? I can't buy it. But has anybody actually tried the Black Steel bourbon? I really want to know what that's like. So we have any bourbon connoisseurs in channel? Oh, I think it's bourbon, right? You downed it like it was S.U. Curry. Yeah. Did you notice, guys, there seem to be a lot of titties this weekend in Star Citizen. We had space cows, and then we had booba tentacles from the space cow or space whales, right? This is a great song. Yeah, it is. Dude, I can't fly. I'm at that verge where, like, it's still DarkLaw. Very tipsy, drunk DarkLaw. We've not moved into blackout DarkLaw that doesn't know what the fuck is going on but can fly really good. Was a corn mash? Also, did we just get up? Oh, no, it's up there. Man, it's very difficult to actually play Star Citizen after seeing that video. Yogi. What have you done, Yogi? What have you done?
Gameplay we can play with. So, Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward.
Star Citizen just is done. We need Star Citizen 2. Who here agrees that I think CIG should just release Star Citizen 2 that they've showcased it this weekend? Because it's obviously not Star Citizen.
So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that.
Dude, oh yeah, the last time I got drunk on Jägermeister, chat. Alright, I don't know if anybody knows about this origin story. There was one, it was like 2 years ago, I think it was. I drank a bottle of Jägermeister in 45 minutes. I don't know why, alright? It was one of these nights, really good. Virgil from Shadow Moses, who was just in channel just now, was doing a podcast, and his podcasts are really fucking good. He puts a lot of time, effort into them, and it was amazing. I was gonna raid Virgil and then watch it and go to bed, but there was no fucking pilot on deck, chat. There was somebody sitting here, but nobody is at the fucking helm at this point. So I had blacked out. But now, this is where it gets freaky, right? Because again, this is nothing to be impressed with. But whoever was controlling the helm managed to mute myself so you couldn't hear me whilst watching the podcast. Then turned the stream off, right? Then turned the lights off and then died on the floor in an absolute mess, which was nearly where I had to go to hospital. Okay, that's serious. Now, I don't know how you can explain that shit, right? Again, it's nothing to be impressive with, but who the fuck was running the controls at that point? Because I'm blacked out. I'm completely blacked out. 45 minutes, ball of Jack down, Jägermeister down. I'm gone. But the dude in charge, no, it wasn't the dogs. The dude muted the mic, turned the stream off, turned the PCs off, powered down the room, and then died on the floor. And I woke on the floor the next day. Yeah, fucking autopilot took over. Like, so I'm puking guts out. My son phones up my mother like, yo, Dad's dying. Dad is fucking dying. My mother is like, what do I do to my son? My son is like, I'm in Edinburgh. What do we do? Dad is dying. He's completely fucking gone. And yeah, that's it. Fucking crazy shit. And after that, I have not really actually been like in that state drunk. My body will not get that drunk ever again. There's like a fucking now a padlock on that shit. So I can get tipsy and giggly and all that kind of stuff, but I can't go past that limit. It's insane. But I really want to know how that works. How can you be in that state and for somebody, like, is it muscle memory? Where you can just shut down 2 PCs, monitors, everything. When you look at the amount of equipment that a streamer uses, and then to die on the floor is pretty fucking crazy. Like, again, nothing to be impressed with. But I would love to know how that happens. Is that subconsciousness taking over? Or literally just muscle memory kicking in? Birds hide to die? Dude, I'm not a bird. Like you're on zombie mode? Yeah. I love.
What you just saw is
I love how
basically
Yogi.
the failed
Let's
attempt to quantum travel.
go back on this, right? This right. So the lady that was on before Yogi and the team. This is where I see passion in developers, because look how excited, right?
So what you just saw is basically
Like
the
he's
failed attempt
hyping
to
him.
quantum travel.
He doesn't need a hype man because he's already
Red was
hyping
bound in the
himself
forces,
up, right?
Therefore he was thrown out. The quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you just
Wild
tumbling,
turkey,
right?
rare. I've never tried anything wild turkey. Rare breed, another epic pour. I definitely want to try the Jack Daniel's single barrel, whatever you guys were calling it, because I really enjoyed the honey version. That has been a massive surprise. Will I buy it again? Probably not, right? Because it was like £30 for this bottle, which is a lot of money. But for CitizenCon and how CitizenCon's been, I think it's been definitely a good little vintage to sample and stuff like that. But I would like to try, maybe for my birthday and Christmas, I'll get the single barrel, whatever it's called.
And this is not.
You're
just,
gonna buy a
like,
Zeus
dependent
War
on
Bond?
your skills.
My
If
God.
you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't.
If
add
you're
anything
ever looking at to buy the Zeus, look at Interstellar, the landing craft. And the Zeus to me looks like the Interstellar landing craft. It looks really dope.
Sure.
How will it be?
Think
I don't
again.
know. Will it
You
be
wanna
good
take
in
care of the
atmosphere?
quantum drive. You want to repair it and keep it in good
Difficult
shape.
to
So if you
say.
buy a cheap one, your travel will not
For half a
necessarily be
liter,
faster,
yeah.
but it
Prices
might
in
be
the
harder.
UK are dreadful right
Okay,
now,
so Brent
Bubba.
shows how it's done properly.
Like, again, I don't normally drink alcohol. I can't afford it, personally. It's not that, like, I don't want to. It's just, this is 30 quid. So, if I was to go out on the town, and this is another thing, I'm so glad that I didn't go to LA or Vegas, because I was watching Burke, not Burks, but Burke Black, content creator, and he was saying that a lot of the drinks were $25 to $30 just for a drink in Vegas, and I'm like, shit, that's a bottle of this in a glass. No freaking way, man. $50 for 2 special drink? Yeah, that's insane, man. So when I think about it, I had 2 days of fun with you guys for the same price as like 2 drinks in LA or stuff like that. I would never be able to go to these events. That's far too rich for me. Far too rich. I'll quite happily spend $300 on a Zeus, but 2 drinks at $50? Nah. It's not worth it, champ. It's not worth it. They were looking good for drinks, yeah. Very true, yeah. Still too rich for me. $25 per drink? Nah. Oh man, it's so satisfying. I love how it stabilizes and you can just let go, right?
You can now go hands off.
So this, if anybody's tuning in and wondering, like, we're looking over the new master modes and stuff. When they show you this video, right? Imagine you're warping from Crusader to Microtech. This is what you would have to do at the beginning. You have to play the wormhole game, line it up, so you have to move your ship to keep the circle in the sphere, basically, or the spiral. And then eventually down the line, the game goes, right, you've done a good job, pat on the back, you know how to warp, bubble lock kicks in, and now you can just let go. But if you don't do it correctly, you fall out of warp, which is really
You can now
cool.
go hands off.
So, basically here, you're going, so you know, like if you're playing the game, and you're going to do Crusader to Microtech as a simple warp, right? Or Grimhex to Yella, Grimhex to Daymar. Instead of you just spooling up and you have to, you just like zombie mode it and fly away. For the first like 10, 20, 30 seconds, you have to play a minigame. And the minigame is just like if you've ever played Elite Dangerous, keep the circle in the sphere or in the crosshair sort of area, and then eventually it locks in and you can let go of the controls. But it means that somebody can't just literally mindlessly warp away, There's a little bit of thought to it. If you fuck it up, you're going to fall out of warp. People might be able to catch you. Because if you had seen this, the Cutter Scout, the Cutter Scout can now detect people warping and doing all that jazz. I don't even know if that mechanic is in the game, but CIG obviously yesterday or the day before were saying that we have this, right? So you have to do the wee mini game, circle in, keep it there, and as soon as it says bubble lock, you're good. The worse you do, the more it rattles and all that jazz. I think it's a really, really cool mechanic. There you go, you got bubble lock, it relaxes, it's in autopilot, now you're warping all over to the location, and it's amazing. But then there's a new mode, right? And you'd have to do this when warping to OM and all that jazz, right? You're warping to an outpost. CIG, the warping sounds and the animations are amazing. Look at the fidelity of this, right? And again, we're watching Twitch replay VOD nonsense, right? If you actually watch back on some of this stuff, watch as the space dust reverses as you exit the bubble and then starts to go forward as you increase in speed. It's really, really cool. So it goes backwards and then it goes forwards as you start to speed up. Really, really cool. Then the other mode is if you guys were around pre 3.0, it's a long time. We're going back to 2015. Welcome to the old folks zone where we used to be able to just warp anywhere. Now we couldn't warp to Grim Hex. You could warp to Yella, but you could not warp to Grim Hex. Thank you, dude, for the follow. So when we left Port Olisar, back in the day, you used to leave Port Olisar and you would have to angle your crosshair a few pixels to the right of Yella in a certain angle and you would warp. You would hold it for 10 seconds, you would come out of warp, then turn another certain like 90 degrees towards a cluster of things and warp to that. And that's how you found Grim Hex. Then people were like, this is far too complicated. There's no way we can work this one out, even though there's like a gazillion YouTube videos on how to do it. And they made it where you could just directly warp to Grim Hex on Yella, which I hate that kind of stuff. I like the idea that it was the secret club kind of place, where if you didn't know how to warp to it correctly, you couldn't find it. Now, CIG, for whenever we get this mode, is bringing back the ability to blind warp, as it's called. Or blind jump, whatever you want to call it. Blind warp, blind jump. So I don't even need to spool up to any place. Thank you, dude, for the follow. And you just warp. It's really cool. I wonder how CIG will actually make it if you'll start to get to your max speed or if it's just sort of like a little cruise boat speed. Or cruise speed, sorry.
But the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time. And the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum
there you go,
traveling,
right?
Okay, so Brent, can you boost to... Oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there. Let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you.
So you're flying there, right? You gotta hold it. You're not gonna lock down, but you can see it's actually pretty fast. It is actually pretty fast, chat. It did like, what, 5 kilometers? I don't know why they've got it MM. What is MM, actually? 2.5 MM?
Brent is awesome, thank you.
Million meters? Oh, wait, yeah. Million meters? Okay, so they're gonna go that way.
And you boost.
And then obviously, there you go, right?
Pick that knife point to go to.
It's pretty fast, man. I would have to say, for blind warping, that's really cool to enforce with fleets and stuff. Yeah. So back in the day, we called it blind warping, blind jumping, whatever you wanted to do. It was blind, basically. Did not need a coordinate. You could just literally punch your quantum drive and you could go in a direction at speed. It looks like CIG are trying to tone it down where it's not as fast as what it used to be. But the idea is you can just go boop and you're gone, right? And then if somebody's chasing you, if they've got an interdiction or something, it stops you from warping, yada, yada, yada. They also mentioned, by the way, that distortion when your shields are down will prevent you from being able to go into navigation mode, which is you getting up to your maximum SEM speed or above it and being able to warp as well, which means that gameplay is going to be amazing, chat. Absolutely amazing. There's a lot more thought in it, and for people like myself that are always like, I want more than just, let's get in Gladius, let's get in F8 Lightning, let's get in Hornet. I quite like the idea that maybe having somebody in an interceptor role, a QED, some sort of repair ship that maybe has some supplies or something is what you start rolling around in, instead of your typical, let's just keep doing light fighter gameplay. It's so boring. This allows us to have a little bit more. Does it change from light fighter meta? We don't know. It's too far away to even think about that. Does it mean that you'll start going heavy fighters? Does it mean you'll start going hammerheads? We won't know until we actually see more roles and stuff. But it's very exciting that people can start planning, go, right, well, for my organization, I would like to have this sort of setup, multi-crew ship with actual crew on board, because no longer are you going to just be able to go solo in a Connie, because there could be internal fire, there could be electronics and stuff like that going out. It's really cool stuff coming.
As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of content.
They show we can make custom markers. That's a really cool thing for that.
So that means all these units
massive win on that.
They're friendly at hostiles. They're probably fighting with each other, which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest...
Wait, so if you catch somebody out of quantum, they will not be able to escape as they start with no shields. Incorrect. So when you go into nav mode, so we have... Thank you, dude, for the follow. We have SEM mode, which is basically your standard combat navigation sort of system, where without Afterburner, you will go up to 220. That's normally what ships are, 200, 220, give or take. That's the normal SEM speed. Afterburner then will take you above that, but the moment you let go of Afterburner, you will return to SEM speed. Then you can go into navigation mode. Navigation mode will instantly make your shields drop. It means that you can't flare out, and eventually boost will run out. But it means that you'll be able to go to your maximum speed of navigation, which could be like 1500, whatever they decide to do. Hey, Citizen Scott, welcome in, dude. And you can't shoot your guns, right? So it's just basically designed for you to go super fast. Thank you for the follow, dude. Then when you're in SEM mode, you can missile, you can fire, you can recharge your shields, yada yada. Now when your shields are down and you're in SEM mode, if you are QED'd, now this goes with Mantis, it goes with the new Zeus, whenever that comes out, and the Ataris and the Cutlass Blue. They all have a form of QED, which is either in the format of Snare, which is the big 20-kilometer bubble of doom that only the Mantis can do, and dampening, which the Blue, the Antares, and soon the Zeus, I would guess the Zeus is going to be just a Snare, does like 2.5 kilometer, you can't go anywhere, you can't warp, and that's what we currently have right now. In this mode, it means that you can't go from SEM to navigation mode, so you can only go to your maximum speed with Afterburner, which means that also the Mantis, or whoever's interdicting you, can do that as well. So if you don't kill the ship interdicting you, you're not going anywhere unless you're some Top Gun Maverick, take it down low into atmosphere, start doing some crazy-ass stunts and hope for the best. Which adds a huge amount of gameplay where if you're rolling around in a solo Cutlass, Freelancer, you really want that gunner. Or you really want somebody in a light fighter to escort you. If you're not doing that kind of stuff in Pyro, especially as there's no comms in Pyro, which means that somebody can kill you with no consequences, apart from them dying, obviously, but they're not going to jail, they're not getting bounty hunted. It's gang-on-gang warfare inside Pyro, so it's a very, very dangerous place, if you think about it. This is where having wingman backup is a very, very good, important thing. Well, if you're a bad pilot, don't be the pilot then. Be the gunner, be the engineer. Find somebody that can fly the ship for you, Bubba, and you be the person that protects it, right? Not everyone needs to be a pilot. I know that's a difficult thing for people to understand in this kind of game because they're like, well, I want to fly around and do things. You can. Just always remember that this is going to be the risk versus reward solar system. If you want more casual sort of gameplay, killing NPCs and avoiding as much of the chaotic PvP, you would stay in Stanton. Or when we get Terra, you would be going up the security systems as much as you can, right? Pyro, and especially Nyx, is what we would call in EVE Online null space. No rules space. It's where you either learn to survive, or you get shafted, or you're the one doing the shafting.
Flags at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
But I wouldn't get depressed about it, because again...
So who's excited to see the new AI?
Will you come across a lot of players? You have to remember, Pyro is like 3 times as big as Stanton. It's a big, vast amount of space. There's a lot more places to go. There's a lot more things to do. Will organizations be doing it? They literally said that they're starting development to make outposts. Now, if organizations can make outposts in the next couple of years, orgs are going to be fighting over that kind of stuff, holding stations, whatever they add into the game. I generally don't think your average group of PvPers will be roaming around for, you know, the odd player here and there. But as a pre-warning, they are making it more difficult if you're going to be as the solo player. Will you be able to get crew? We don't know. They did not mention anything about AI crew helping you output fires. They just showed players and you being able to vent the system. But if you're venting the system and you're not flying at the same time, you're getting yourself into more danger. And it could be NPCs. You have to remember, they're making the NPCs do the same stuff as players. They also want, when server meshing is in, that there is 9 players to 1 player, or 9 NPCs to 1 player. And that doesn't mean that 9 NPCs are going to gangbang you just because you're by yourself. It means that there's a possibility that you will see 9 NPCs before you ever see another player. Now, if the NPCs can do the same mechanics as a player can, Bubba, it wouldn't be like, you know, oh, I'm getting depressed because I'm a bad player. It would be, this is where you have to sort of think a little bit more than just your average gameplay. Plan a little bit more. Strategize a little bit more. If piloting is your weakness, go around certain ways to get to your location, not just straight through.
Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters.
We want Space Mounts to play as well.
Let me first walk you
Dude,
through our journey.
after the amount of people I've seen at CitizenCon walking past the camera, there's a lot of space dads, a lot of space moms.
We quickly realized how uniform fighting was, and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting
Well, not so much practice in Arena. Arena won't teach you situation awareness. Arena teaches you how to deal with combat,
so we did this
to get better in your aiming and stuff like that. But to be fair, practicing situation awareness can only be done when it actually happens. And if you're trying to navigate around planets and stuff like that to avoid conflict as much as possible, you don't learn that in Arena Commander. You have to deal with that in the verse. You just have to sort of think that every time I'm about to warp, somebody's going to kill me. That's a really good way of actually playing the game. Every time you engage warp, just take a few seconds, nanoseconds to think, when I warp and I come out of warp, I could be attacked by players. Should I cut my warp early and triangulate the warp around the location before going directly? So instead of warping from Crusader to Daymar and Daymar to Shubin, because that's where you need to go and pick up your things, you go warp to Daymar, cut it early, warp to OM5, which is off the track, go around, and then warp to Shubin, which is on the opposite side, which means that most people won't be camping that warp in point, which gives you 20 kilometers head start to get into the Armistice Zone. The problem is then you're trapped in the Armistice Zone, yada, 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 right? This is where you can't always plan for everything. You have to adapt on at the time. A lot of good orgs out there to help as well. You don't have, right, so there's a lot of like, what would be the word? Stigma around organizations. And really with an organization, you're looking for an organization that can give you some tips. Thank you for the follow, dude. Doesn't need to like invade your gameplay, but where it's like, yo guys, I'm going to do this. Is there anyone that can watch my back for like 30 minutes whilst I play the game? Sure, I'm a top PvPer for this organization. I might not be able to protect you 100%, but it's better than you going by yourself. I will do this for set amount of UEC. Yeah, that's cool. I'm making about $1 million a run on this stuff, or like other people. Myself and Puppeteer made 44 million off one drug run the other day there, which was insane. We got Bugattis and everything from Orison. Basically an A1. That's what I call it, the Bugatti. And it was incredible gameplay. And that was just literally two people working together, avoiding things as much as possible, and you can make that crazy amount of money, and you don't need an army behind you. And you can do that with organizations. You don't have to be on comms. You don't have to be typing all the time. And if an organization is constantly asking you for you to be on comms at this stage in the game, and they're doing a high level of roleplay where when you get into the game, you've got to then salute somebody before you board your ship, and you have to put the right armor on and stuff like that, I would say avoid these orgs just now unless you're really into that kind of stuff, because the game is, as I meme with it, everything we've seen at CitizenCon is like Star Citizen 2. The flight is changed. The weapons are changed. The way they're doing the warpaint and the sounds and the animations, the EVA, the AI, the interiors, the buttons, it pretty much feels like it's a brand new game. So take everything as in what we have right now is sort of like understanding how the game is worked. You don't need to go sweaty. You don't need to go super casual as well. Just get a basic understanding. But find an organization that likes to help people. There's so many out there. Obviously, the ones I have on the top of my head are a little bit more where you've got to be more hardcore and build up a sort of sweat scene and stuff like that, because they do a lot more PvP. But there are a lot of organizations that have players that just want to escort or want to sit in the back as your gunner and stuff. So never feel like you have to play the game alone, right?
And internal playtesting.
Even if you don't want to be super vocal with people.
It was fun.
But doing it alone is very difficult. This game is going to be very difficult for the single player.
Anyway, with all of these,
but that sandboxes. If you've ever played a sandbox, it's super hard. Sorry. I only want visuals. I only want visuals. No spreadsheets. No slideshows. That's
the first
it.
one, interception.
No.
Then?
I laughed at this, as in memes. As soon as I saw this, I was like, "Oh my god, it's Avenger 1. Avenger 1 doing the fucking things." I don't know if he even does that in his videos anymore, right? But he used to have all these like squiggly lines and shit.
Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target,
exactly, Papi, exactly.
Interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far,
I'm too old now with orgs with power trip. Just, I can't be bothered, man. If you want me as a member, I'll be a member, but I ain't gonna jump through fucking hoops for you. Sorry.
Engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits.
The game definitely feels like it's on another level when you look at it. This is where I can't wait to watch these videos when they come out in the 4K. We've already seen the Squadron 42 video in 4K. Obviously, you can't see it when I'm streaming it, but I watched it, and it's insane, the detail. I can't wait to watch this segment on non-Twitch browser nonsense. I can't wait to see this in 4K. Because like CIG have done something to the way the game feels. It feels very pre 3.0, where everything was a lot sharper. It felt more like you could feel the shakes in the ships, the explosions. Look at the bullets in the distance, right? The bullets are actually strafing, or like you can see them drifting as well, which I don't think we see that. Obviously, I think I have definitely been kicked off. How am I still here, chat? I've been out of the game for a very long time, but we're still here. I'll go to the menu, right? This will be a lot easier. Just chilling, right? But it looks a lot more cinematic, movie kind of vibe to it.
As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape.
I want to see all the segments in 4K, yeah. Because again, here, look at this. This just does not look like what we have right now at all.
Ensuring also that orbits are close and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of
fucking jousters. By the way, jousting is a valid an arrow tactic, right?
Outputting a lot of fire
when people complain about jousters, it's somebody that doesn't know how to let go of W. That's it. But jousting is actually a valid tactic in aviation.
Jousters are also good at monitoring for backstrafers.
It's like all the new visual updates from... Oh, fuck's sake. This is why I can't wait for it to be on YouTube.
So we're cutting back on those. So,
oh, I hate how Twitch works with their VOD stuff.
It will tell the gimbal system where to...
We've gone too far as well, I think.
The spreads.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too far.
It does 3 things. You get this...
There you go.
The original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't
Is
work
it
out,
all the new visual updates
so we're just
from day one?
And keep going. So next point, pip grouping.
Again, as I advertise everything that we saw today or yesterday for me, because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. For me personally, it feels like Star Citizen 2. It does not feel like they've just upgraded certain things. It feels like they've pulled a lot out of the game and redone it from scratch, right? And that's a huge, huge thing.
If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because
422,
the weapons are going to have vastly different projectiles.
I'll try and finish this off, and then I'll probably go to bed, because I'm pretty tired.
You get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And
the character customization definitely feels like a full rework.
Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip.
See, this is... I'm so excited for this chat, because... I wouldn't say I was a sweaty PvPer. I would say I would, like, whatever the tier is underneath a sweat, right? That's what my level of PvP would be. And back, like, sort of 3-4, a lot more PvP I would do. But over the years, I just can't play, like, I can't get ever, like... into PvP or really want to do it because of the way that the calculations work on this system. And with CIG showing you this, it's very exciting to see where finally it's not going to be based off these stupid calculations and stuff like that, you know? When they release it, do you think that we'll put a bigger strain on our hardware? No. Because if they release it, we should have server meshing or like near the full server meshing, and also possibly Vulkan as well, which means that if you've got lesser hardware, especially Linux, you're going to be running a lot better. Plus, I kind of feel like there's DLSS from Nvidia and AMD in what we're seeing right now. The game looks a lot better than we have right now, and I can only think of those are the things that are in this version of whatever they're calling it, 4.0. It's not 3.22, that's for sure.
Right? Your average owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss.
But I didn't think it was actually in game, right?
You need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip.
So this is amazing, right?
And then we project
this
onto the crosshair.
Is so good.
Like that.
Right? What people don't understand with this, right? And this is what gets me so excited when you see something like this with the pip calculations. It means that if somebody flies too aggressively, they're only going to get one gun on you instead of bringing the other two on, right? Because right now, all you have to do is focus on the center pip. The main gun will look at the pip, and the other two will go "Bleh," and just start shooting, right?
And when you then hit?
So there's not really any flying skill. I know most PvPers will, disagree with what I'm saying. But the game has got to the point where, because the calculations are so scuffed, it keeps doing weird shit. Guns are moving. Fixed isn't really fixed anymore. Auto gimbal is an absolute joke. Bring it back to the original where it was just fixed with slight movement. And auto gimbal was where you could move them around with your mouse. Auto gimbal just sucks balls. Like,
you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit.
So this is really cool.
This is of course also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green.
So instead of focusing on the central fuselage, the cross section central fuselage of ships, say fighter versus fighter, it's going to give you a proper lead pip, and hopefully this means we'll get a proper lag pip as well. And if CIG want to do a funnel system at the same time, that would be amazing.
And when the crosser turns green, just shoot.
Funnel for atmosphere? Oh my
so
god. I would be so
part.
excited.
We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us.
So I love this. There's a cutlass, multiple cutlasses, multiple buccaneers, and a couple of gladiators. And Yogi goes, we can't take down a hammerhead. But we can take its shields down and we can disable its guns. Now, for me, this smells like armor, right? If you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entities on the hammerhead, you telling me that 5 fighters can no longer, like, fully kill a hammerhead like it would be right now, and they can only sort of disable it? That would suggest that your size 3 guns are not able to penetrate and stuff like that. However, it does mean that you can start making internal fires, which brings in engineering mode. So before somebody goes, oh, I'll just have 2 people as gunners and myself as the pilot and the hammerhead. No. They might not be able to kill you, but they can cause you to have internal fires. And then if we get hacking, they could maybe make your engine stop whilst in combat. This is starting to add really cool gameplay, right? So it's not just about, right, let's get 7 people and 7 light fighters and just shit on the world. It means that, well, we can do stuff, but we need to hold them in place, make them where they can't warp before, say, a hacking ship comes in or a bigger ship that can actually do stuff, you know? Yeah, killing the hammerhead right now is an absolute joke.
But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets.
But look how many rounds it's taking, and it's just like bullets spraying off it. It's really cool.
It's with precision targeting mode. Brent?
Precision targeting mode!
There we go.
I love this. This is really cool.
What this does, it does 3 things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which...
And you can see, right, chat? Look at this. This thing is not flashing at all. I don't know if that's a bug, but the shields are not budging from this amount of abuse, which is really cool to see. We're seeing slow ship. You have a shield down, distortion's going to stop it from warping. But it's the fact that they can take the turrets off, right, whilst the shields are up. And obviously it's an NPC, so it's going to be a lot easier to kill than a player one, yada, 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 right?
Tell the gimbal system.
But you can target and just start blowing off the turrets.
Your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
Right? You see the shield going down. There's the explosion, right? Obviously, this might have been sped up, made easier, stuff like that. Yo, welcome in, devs. But it's really cool to see,
One turret down.
like, turrets down, right? And as you kill the turret, it sends like a shockwave into the ship. Look at it. See how it pulses on the front, and then it's starting to take the rounds, right? But look how it's still getting shot, and it's not flashing red for some reason.
Stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly. So you
It's
can
crazy,
do very,
man.
very precise warning
Look at all the
shots.
sparks.
And there's no aim assist that kind of like.
But it also
destroys your aiming
doesn't show
processes.
like dipping of
Okay, so the fight is now over.
FPS that much.
Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before.
The shields are down now. Yeah.
Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot.
Also been able to put a waypoint on the
Pyro 3
map,
is also
man.
called blue.
It's amazing how
It's a very
CIG are
big flame with a
finally
nice
starting to
atmosphere.
do the simplest of things that make the game the best, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel, you just need to take a wheel and put a fucking Fast and Furious sticker on it. That's it. And CIG look like they're starting to do that, which I think is a really good move. A really good move. I can't fault CIG for doing this. I want a simple game that people can play, get into, and has a decent skill ceiling, right? Not too high.
Okay, so the
Or we'd get very boring if you
thrusters on
got
the
to stay at a
they do not
constant
like
competitive
they do like the
level.
vacuum of space. We're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working.
What's the big
because
news
they
of
don't like
today?
atmosphere. They're very, very
Of day
quickly.
2?
So there's the
Obviously,
question, what
atmosphere
happens
flying,
when you
which
go
you're
down
about to
a
see,
planet
devs, but also
and you
Squadron
want to refit
42
your
is going into polishing
thrusters off?
stage, which means probably
Well, we'll
end
see.
of next
Can you
year.
go to external view?
Squadron 42 release.
Can you
Crazy,
go to
man. Again, that's just a guess, by the way. I have no dates or anything.
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is.
That's already confirmed that they've got
okay,
it.
Anyways, we're going to go
Baba.
down as much as fast as
So
possible.
one of
So
the
new aerodynamic system
FPS
is a
developers,
complete
I think it's
replacement of the aerodynamic
FPS or
system
something
that
like
we
that,
currently have.
was
And you need
typing in the chat today. Let me see if I got the actual information right. Where is it here? This is it here. This was in the Star Citizen channel. Excuse me, guys. Night Vision is on the list. So CIG have confirmed they're getting it done.
You need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift
Again, with their
surfaces,
X-ray
and
vision,
therefore,
it's not
the
difficult
slower
to
you
bring out
become,
night
the less
vision
effective
mode, right?
those, control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just
They'll
sits
need
here
that
and
for
yaws
Squadron
left and
42.
right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is
I
in
love
line with
this,
what real
man.
airplanes also experience when they're trying to use.
Do you know
the
that if
to yaw
we
left,
can do this
left and
correctly, we will
left and
actually
right.
be able
So
to
what
use
Brent
certain
can do
ships
is
to do
he
like
can
falling
roll
leaves?
and he can pull.
And it also
actually
means that
change,
if somebody is shooting at me, I can bring them in to do a stall by out-circling them in nav mode,
Okay,
for
so
example.
just for this demo, we added a
Out-circling
button.
them.
The button is called thruster disconnect.
And then when they
Because,
stall, switch out into SAM mode
moment
and
in the view,
obliterate
when
their
you
engines.
go through a
Because
planet,
with
you're
precision
using
mode
thrusters to
and
rotate.
aiming and stuff
You're
like
not doing
that,
that anymore.
you'd be able to
Brent,
shoot out
disconnect the
engines. And if you
thrusters
take out their main
and put
engines
the
in
ship
atmosphere,
into a
they can't
purposeful
fly.
stall.
They go into a
The stall
hover.
happens
It's
when the
amazing.
airflow
No
over the wing
backstrafing as
ceases,
well.
or a
It's
lift
super,
surface
super
ceases.
cool.
And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid.
You can glide with no
And
engines,
this
yeah,
is
as long
happening
as you
right
keep
here.
your AS
Brent
up.
is not able to use the control surfaces right now.
So what you
because
would
the
have
ship
to
is
do is basically
in a
dive down and
process of
pull
stalling.
and shit.
However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
That's cool, yeah, it's really cool. Was he answering questions in solid stream? That's cool. How you doing, sweet Padil?
You can do pure gliding if you want.
God,
to.
that's a name and
You
half
can
to
do,
try
like,
and save whilst half
competitions, like, I don't
cut.
know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system.
You can
So let's talk
crash
about
and
the
maybe
problem.
not die.
to
Right, so that's a very difficult
come to
one
a
to
stop.
go over, right? Because in Star Citizen, CIG, especially from when we've been soft defing, for some reason they just don't like the idea that you go into soft def state. This might be different for whatever you can call this game, right? I'm going to still keep calling it Star Citizen 2 because that's what it feels like to me. Technically speaking, I want it where if you shoot out my engines or I'm having to glide in atmosphere, then I can maybe pull up, land, or just scrape the belly, climb out, grab some survival kit, call in a fucking beacon, and that's the game, right? But if CIG make it where you just keep exploding for no reason, especially with the bigger ships, you're in a big trouble. Yo, what's up? How you doing, dude? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome! Sorry, guys. I'm pretty hammered. And I don't know how long I'm going to be on for because it's like 3 in the morning, but I appreciate the raid, guys. Welcome in, Kitty. Strick, thank you for the follows as well. Coming in, guys. Dumping fuel would be dope. That would also be really cool, yeah. Hey, Joe. Kral. Is it Kral? Krals? Or Cries? Oh, god damn. Thank you for the follows, guys. Yeah, we tanned a bottle of Jack Honey. Craze? Thank you, dude. This is the first time I've ever had Jack Honey. Anybody ever had this? This is amazing stuff. Super expensive, but it's a lovely, lovely taste. So we've been drinking that over the weekend. We're just going over the master mode stuff, just in case people didn't pick up on it or understand it, and stuff like that. But yeah, appreciate it's up. Obviously, it's late for him, super late for me as well. But yeah, appreciate it, guys. Had some today for the first time too, and yes, it's really good. Yeah, I was blown away with that. I hear TheDarkLaw was a sweetheart. A what? A what? Hobo? A sweetheart? What do you mean? Hull E fully loaded with explosives, cargo ramming into a javelin. It's possible. I'm not sure where you're getting the explosives from, but yeah, that would actually be pretty cool.
New system, you need to purposefully put the
But if your systems are out, how do you control the ship, not mechanical like old planes? Well, Grendel, let's just, for the sake of your question, rewind quickly and watch.
Yep. Okay.
All right? Just watch. Also, dude, Kralls, thank you very much for the brand new sub, dude. Appreciate that. Can we get some W's in chat, please, if anyone's got the
system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have.
Prepare to watch. Watch.
You need your control surfaces
right?
to actually...
Because with control surfaces added in for master modes, whenever we get this, right?
Turn the ship
if
around.
your engines are out...
It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore...
Simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces.
The slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will
Because maneuvering thrusters doesn't work in atmosphere now in this mode. You have to fly like a plane. The only time you will ever be able to use your 60 OF basically is when you're getting to like a halt to use VTOL.
in order to turn your ship.
But watch
So we can
this.
demonstrate this. So
Watch
the
this.
just sits here and yaws left and right.
So this is what we have right now. Yaw effect, all these sort of things. But
also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brand can do here is he can roll and he can pull.
right. Actually, maybe this doesn't show you this part. Maybe it was further back. Yeah,
okay,
here
so
it is.
what you see here is the new aerodynamics model.
All right.
Because obviously our
I didn't go
left
far enough back.
is
Sorry,
somewhat
guys.
damaged or so. We can't be as fast. As
Or maybe there you go. Sorry. There you go. Look, guys. Actual rudder control on the Gladius. And you've got the flaps on the wings as well.
Okay, so what you see here
so
is
yes, with the engines gone, you will be able to glide in. And maybe if you're good enough. But CIG have said further on in this video that if your engines are out, you're going to be able to glide. They actually want to see people drop people in atmosphere and have that where you glide down and stuff.
aerodynamics model.
Long as you still have wings, yeah, exactly. So if you have no wings, you're screwed,
We
right?
can't be as fast as we
Hopefully
want.
we get an ejection
Actually,
system at that
can we try
point.
WS on the keyboard instead?
Right, let's spin on a bit.
You
Boop, boop, boop.
cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brand can do here is he can roll.
How do you
and he can
control
pull.
yourself in space with
actually
no
change,
engines though? You don't. You sit stationary.
Direction.
Again, your maneuvering thrusters will only turn off in atmosphere because they can't deal with the strain. If you think about it, right? So you take the Gladius, we've got pivoting, we call them gimbal thrusters, right? Maneuvering thrusters. And if you think about it, it would just be a kind of motion like that to move around in space. You'd have your main thrusters, your retro thrusters to push and pull you depending on which direction you're going to, and your gimbals would move you up, down, left, and right on the strafe axis, also with the roll and the pitch. Now, if those thrusters go into atmosphere and you're dealing with gravity and air surfaces and all that stuff, thank you, dude, for the follow. You are governed in that sort of state where if they overheat and they're not working, how do you fly? So you would go with your wings, your tail fin, all that jazz. In space, it's just simply if you, because there's no air, obviously, if you lose your engines, you're just no longer going to be moving. Right now, you can have ships that can lose their engines and they can use their maneuvering thrusters to get up to like the same speed as their main engines. Cutlass, prime example. Cutlass can get up to the same maximum speed in a straight line even if you take the two main engines off it. I would imagine this is gone in the future.
The button is called
but again, we got no information on that, so...
at the moment in the PU...
I glide 141, you animal.
Thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases.
They literally said, though, Grindel, that you're going to be able to glide, right? And glide in. So... if you're talking about where you're like your full power is off, maybe the rudder doesn't work. Again, we don't know. They didn't really go into that, right? How do all those bricks land now? I hope they make a runway to come say. Well, if you're in the middle of nowhere, it's not like you're going to get some Oompa Loompas to build you a runway, right? You're going to have to sort of free dick that.
Or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to...
Again, there's a stall right there, right?
Because the ship is in a...
I hope Yogi redoes this segment in Inside Starson. I hope so as well, yeah.
Process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose...
Oh, it doesn't bother me anyway as well, Grendel. Like, if they make it where it's sort of faked gliding, so to speak, thank you for the follow as well. If it's like fake gliding, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, if I wanted full-blown atmospheric simulator, I'd go and play DCS World. Or something like that, right? But for you to actually have stalls and gliding and stuff like that now, where you're having to do banks into your rolls, yada, 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 it's really cool, you know? Definitely better than what we've got, yeah,
once you
right
have
now.
enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
But it'll be very interesting to see what happens if you have no power whatsoever. Can you actually move your wings, you know, or not your wings, sorry, can you move your rudder, all that jazz to actually come in and do a crash landing of some kind?
That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to.
You can do pure gliding if you want to. So, obviously, they didn't state that if you turn the engines off, will you have the controls like Grendel's talking about, but I kind of feel like it's going to be integrated that way, because if they didn't do that way, what would be the point, right?
You can even do like competitions, like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system.
All possible with the new system. But again, doesn't give us what Grendel was asking, right?
So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now?
Yeah, I would like to see that as well, sideways. And I think that would please Grendel as well, is, you know, the more important question is, will Burks get good? I don't even know what that thing with Jared was about, personally. Like, I don't even know why Burks would need to get good, but...
to come to a
has Burks been, like, low-flying and got caught and then crashed or something? I like... I don't know what
When
that's
we don't have the
about.
thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more
Dun, dun, dun.
until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will kick in and catch you.
Well, this also, what you're talking about, Gregor, is that if they add this system in, there's no more hovering above you when you're on the ground and just beaming you down with an arrow, right? You know? Moist Noodle told me, say something to you, fuck you, Burks is better. Okay, cool. That's fine. Burks, I'm on the way.
That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't.
So I'm happy, like,
So
we
at the
will
moment,
actually
have to
get
set this up, but in
ground
the future,
gameplay
you
again.
will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again.
So per the devs, you can nose down. Thank you for the follow, dude. Will devour fuel and slowly burn
so now
up.
Brent, now show
Again,
us,
I would imagine that
how
you
to come
can't
to a,
fully
hover,
like
and, we have
100%
some
pitch the
vaulting.
nose down, right?
Oh yeah, there's our point.
They'll make it where it just doesn't work that way. You will eventually fall forward or something. Yeah, more boom and zoom. There's no way you're hovering and you're doing this. If anybody thinks that's how you're going to be, no. It will literally drop you. They showed you that the stall mechanic requires you to nose down to get your AS up to allow you to take over the surfaces again. You know? There is no way somebody is hovering above you and doing that without crashing into the ground. How do you think the new flight model will affect the low flying? Right, so I tried to word this without disrespecting too many people, but if you look into how I low fly and say let's use Tirada's low fly, where they do the more slow group cinematic nose down method to basically pulse up strafe, his method goes out the window with this stuff. Because he will not be able to create any AS, or airspeed basically. He will just crash. So low flyers will have to adjust to flying more like jet planes instead of pulsing hovercrafts or whatever you want to look at. And then somebody said, well, I'll just go to Yella or Celen that has no atmosphere. It'll still be the same thing. The moment we already had a cone where it showed the egg shape, the moment you apply forward thrust, your side, your left and right, up and down thrusters can't handle that speed. So the moment you go fast forward, you can't do this without pitching, right? Yeah, nose down in atmosphere is gone, pretty much 100%. You will have to hover like that, and I don't really think that counts as low flying if you're moving at like 50 meters a second.
Okay. Highway to...
So chill to watch, appreciate that, dude. We've not really been doing much
so
this
there's our landing
weekend, it's
point.
just been sort of like hanging out, doing stuff. Low flying, well, not really low flying.
Can become a little bit...
Yeah, I think definitely this is a strong thing that I would like to see, Remiko, is when you have a ship like the Cutlass, the Valkyrie, that'll do for now, right? Prowler, is I want to see them have dominance over hovering and doing certain things like being able to drop people off, hover, give gun support, all these sort of things. Because right now, if anybody doesn't know, you can go into veto mode and start doing stupid Gs. This goes out the window in master modes as well. There'll be no more flying a Cutlass, dropping your engines down, and getting the advantage of up strafe and forward strafe whilst going up the way. That's gone. So it will only be where you get an advantage over landing, and there will be places where like Gladius will not be able to land because there may be too much air, or sorry, too much wind for them to go into a hover and stuff like that.
Lower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here.
No, you'll still be able to fly in couple, dude. They just said... You got an issue today, Danger Hobo? Alright? Because you come into my channel and you're just spraffing shit, dude. So if you got an issue with me, fucking come out with it. I'm not kidding though. Either say what you gotta say or fuck off. That's that simple. Alright? Because I'm not in the mood for little games. Little boy shit. I haven't found Madge, I haven't found. Danger Hobo. Jesus did. Goodbye for the day, dude. Jeez. Fucking children. Thank you for the follow, dude. I got an issue. I'm mad I haven't found you earlier. Well, now you have. Thank you for the follows, guys. It's not attention, it's just, I don't know, man. Like, seriously. Either come out with it or don't, right? Anyway, where were we? With the veto, yeah. Veto is implemented... Wait, so veto is eliminated for combat completely. Yes, because you're not meant to be able to go into veto and get those extra Gs. Sheep arrays. Sheep arrays. Sorry. You never used to be able to do that. It's all been like a bug, basically, where you could apply the Gs. So, again, when you're in a cutlass and you turn the thrusters down, the veto was always meant for you to aid your landing. But you get the ability to upstrafe and use the forward thrust at the same time, giving you double Gs, crazy amount of movement over a ship that wasn't designed that way. Thanks for the follows, guys. What about ships landing on water or hiding in it? Dude, I don't know. That's... You know, they've never really shown anything like that. Is it possible for a big ship like an 890 to land in water and float? Yeah, of course. It's a giant freaking boat, right? Will they allow us to do that? One thing I did have a question for is, you know how the water is making waves? Welcome, indeed. You know how the water is making waves? Imagine an 890 is going along the water and it makes a big wake. Can you fly in that wake? Or is it just going to fuck up, right? But I don't think we're going to actually be able to fly underwater. I don't think CIG are going to go to that level, to be fair. Yeah, Star Trek is a little bit far-fetched. I don't think people are going to be coming out of the water, you know. Yeah, fucking Idris just appears like a giant freaking whale or a shark, whatever you want to call it, right? I don't see that happening in this game. I think maybe you'll have some ships that can float. I mean, they did show a boat in Squadron 42 area. They did show a boat. A Yamato, spaceship Yamato. Didn't Yamato also get buried by a cliff or a mountain and flew out of that as well? Yeah, there was something like that, right? So, yeah, okay, guys. You know what? I'm fine with that. If I see a giant fucking ship come out of the ocean and start shooting at me, I can accept that, but I don't think CIG are going to go to that level. Pittsburgh Pete tested that and it exploded. Will they in SC2? Right, so the only way your ship actually explodes with water is if the cockpit hits the water. You can technically land an 890 in shallow water where the whole fuselage is underwater as long as the bridge is above the actual water itself. The moment that the cockpit goes under, it explodes. I think that's how it still works right now. But I'm pretty sure CIG will make it where you just either soft def and float or whatever. Again, they've not really shown us that, you know? How did I get here? I don't know. I don't know how I was born either. Mysteries, right? The nerd in me says spaceships in water equals death, because the spaceship is designed to maintain 1 G of atmo against 0 atmosphere, not... Yeah. At some point you've got to go, we are playing a video game, right? And as much as we would all like it to be a full-blown simulator, guys, they're already adding in where we're going to have showers together, right? For hygiene. And I don't know about you guys, but also there's going to be an hour of trying to create your character with all these hairstyles and stuff like that. I don't like. They're also going to be adding in the pooping system. So not only are we going to have joint showers, we're joint pooping. Maybe we're going to be dyeing each other's hair. Me, obviously not. I'm in a good situation where I don't need to dye my hair. But just in case you guys do, right? Yeah, I don't know if I really need to have anything more added in, like submersed ships and stuff like that. The hangar parties, yeah, just to load boxes. That actually, that's a good thing to break up or bring in just quickly, because I know we're in the completely different segment. The loading thing, the loading trolley that they showed off, chat. Did anyone see the Flintstones in their head when they saw that? I saw Flintstones with that yellow trolley thing. The guy is in it, and all I heard was, yeah, yabba dabba do, right? I'm sorry, CIG, but it can't look like that. It looked so shit. I like the practicality that you can carry the big boxes, right? That's dope as fuck. But can you not add like some wheels or something to the like that? Or, you know, like give somebody a joystick to move it, right? If I'm walking behind it, I could take my multi-tool and I put in the trolley joystick mode and I'm doing something like that. That would be amazing. But it looks so janky, man. Give us a forklift? Well, you're meant to be able to use the mule for forklifting, basically. This game is going to be playable by full-time content creators. People with jobs and kids will have time to get in their ships, maybe load one or container, and then 3 hours have passed and time unlocked off. No. What's to say, right? Okay, you're a very wealthy player. Travel the skies. I've got a little bit more time than you. My son is 22 this year. I'm 41 this year, right? I've got more time to play the game, but I don't have the same wealth as you. Who's to say that I don't get access to your hangar, and I load up your ship ready for you for the evening, and you pay me to do that, and I actually find that enjoyable gameplay whilst I'm spraffing on stream? Who's to say that doesn't happen, right? I wouldn't look at a negative that a full-time content creator has more time to play, you know? There's a lot of people that are not full-time content creators and they're just very wealthy and they've got more time, right? Sounds like awesome gameplay. I'm actually quite into the kind of idea of loading up people's stuff, you know? That assumes I'm capable. Who said I'm going to be your friend? Nobody mentioned friends. I'm not going to be your friend. I don't want to make friends with you. I want to take your money and do work for you in a video game whilst I'm getting paid to be online at the same time. You don't need to make friends, dude. You just need to use people. That's life. Handcuff you. That's after the joint showers. We're going to see how many people we can have a joint shower with when that comes out. I feel like that science needs to be done. Cost extra. Never could they build the Matrix. What's the Matrix got to do with this conversation about joint showers? Full-time content creators, the gameplay is their work as well, the way they make money in real life. I would probably say that, well, maybe not as much as people with other jobs and stuff. But yeah, I would say compared to Travel the Skies, I've got more time to play the game, yeah. To have one wage slave. God damn it, chat. I've gone from a friend to a slave. Shit, I'm gonna be shackled to the side of the fucking wall. Oh no, Travel the Skies has returned, master. Please let me load up your cargo ship. I can see that happening, right? Somebody's gonna be into that. I don't know how CIG are gonna work it around. I would imagine that if you're somebody that's a family man, doesn't have as much time, find something to do in the game that maybe doesn't require the amount of time with cargo. Now, you've also got to remember you are going to be able to hire NPCs to load up cargo for you. So if you're not going to interact with players, it was something like where it adds 20% of the time or something. It was a while back, right? Thank you again for the follows as well, guys, coming in. Maybe there's something like that for players. So if you're not wanting to hire the TheDarkLaw, the slave, shackled with handcuffs to load up your ship, then I don't know. Maybe there's an NPC or something like that. You know. We do know that NPCs will not be able to fly your ship. CIG confirmed this. They're not going to build NPCs that can fly your ship for you. So a player will have to do the flying. But they have talked about where you're going to be able to get the aid NPCs, which is work on the guns, maybe do the basics of engineers, and do cargo and stuff like that. But in reality, you really want to start maybe looking into, if you're going to do the bigger ship sort of scene, you want to find people that are like-minded and share that sort of vibe, right? And if you don't want to share it, then I would low-key just keep to small ships then. What about a fuzzy onesie? Well, my safe word is more sideways, so we can look into that. I just need a chief. A chief? As in a Native American chief, or a chief? What? What the fuck is a chief if it's not what I said beforehand? Chef? Chief engineer? Oh, chief engineer. All right. I had a lot of stuff running through my head for some reason. Big ship seems like so much of a chore, so no thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of like that as well. Like, I think like maybe a 600i with like 2 or 3 players would be sort of my level. I do have like a Kraken, but the more that this game sort of has been shown over the weekend, I'm kind of like, do I need that, right? Abandoned Merchantman, I think, is a decent size of ship as well, especially as it got an upgrade to Capital Class, which I bought a Abandoned Merchantman like how many years ago for $250, and now it's like what, $750 or something, and it's a Capital Class. What a bargain that was. If we ever actually get it. Right now it's still a JPEG. Or a small B-roll video that they showed. The max size ship did entertain the idea of using it in the Polaris. Again, CIG might bring out a lot of things that we're not aware of right now, which might help out the player that doesn't want to interact with. But I would definitely say if you're somebody that wants to have the big ship, you're going to have to find people. I don't think you're going to be soloing around with NPCs. I think it's going to be quite costly if you're doing that stuff, especially if you're going to like solo Idris with NPCs. I think that's going to, I generally feel that you're going to be spending more money than you're earning in that situation. I could be completely wrong though, but I think that's where it will end up. I like the idea of just being contracted by orgs to provide services in Abandoned Merchantman. That would be pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, that mod is great. Like,
again,
awesome.
With the new map system and being able to put waypoints down, and let's not get the copium tank out for... I saw a lot of tweets of everyone like, oh, I can't wait for outpost building. Just remember, guys, we saw a slideshow, basically, or like... what do they call it? Of the video stuff. God, my head is absolutely pounding at this point. They said that they were starting, not a cinematic, what's it called when you do, not a PowerPoint, it's not a slider, something like that. Prototype, not a prototype. They're showing off like a segment of it, of the video. Vertical slice. Thank you, DMC. That's it. Vertical slice. So they're showing off the vertical slice of the outpost stuff. Thank you for the follow, dude. You have the vertical slice of building the outpost, but then right afterwards they said we are going into development. So all that you saw with the vertical slice is just fluff. It is something that this is maybe how it looks, but we haven't even started developing it. So the buildings might not look like that. The hospital thing might not look like it. There's a good chance it will, right? But it's all just empty assets that somebody threw together within the last 2 months to show off the stuff. We had also just concept artist stuff. I generally feel like they saw how people were reacting to Starfield and were like, shit, guys, let's get the fucking Outpost stuff set up. So it is pure concept. It's going into development Q1 next year. I think 2 years, right? So a lot of people are like, oh, I can't wait to get to Pyro and start building land. You ain't gonna be doing it for the next 2 years. You got to listen to what they say. When you see videos like that, it's just, this is what we want to do. But we haven't even started development. This is when we're starting development. Then you can get excited and stuff like that, so. However, the outpost that they've got for NPCs for Pyro is pretty crazy. But a lot of that stuff right at the end of the stream was also, like, you know those big bunker buildings and stuff? They didn't even show you the proper inside and stuff, so none of that's been done either. No, that's not engine. That stuff. That stuff they showed with the outpost where it's in the trees, no, that's the engine. I can't remember what it's called. It's the engine they use to make the cinematic videos and stuff. The mining drill's not in. No. There is an engine that CIG uses, which uses the assets and stuff from Star Citizen. But it's why they have, like, the seamless, it never moves. So the vertical slice at the beginning of CitizenCon was in engine. You could see the load issues. You could see stutters. You could see the NPCs bumping into each other. So that's when you know it's real. But if you watch, like, let's quickly check it out. If you watch, we go to the SE official and we can find it. It would be, this is the engine. I need this. And we're going to go Star Citizen. This. This is using the engine I'm talking about. This is not the in-game engine. This is what they do, like all their cinematics, the movies and stuff like that. So what you saw with the Outpost is using this tool to do it. And you can just throw in some engine, like assets for the buildings and stuff very easy. Because again, no one's actually playing it. It's not multiplayer, it's nothing like that, right? So these are not players doing all these fucking power slides, dropping multiple bombs at once, which we know doesn't work in game. You know what I mean? This is using their assets on a different tool thing, you know? Yeah, it's not. I wish I had the video to be able to show you guys without going in, but you can easily see, where is it here? What we're talking about, right? Will be about it, right? Yeah, this is using the same thing to make cinematics. This is not what we get engine. I mean, it could be, it's technically Star Engine, but it's not what we get to use. It doesn't have the networking, it doesn't have the load issues, it's literally fully scripted, all that jazz. Yeah, cinematics, demonstration tools, stuff like that. It will most likely look like this, right? It will most likely look like this, but all of this stuff can be knocked up within like a month, easy. Yeah, it's basically, again, what a lot of games have them, where it's the engine, but not the janky version we have. You know what I mean? You don't have to patch it kind of version. It doesn't have all the issues. It's like if you had the perfect game, right? Not the production load version, yeah. So when you see things like this, right? We never saw the interior. So getting somebody to, we know that whenever they're doing CitizenCon, they do take people away from certain things for like 3 or 4 months, and they have to build things. So when we see this, there's no interior. This stuff that appears there again, it's just fluff. We don't see the garage open, for example. This is not moving. Then you see it like appear over here, right? The laser, right? And again, it's just like you could have an engine from a Gladius and make it stretch out. Also, for example, if you go to Arena Commander, we have the mining lasers. They can use that asset. Or the mining lasers from Squadron 42. They can just take that effect, shrink it down, but we don't see anything major on the go here. This stuff literally takes a matter of weeks to do, if that, in engines. Because it doesn't have all the pipeline, it doesn't have all the connectors that would have to be connected up where you can take control of it, all that jazz. Yeah, a cinematic sandbox is a good way of looking at it, right? Because again, you see no plant loading issues here at all. There is literally no stutters whatsoever, and if you play the game, there's always stutters on the ground. Textures not loading in correctly and stuff, so this is all unfortunately fluff. If they've said we're starting development in 2024 Q1, none of this is real. Yeah. But I still think it will look like this, right? I think they'll take the white box that they've already made and just put the interior inside it. Yeah, lucky with the way you've typed that one, Joe. Don't do that one in this channel. I have the exact same thing as Burks has in his channel because I stole that from him. We're actually out of giveaways, guys. I'm just far too drunk to even be able to change titles on the stream right now. So again here, right? It's just an empty room with the NPC walking around in it. Right, so take this with a pinch of salt. I think we will get personal hangars at the end of this year. Replication Lair has come in with 321. They want to get the new cargo Flintstones stuff in to start working on the what's it called? The thing that takes your cargo and spawns your tanks for you. We don't need full server meshing for it and just like that. We already have like the basics of persistence and stuff. Cargo lift, yeah. My guess is 322, which obviously would be like what, end of November or like December, right? The freight elevator. But that's a guess. There is no information. There's no person at CIG that I can speak to out of the collection of lists that I have. That's just a guess. And if anything, it would then obviously move into next year, right? Moving the ASOP terminals to hangars as well. I really hope I'm right, but it is really just a guess. Because we've got the replication layer in, I just don't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, there's going to be a crazy amount of bugs, right? So again, this is where we go with it, right? Let me see if I can find this part.
Structures.
Tools of the trade.
Planet.
You also got to remember the Pioneer's not going to be out for 2 years, guys, because they already gave us the list of what ships are coming out in the next 12 months. Pioneer ain't on that list.
You can see the resources, but
unless it's like built, but sorry, I'm trying to find to the point here.
Basically build these buildings. They don't
Fabrication.
a player
Because then everything they showed was concept, right?
generators.
Yo, dude, thank you for the follow. So here we go, right?
We start development.
We start development Q1 2024, which means that all we've really seen is a vertical slice that they can cook up pretty fast, an idea, and the what's it called? Concept art for it. What happened to the night vision? So apparently, the developer that's working on that sort of area has said in Salty Mike's channel and another channel, I believe, sorry, I got hiccups now, guys, that they're working on night vision. If they've given us, or if they've showcased X-ray I know what you had for breakfast view scanning. I'm pretty sure they can cook up night vision, right? If they can let us see which fucking gender we are through a wall, I'm pretty sure we're golden when it comes to night vision.
Moment Q1. So that's me.
And if they can't, then I'm worried, right?
Coming. It's wonderful to see you.
I think I'll be able to show you here, right? FPS, yeah, we'll be in the FPS area, right? Where is it here? Oh god, the hair segment. That was tough.
Hello?
Maybe here, right?
Do interactions and walk between the...
Also the new EVA. Oh god. What a fucking time to pick that one, right? Jared was going a bit cuckoo.
Everyone!
I will say that.
You know, it's a bad experience from Gravity.
Here we go.
That's disorienting.
This, I'm actually very excited for this part.
So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from Gravity.
And I'm kind of hoping that CIG are going to give us jetpacks, chap. Or wingsuits, or something like that, right?
Oh, we're gonna face plant. We made it.
I would have laughed
so
if it
re-entry
30k'd.
much more forgiving.
It is so smooth,
so
yeah.
This, EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces. And it allows
As I've advertising it, it's not that we're getting Star Season 2, but it generally feels, you know how like in the past like 2 years, CIG have added content, but they've also band-aided the game massively. Because they didn't have time to balance, or like, for example, they're working on this new EVA system and the infantry system and stuff like that. So for me, I generally feel that the moment that we get this EVA, we get the new medical boxes, we get the new ammo looting system, we get the new UIs, we get the new flight, we get the atmosphere effects, we get all the new missions, the gang warfare, all that kind of thing. I think you're generally at this point saying, and also with the like the DLSS and the AMD stuff, I kind of feel like you're just saying this is Star Season 2 at that stage. Because it just looks a completely different game than the janky mess that we have occasionally.
Okay, and as it goes through there,
So jetpack.
Okay, here we go.
We need
Into
jetpack.
that, and this smaller profile.
Anybody played Anthem? Or did play Anthem, I should say. I don't think anyone plays Anthem now. But anybody play Anthem when it first came out? How cool would that flying system be in Star Citizen? Now hear me out, chat. Instead of a backpack, you have to put on like an exosuit kind of thing. Not the Iron Man outfit, right? But I think they should take the Anthem flying ability and add it in. It'd be really cool. Oh my god, no! No more raids. No, please. No. No more raids. I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. No, man, no. That's what happens. I kind of feel like because I'm ranting away here, I'm never going to get to bed. Guys, it's 4 a.m. I have drank a bottle of Jack Daniels honey. I want to go to bed. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the thing, chat? How was your stream, bud? Appreciate you bringing community over. There is no giveaway in the title. No. Now you're timed out for 5 minutes. How are you? Oh, you're from France, dude. It's like, what, 5, 6 a.m. for you? Go to bed. It's even worse than me. I don't even want Flame. I just want... What's that one again? That is my voice saying freedom in the William Wallace version, but I can't remember what that is. I think that's a follow on Kick. Maybe. Or a sub. I don't know. I go to bed, yes. I'm going to go to bed as well. We're going to finish off this like chat and then I'm leaving. If somebody else raids me again, I'm going to have to just boot everyone out. But I appreciate the raid, dude. Thank you so much. Get some sleep. T-Bro, you got a few hours? Dude, I'm flaking, guys. So we're at 15 hours coming up for 16. I did 12 yesterday and like, what, 5, 6 the day before. I'm flaking hard. I am really flaking. I can't wait to hear people get pissed off when they change back the prices of ammunition. So for me, I would like it where when you spawn your ship for the first time, you get your ammunition, you get your fuel, you get your armament, missiles. I can't even think of the word that begins with A right now. My brain is so dead. I think you should get it for the first time. It's like when you go to like a car dealership, you don't really get a full fuel tank worth of fuel, but it has been maybe cleaned out, jazz like that, depending if you're getting brand new, secondhand, yada yada yada. It's been worked on, right? Now, I feel that if you scrap your car, your ship, I don't think you should be getting your ammo, missiles and fuel back. I think you should have to, you just get basically the ship and your stock modules back, and that's what you get, right? And then afterwards you have to upgrade and do all that stuff. I think that it's the first time you spawn it, it gets delivered, that's when it has all the things on it. After that, you have to start maintaining the ship. And I think CIG will go this route, because they were talking in CitizenCon where you're going to have to clean your guns, your personal guns. Did anyone see that? So you don't get stoppages or jams, whatever your country calls it. In the UK, we call it stoppages. You're going to have to maintain your modules. I kind of feel like getting free ammo and fuel needs to also change, right? Maintaining stockpiles, right? So for me, if CIG want to start going back, people will get upset if that goes that way, because a lot of people come into this game and they're like, well, I fit the best shield on my ship. When I die, I should be getting it back. I hate to tell people that. You're not going to get your module back when the game actually finalizes out. The idea is that it's like Eve, where if you insure your ship and you pay a premium on the modules, you'll get a premium amount of money back. You'll get your stock ship back and the money. You then have to go and buy the modules all over again and reinsure it, yada, yada, yada. Because that's the way they actually want to do this game. That builds an economy where you're having to have logistics, move things around the game, and you're like, do I risk firing off all my torpedoes knowing that I'm going to have to spend like 120,000 UEC to get them back? This will all change when we move out of the sort of development demo that we're in right now.
And also,
they used the demo. Did you guys hear that? They used the word demo a lot this weekend. So I'm now going to call Star Citizen a demo. It's not an alpha. It's a demo.
We're gonna slide off as
until
slowly as
CIG
possible. You're
says
not gonna be
otherwise.
Spinning away. Okay, big reveal. Love this station. This is amazing. And we're also adding.
Yeah. Again, I can see people's frustration with having to unload a ship manually, but this is CIG's fault. Because if you're somebody like me, who's an old fart, been here for over, well, 11 years whilst this game's developing, CIG said from the start that you were going to have to manually load and unload. So for me, I'm fine with it, right? But if you're somebody that's just recently bought into the game like 6 months ago, and this is all you know with your Hercules, of course you're going to be pissed off, right? But then doing a little bit about research into the game, and there's a lot of videos and stuff over time, CIG should have been saying to people, when you buy this game, guys, just bear in mind that you're playing the demo version of Star Citizen, and eventually down the line, you're actually going to have to play the video game instead of rolling your face across the keyboard and hoping for the best, right? Sometimes I blame CIG than the player when they start complaining about these sort of things. It's CIG's like responsibility to remind people on a daily, weekly basis that your game is going to change, right? Loading is kind of chill like Tetris. If they have the Fred Flintstone vehicle that can carry a lot more boxes and it doesn't take as long as people think, if it's 10-15 minutes of your time to make 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, however many millions, right? And then you're going to fly your Hercules by yourself and somebody's going to shoot through the engine and then there's going to be an internal fire, and whilst you're trying to navigate through the wormhole on fire, putting out the fires, somebody's then going to hack and breach your doors. Your cargo's going to naturally fall out because you forgot to crank the fucking cables, right? You know, CIG could really take it to the extreme. Spending 10-15 minutes to load your vehicle and warping from A to B to unload and maybe get hijacked is a small order, I feel. CIG could make this way more insane than it needs to be. Yeah, I know. Imagine you have to actually start strapping down your gear. You don't have the cargo grid like we have right now. Imagine you have to get pallets and you have to put pallets in and you have to start cranking it, right? And then you have to make sure that the torque is right on the crank. And then as you're taking off, you're hearing your cargo starting to rattling around and you're like, oh, did I tie it down right, you know? Did I shut the back door? You know? I think spending 10-15 minutes to load cargo where it's that easy, I think that's fine. But what will the role players do? But then, to be fair though, if you're role playing, right, you wouldn't really complain on that. Because you would just put Snow White, the dwarf song on, right? The Hi-Ho song. And everyone gets to work. It'd be great. You got Hi-Ho, Hi-Ho, it's off to work we go, playing on the soundtrack, and everyone's whistling, having like coffee and stuff. Wouldn't that be, I mean, generally, I've never worked on the docks or something, but that's all I can see in my head. That's how it goes down, right? As somebody who roleplays can confirm, what, you guys actually, you listen to the Snow White Hi-Ho, it's the first thing that popped into my head. But you know what I mean? I don't think the roleplayers are going to be the ones that moan about loading cargo. Because isn't that the point of roleplaying, to actually do it? You know? I would do it as well, yeah. I know I'm not even a roleplayer. I think it would be great. And then we have to whistle at the right time, right? Yeah, like play the game. So the only people that I can see moaning about the cargo stuff is somebody like who we had earlier on in the channel say, I don't have this length of time. I don't have friends. I don't have an organization to play with. I don't really have the time to make the money to hire people. I kind of feel like at that point, you have to understand that if you don't have much time to play the game, don't do a Hercules, right? Do like an Avenger Titan. Make small money. Do small jobs. You know what I mean? Like when I'm wanting to go to I live 36 miles away from the local city to go and buy shopping. So when I'm going shopping, chat, I have to travel 36 miles round trip to get milk. I don't go and hire a fucking 40-ton lorry to go and pick up milk. And that would be like the sort of same thing as if I was going to get a Hercules, right? I get on my little scooter and I go and get the milk occasionally. Why not just get a cow though? Well, effort. RP as a pilot then, have it run out necessary checks before taking off. I'm not a role player. Like, I'm fine with flipping the little switch and going boopity boopity boop right in time to fuel, you know? Do you load all the fuel? Well, eventually down the line, you're going to have to attach the pipes, right? Or the little drones come out. Maybe we get little drones to load the cargo. Who knows? Again, I'm not CIG, guys. I'm all for making the game fun and engaging for players, but at one point, you have to realize maybe I shouldn't solo Hercules by myself if I don't have the time or the money. Cows in game? Well, they were in that vertical slice. Did you guys see the space whales? Did anybody know that notice the space whales had a bra on? Or was it just me? The space whales had booba. Big booba right at the front of them and tentacles. Your girlfriend notice? I like your girlfriend. That's good. Yeah, watch the vertical slice back. And watch the space whales. They had boobs. Boobs in bras. Hentai space whales, yeah. Are you still on the whale booba? Yeah, I found it amazing that there were giant boobs. Yeah, look at it. Right, we're gonna look at it. We're going to... We're going... Fuck's sake. I'm never gonna get to bed at this stage. I'm never going to bed. That's it. My life is literally repeating this over and over and over again. Where is the star citizen stuff? Nah, that's not here. Space waifus? Thank you for the follow, dude. I'm probably gonna pass out any second, chat. We really need to wrap this up. I'm going
We're
to.
also adding grips, so in the interiors you might be able to.
You're adding grapes? That's nice. Right, here we go. Right, we're gonna find it. Space booba.
That sequence holds the record.
Yes, Crash. Where's the booba? All right. Look, chat. Right here we. God, that was actually really well done. That I had it there. Oh my God, I had it, but I've lost it. I double click, chat. All right, yellow. Here. Right. Look, they've got bras. Boobas. Are you ready to watch, chat? Watch the booba whale. Look. Underneath, look at the booba. It's got a bra on. It's got a big booba bra. Somebody said in chat they're the space whale lungs. It's got booba! Look at this fucking giant booba. Look at those whale memories with the fucking tentacles. I just don't think it needed to have that, right? Didn't know booba slider. Yeah. So not only do we have cows, space cows on the field that have the most giant udders I've ever seen, right? Yurichi man, guess you see what you see. Yeah, dude, I see a giant booba bra, right? It might be because I'm extremely tired. But that's it. That's my story, chat. The whales have booba. But yeah, the cows are really weird.
In the interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips.
Really weird.
Do interactions.
However, pretty cool. I still think, right, hear me out. It's cool that we've got animals. I was kind of hoping there would be like some sort of xenomorph thing before placid space cows, right? I kind of wanted that whole like you're in the caves, you're in the sewers, you're doing stuff on pyro. It's dark. It's, you know, intense. Something that grabs you, drags you, maybe gives you a little bit of a freak scare. I think that would have been a lot cooler. But then you could have brought in the space cows. Because if you're not able to actually milk them the moment they come in, it's kind of a waste, I feel. Those others are worse. I know. I hope we get cow version or tier 1, tier 2, right? We are getting Vandal eventually. The Vandal did look sick at the end of the Squadron 42. I'll bring that up here as well. Because they've got the 4K version out, chat, which looks really sick. But the Vandal, boys, that looked really, really fucking good. Right here. Where is it? Yeah, here they are. This. Man, they are looking. So this is the boarding vessel. It's not the driller. The driller was the carrier, right? The escort carrier. I can't remember what this little thing is. It's meant to fire out. It's meant to bore on the side of a ship, and it's like a boarding thing for them, right? But yeah. They are looking really, really good. Right, so they confirmed over the weekend that they have 1,300 plus 1,300 plus staff. They also confirmed, if you can believe a confirm that they say, right, take it with a pinch of salt, that Squadron 42 is going into polishing stage. And obviously they will let us know when we get the gold state of the game, yada, yada, yada. So if you think about it, all the people who work on assets, they work on the basic functions of like Squadron 42. The moment that their department passes the polish test and they no longer have to do anything, they can be moved on to Star Citizen work right away. Because I actually don't think CIG are going to do Squadron 43 or Squadron 42 Part 2. I don't think that's going to work in today's market, right? Even if they've got all the assets and stuff like that, I generally feel that they're going to get Squadron 42 out, they're going to make bank on it, or hopefully they make bank, because if it flops, we're fucked. We are really fucked if that happens, because they've spent all the money on certain asset development for Squadron 42 that might not have needed being for Star Citizen, if you think about it. But they can use it in both games. I think they'll sell and do well with 42, get Star Citizen up to where we want it, and then work on the next Squadron 42. That's where I think they'll probably go with. It could be completely off, and they go, fuck Star Citizen. We'll just give them half the team, because we don't need anyone to build assets anymore, and we'll start working on the next mocap and stuff like that, right? They could do it this way. Vando Cleaver is a boarding ship. There we go, right? So I think the moment that Squadron 42 goes to the gold standard, what's it? It's not gold standard, gold CD, gold spec, what do they call it? Gold release, gold of no return, something like that, right? They've got it when they start printing onto the C. No, not beta. When you're making a single player game and you're starting, is it Gold Master? Where you start printing out the CDs, basically, or when you used to start printing out the floppy disks and the CDs and stuff. So the moment that CIG announced Gold Master, or Gold Release, whatever, pressing, that's when they can take everyone that's working on Squadron 42 and just shift them over to Star Citizen. Because you would just need the finishing polishing, you know, optimization, anything like that, tweaking it to get the FPS in certain areas, so there's no FPS dip, blah, 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 right? Because it's not like everyone's going to get a CD sort of thing. Getting ships 3 times faster? I mean, right, so we saw there was like, what, 6 ships we're going to get in the next 12 months, including the Polaris. We're going to get that weird, very big Fury-looking ship. The Zeus, the C1, we're getting all the bikes, stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff coming in the 12 months, and then after that, you've got whatever, right? I still think Squadron 42 is going to be out by next CitizenCon. That's my guess, my bet, because if they're going into polishing phase by the end of this year, 9 months of polishing, I don't think they're going to pull a Cyberpunk, to be fair, and still fuck it up. So I think Squadron 42 out for testing next CitizenCon, maybe in Germany, maybe in Manchester, wherever they decide to go with it. And then I think we will see Star Citizen 4.0 by the end of next year. That's my bet. You think Q2 of 25? I would say release of Squadron 42, Q2 25. I think us being able to play a vertical slice of Squadron 42, CitizenCon next year. Maybe not the full game. Maybe the first 2 missions or something like that. That would be my bet right now. That's very true, yeah. Cyberpunk did push out. So, if CIG are polishing right now with Star Sweat and Star Cloth, Star Hair, and all that jazz, yeah. Beta for Christmas next year. Again, beta for Squadron 42 is a weird one to say, right? I would imagine it's only the first 2 levels you get to play with. There's been quite a few games that have come out where they've allowed you to play like a couple of Armored Core. Armored Core only let the reviewers play, what, 6 missions out of the 20 something? So maybe that's what we get, and then release in 25. November next year? I can see it being out, to be fair. It all depends on what they do from now. But what I do like, chat, is for the first time ever, they've said that now when something is ready in Squadron 42 that goes to Star Citizen, we're getting it. No more having to wait for stuff. Which, God, that's a relief. That's a big relief. I doubt we'll have the Squadron 42 beta. It seems pointless to beta a big. Well, again, it's amazing what you can do with, like, it's amazing what you can do with letting players play 1 or 2 missions. Lurko? Hey, thanks for the follow, Casey. It's amazing what, like, if you get to play a couple of the missions, you get the feedback to maybe do some tweaks before actually releasing it, right? That's what I would say is not so much a Squadron 42 beta. A beta would definitely be pointless. I would agree with you on that. But letting people test the first 2 missions out in a slice to get that, be like, guys, this is shit, or this is amazing, right? Maybe even in private kind of stuff. I can see CIG doing that. Well, I don't even think putting it to Evil Catty, because I don't think people are keeping their lips tight on that one, right? If you're not paid to keep shut, people are going to leak like crazy on Evil Catty. I think Evil Catty is a dangerous thing for Squadron 42. The best thing to do would be to let every player play at least the first mission to get that vibe. Like, create the character, get the vibe, and go, CIG, this is crap. And CIG go, shit. Right? Or maybe they're so confident that they're like, nah, fuck it, let's go, let's roll it. Big dicks out. Harambe swinging. Evo leaks like crazy. Yeah, exactly. Evo is very unsafe for keeping stuff away, you know? It's very difficult with CIG, yeah, because again, they claim the open development, but also at the same time, they're very secretive about things. So when CIG says one thing, can you actually believe it? I mean, at one point they said we're not going to release the F8 until Squadron 42 is out. Now we have the F8, right? CIG are like, oh, we're not going to release things until Squadron 42 is out. Now they're like, right, well, when this is ready for Squadron 42, we're going to release it to Star Citizen. Like in Master Modes, the new EVA stuff like that. We weren't going to get that until they just sort of started doing this U-turn in the past couple of months. But I think it would be good for CIG to let us test the first 2 missions out to get that feedback. Because CIG might be like, right, well, we've got launch in 6 months, or we're going to release Squadron 42 in 6 months. Let's see what people look into. Let's maybe get some brand new feedback. And then somebody goes, this is boring. And 80% of the players are like, this is boring. CIG are like, we can't release this. This will make us bankrupt or something, right? Sometimes you gotta look at it from a logical point of view, where it would be better for the company to be a little bit more open at times, but then also marketing, right? Oh, I've said this for a while, Warren. My biggest worry is, right, so look at it this way, right? When the Galaxy was sold, everyone got excited. They're like, oh my god, the Galaxy, this is so much better than the Polaris. I wanted the Polaris, but the Galaxy allows me to do more roles, right? All the money raised from the Galaxy didn't go into creating the Galaxy. It went into pay people's wages and put more money towards Squadron 42. There is no Galaxy. It is literally a figment of imagination, a JPEG if you want to call it that way. The money has been used, instead of developing that ship, to go into other areas right now. So if Squadron 42 fails, it flops hard, it's an absolute meme, it's an absolute joke. All the money, all the stuff that they would have got from other people doesn't come in to build your Galaxy after that. Which is very, very interesting to see what people's reactions would be, is if you start looking at it that way, that all the money you've spent on your galaxy is now sitting on hoping that Squadron 42 works. Because if Squadron 42 doesn't work, you're not getting your galaxy. Speaking of Galaxy, going to be a bunch sold. Need to for medium homesteads. Well, homesteads is not going into development until Q1 next year, so they'll probably bring out the homestead version of the Galaxy in IEE, and people are going to be like, "Oh yeah, here we go, guys! Can't wait to get my special Galaxy to do homestead stuff." Even though homestead is not going into development into Q1 24, right? Well, yeah, that's very true. But also, Starfield has the Bethesda fan club behind it, right, Gauchi? I mean, we only have like 3 million backers. Take away the alts, take away the referral alts. I would generally put that there's only maybe 1.5 million actual players that play Star Citizen, right? That's not a lot. I like my cat, easier to load in space. So, again, you got to look at it this way. If Squadron 42 flops, and it has a chance of flopping hard, because look how Cyberpunk came out, look how Starfield came out. It came out where it needed a lot of bug fixes and stuff like that. New World, the MMO, came out and it had a really bad launch. Lost Ark had a really bad launch to a certain degree. Like, a lot of games in the past 5 years have been releasing and they come out in a very bad state. No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky, one of the best freaking games that you can play right now. I've not played it per se since launch. I played it for 40 hours and I felt like I was dying inside playing that game. 2 years later, it's one of the best sci-fi sandbox games to play. I'm just hope that Squadron 42 doesn't do the same sort of formula. If it comes out and it's absolutely kick-ass, Star Citizen is going to explode. Absolutely explode. And I hope CIG are sort of prepared for that one as well. Yes, but also diffs, if you look at it this way, Baldur's Gate 3 also spent like, 5 years letting people play the game in stages to polish the shit out of it, right? It's not like they released a game out of, like, hidden behind their doors. They had a lot of open testing on that game. Starfield isn't for everyone. I played 120 hours of Starfield. It's a good game, but I got bored, right? The moment you could have sex with the tentacle dude, yeah, I knew it wasn't polished Batwolf. I knew somebody got into that one. I got bored of Starfield in 11 hours. I was having fun in Starfield until I did the ending part where you go into new game, and I was like, why? Is this really where you went with it? And I understand to a certain degree what they wanted to do with it, but that's where I just uninstalled it. I was like, fuck, nah, snooze fest. But there'll be a lot of people that like modding it and doing all these crazy things, right? So Squadron 42 fails, the verse dies. No, it doesn't die. It just doesn't get any funding, right? If Squadron 42 fails, who is going... Like, you know what I mean? If Squadron 42 fails, they're the big Chris Roberts year 2024 wing commander, right? Game of the century, if you want to call it that way. If that fails, who is going to buy into Star Citizen at that point, right? Who starts buying Internet Spaceship Pixels for a game that has a huge catalog of ships that need to be built by a team that now doesn't have any funding? Yeah, actually, Reaper, that's a good point. I would actually their fail-safe, I would imagine, is if Squadron 42 does fail, which I doubt it. I really doubt it, right? It would have to be really bad. Really, really bad to fail. You know, it might not be everyone's cup of tea. People might compare it to like Squadron 42, Starfield and stuff like that. That's whatever. But we're talking about like Cyberpunk launch. Somebody bought that game on their fucking PS4 thinking they were going to get PS5 graphics, right? It would have to be on that sort of Omega Lol No Man's Sky launch. Sean Murray going, yes. Will I be able to have sex with this space cow? Yes. Does it have space booba? Yes. Will I be able to see another player in the game? Yes. Maybe. Possibly. Not really sure. Yes. Long as we don't have that, we should be good. But if it did fail, yeah, I would see Star Citizen going to a subscriber mode to play it. They wouldn't have any money, guys. Well, I would say that, right, one thing that I would highly suggest everyone to prep for is that we are about to get Pyro playtest on October the 31st this year, which means that you have to have live PTU. If you're in Evil Catty, you have to have Evil Catty, and you're going to have Pyro installed. So I would highly suggest in the November, like cyber sales, whatever they call it, Black Friday, get yourself an SSD, guys. Because I have a feeling it's going to be live, PTU, Evil Catty, Pyro PTU, very, very shortly. You're going to at least need a 500 gigabyte for Star Citizen, I feel. You got a new SSD? Yeah. The moment I heard that you're going to have a new launcher for Pyro, you know. Yeah, you might as well uninstall one game at that point. You wouldn't, yeah, but a finished product though, Abron. You wouldn't pay monthly for a finished product. I'm not talking about janky ass shit right now. Of course nobody would pay for that. You know what I mean? Like say you were getting that sort of, maybe World of Warcraft is a bad way of example in it, but you know what I mean? If everything was like that was it, no more ship sales, and the only way they were getting funding was maybe the odd ship and subscription fee kind of stuff, then I would be kind of cool with that, right? Sometimes you gotta look at it this way. I said this to my community, and if you're new to it, obviously welcome in, guys. I am sobering the fuck up very fast, and I'm also been streaming for 16 hours, so I need to really go to bed in the next 10 minutes, okay? Look at it this way. Everyone can pretty much agree that the F8 Gold Pass was a cash grab, right? To a certain degree, because you weren't going to get a platinum unless you put some serious work in, yada, yada, yada. My question to you guys, and it's the same thing that I gave to them earlier on in the week. Which would you rather have? A Star Citizen cash grab or Star Citizen or CIG going bankrupt? At this stage of the game. Which would you rather see? A cash grab or two to keep it afloat and get to the finish line? Or watch it all die? Give CIG money, yeah. None of the above? Take my money? See, for me, I don't mind a couple of cash grabs just to keep it afloat until everything goes. But eventually down the line, it would have to be where you'll have to let it go, right? But then that's a lot of people losing a lot of money, right? How about finish the game? If Squadron 42 fails, dude, you're not going to see any influx of money to finish Star Citizen. That's the sort of line that you go on with it. They may have made 600 million. There ain't no 600 million in the bank, right? It's already been paid for 1,300 staff, bills, all that jazz. Yeah, I know, but how do you do that, Zero Faith, when nobody's getting paid to work, right? That's what you have to look at. I agree with you, stop bringing out ships and stuff like that, but that's how they pay their bills, right? And nobody at CIG is going to work for free. So if there's not a huge influx of money from the sale of Squadron 42, without refunds and all that jazz that can happen with how games are, it could be a huge, like, catastrophic amount of money not coming in for Star Citizen to be finished. That's what you always have to look at. CIG, I don't think, have a fallout plan. And maybe subscription or maybe a cash grab is their only way to do it. Yes, I know, Reaper, but if Squadron 42 fails, and that's what the topic is about, if it fails, not to say if it will, right? It looks pretty promising. If it fails, who is going to spend money on Star Citizen? That's the topic. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people would stop putting money in, right? Well, you have to look at the start of CitizenCon. For me, Grendel, was that 10-minute slice that they showed, as much as amazing with the cows and the booba, that wasn't for us, by the way. That was definitely a sales pitch on, look at our fucking engine. Does anybody want to hook up, right? Because that wasn't for us. That showed us no new gameplay or anything like that. It was like, yo, look at our Star Engine, guys. Anybody want to buy it? Anybody want to buy our tech? Yo, we're a little bit under money this year. Who wants Star Engine? We're almost there, guys. Almost there. A little bit more. If you back now, we will get Star Engine fully up. Star Cloth, Star Bleeding Nose, Star Water. You know what I mean, right? Exactly. They'll do whatever to keep alive, right? That's why, again, we fall back to the which would you rather have, CIG going under or a quick cash grab to keep it afloat, right? Backers have full access, all ships LTI. Yeah, they could do a lot of things like that, Remiko. Yeah. I'm actually, now hear me out. I know most people won't like this. I'm fully expecting Squadron 42 come out, Star Citizen to come out, and eventually down the line there will be a subscription that gives you LTI on all your ships. I actually think this will happen because you see it in a lot of MMOs these days where it's like you get an XPS booster or something like that, right? I think CIG will bring out a subscription fee that gives you like that kind of stuff, right? The free paid model. I definitely think that will end up in Star Citizen at one point. I think that would harm SC. A Star Wars game. I think that would harm. I would agree with you on that as well. How many people drop a 1 in chat if you're a Star Wars fan? Doesn't matter if you're not that into it. I'm not a Star Wars fan, right? But what Medical said could actually be kind of crazy, right? If Star Engine was to be sold to a company that builds a Star Wars Star Citizen, that would actually be pretty nuts, right? But then you'd have to look at, even if you gave somebody the engine right now in a finished state, because I don't think Star Engine is actually in a finished state personally. It would still be like 5 years to get a Star Wars game out, right? In that sort of level. They would want exclusive rights, yeah. So it could and it couldn't, because I know a lot of people are Star Wars Galaxy fans, right? And how many people would want Star Wars Galaxy 2 built off Star Engine that CIG has built, and you've got warping and Jedi and stuff like that? Again, I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I can already picture that game would actually be pretty crazy, right? I might even play it, to be fair. Again, this is somebody that really doesn't like the movies. I'm more of a Jar Jar Binks fan than anything else. I think he was the main villain, main character. the true character of it all. But then, as a Battlestar Galactica fan, a Battlestar Galactica game built on Star Engine, ooh, you know, Firefly. There'll be a lot of Firefly fans. Could you imagine a Firefly themed game like Star Citizen? You know, Babylon 5. Yeah, I mean, somebody might take it, right? Because CIG have to be aware that the moment that they sell Star Engine, and I would expect them to sell Star Engine, it would get some money. Game of Thrones using Star Engine. It doesn't necessarily need to be a sci-fi game, does it? Stargate, Game of Thrones, Zelda. I don't know if you can actually do Zelda, but you know what I mean. There's a huge amount of things that could go down. It can be a yeah, it can do anything, right? Yeah, I think that's what they'll probably do, medical. Yeah. That's when you start investing in a cryo chamber, because by the time CIG finish it and allow people to buy it, maybe they need the money, right, to fill in some funds. I'm pretty sure I'm dead before the next game comes out, so it won't be for me anyway. You could just use one of the moons, yeah. I mean, Microtech for open world Mario, right? Mario 20, open world sandbox. Mario has taken too many shrooms and now is on a rampage. Yoshi and the other dude. Oh my. I want to go to bed. TV Liquid, I want to go to bed. I want to go. Why is everyone rating me? Come on. I was just about to go. Thank you so much for rated. How was your stream? Did you enjoy CitizenCon? I'm so tired, chat. No, I'm not dancing online. I have to give up, chat. I have to give up. I massively appreciate. Thank you so much for the polls, guys. I can't do any more. We're 16 hours. We were 12 hours yesterday. It's like 5 a.m. I'm sobering up from our booze fest. The chat is coming to an end. I actually do need to go. But we keep having good conversations, which is very annoying. Leaving you now, I think I will hit the pillow. Yeah, I'm going to have to hit the pillow, guys. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. I don't even know what we were talking about before we got raided by the wonderful TV Liquid with his wonderful hat. I thought you were at CitizenCon. Because you mentioned you were getting... Was it you that were getting married? Or did I imagine that? You're getting married, aren't you? Or you proposed or something. Yesterday. Yeah. You got married. At CitizenCon? Or somewhere else? You got married at CitizenCon? That's commitment. No, at CitizenCon. Right. Oh, right, okay. Right. I was gonna say, that's a really weird place to get married. I mean, it might be somebody's thing. Yeah. A Star... Yeah, guys, guess what? CIG are now going to make Star Church, where you can go and get married by Chris Roberts. All right? Yeah, Star Church. Guys, thank you very much for the follows. Holy crap. Honeymoon at CitizenCon. I would want a refund. I mean, a divorce, not a refund. Or maybe would it be a refund? Bone marry these people. Yeah. God damn it. What's with the follows? Also, Devs, thank you very much for the gift of sub to TV Liquid. Appreciate it, guys. I am going to have to go to bed. Alright, you guys are amazing. I'm never on at this time, the late night, whatever you call yourselves. I'm an EU streamer. This is well above my pay grade. I need to go to bed. Okay. Somebody likes a lot of underscores in their name. We'll get through there eventually, right? Because I've been raided by like 4 people now, TV Liquid, and I feel guilty trying to go to bed after. I've got bloodshot eyes, guys. I'm waiting for the next person to raid me. I try and hang on a little bit longer, and then we get into a conversation, and then somebody else has been raided. It's just never ending. No rest for the wicked? Dude, right. If anybody remembers when the first Invictus came out, every content creator that was live that day were absolute assholes to me. Because everyone, like, a few people know I'm like this, where if you raid me, I just don't instantly turn the stream off. I like to, you know, try and do something for you, right? And Invictus was a 6-hour snooze fest of not even getting to the server, and every content creator dumped all their views, and I say dumped in a good way, right? Dumped their views, and I had to sit in the queue for 6 hours trying to keep people busy from screaming their nut off of why Invictus was absolutely shit. And it turned into like a 19-hour stream. Not today, chat. Not today. We're not doing another of this. So I always get super paranoid when people start raiding me because I'm like, they know something that I don't know. So today, I know we are leaving. Again, thank you so much for TV Liquid. Everyone for the raids, guys. Appreciate all the banters, but yeah. There's a point where I'm actually going to have to run away from this. Time for round 2? No. I'm going to have to inject the adrenaline from a bull's cock into my veins to keep us fucking going. Yeah, we're definitely gonna find somebody, chat. I'm looking for a victim. Let's look. Let's scare the bejesus out of somebody else. I don't even know who's like the go-to at this time zone. I'm literally waking up normally. Well, in an hour I wake up. The Huskies are gonna be so pissed off, chat. Who do you go to normally? Find somebody who's going to bed. Levan G has been on for 12 hours. That might be interesting. Levan G? Yeah. I've flown with Levan G in low flying before. He's an awesome dude. Let's go there, chat. That's it. We're gonna bombard him. This is it, chat. I'm pulling the ejection cord. No CIG parachutes are gonna save me. We're going in hardcore. Anyway, before we raid, thank you so much for this weekend. I know it's been... Can I leave? Can I please leave? No more follows. No more distractions. I need to go. Alright? Thank you for the follows. Let me go! I'm just gonna turn the stream off. Let me go. Alright? I'm gonna disable it. Thank you for the follows. Motherfuckers, like. I swear. If you guys follow and then unfollow, I'm gonna be even more pissed off, right? I'm leaving. Chris, get us out of here. Chris, please get the Star Church up and running. I need a priest. Get me out of here. I'm going. Like I said, Shut the fuck up! Stop following! We are going. We're leaving. I've had enough. It's been a blast. I'm not even going to do my speech anymore. I've lost the train of thought. Can't remember where it is. I'm playing out the who of this. Enjoy, Levanges. I will be on in 6 hours. Assholes. Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend. Appreciate all the raids. Appreciate all the love. Enjoy Levan's stream. All that good stuff. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Take care, guys. King of Spades, Jets, Devs, Sideways, Tespado, everyone chat. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully we'll recover. We'll recover, guys. Oh my god, bed is looking good.